Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second day of the Belgrade Security Conference. Yesterday, we explored some of the most pressing global security challenges in the aftermath of the EU and the US elections. Today, we continue with an exciting and diverse range of discussions.
Today's panels will tackle the issue of Europe in the geopolitical age, Ukraine, the rule of law, and the multi-front war in the Middle East. Later in the day, we will shift our focus to how small countries and middle powers navigate in a multipolar world. And finally, we will explore an issue that is increasingly vital to Europe's future, the role of Serbia in the European Green Deal.
Each of these panels brings us closer to understanding how security, governance, and geopolitics are intertwined. We encourage each of you to engage fully, ask tough questions, and challenge assumptions. We are here to learn, debate, and collaborate on finding solutions to the challenges that lie ahead.
With that, let us begin our second day of conference. Idemo intro video.
In the 90s and early 2000s, Europe was harvesting the fruits of process of unification and enlargement, growing bigger in population, space, and spreading its core values. Geopolitical challenges seemed to have lower impact until the 2008 war in Georgia and world economic crisis. Series of dramatic events in the past decade and a half, from Arab Spring to migrant crisis, from Brexit to wars in Europe's East and Middle East, all led to a series of serious blows to the project of strong, united Europe. Is Europe able to respond to the present regional and global challenges? Looking for answers in next panel are David Donahue, Distinguished Fellow of Overseas Development Institute, Rob Dixon, Director of International Affairs, National Security Secretariat, United Kingdom, Vesela Cherneva, Deputy Director of the European Council on Foreign Relations, René Trocaz, Special Envoy for the Western Balkans of the French Republic, who will join us a bit later, and moderator of this panel is Philip Rieker, Chair of the Wilson Center Global Europe Program.
Well, good morning. Dobro jutro. We're gathered here with distinguished panelists in Belgrade at the Belgrade Security Conference, 1/4 of the way through the 21st century. And we're here to discuss broadly in defense of humanity. Indeed, in 2024, over half of humanity had the opportunity to vote in elections that included the EU, several EU member states, the UK, and other European countries, of course, the United States, as we discussed last night, had a historic election. While each of these votes are unique exercises in the democratic process, it's clear that geopolitics is back. A resurgent Russia, China, the BRICS, MAGA in America, and in the middle of it is Europe. Geopolitics, of course, have doomed Europe in the past, but in different contexts. We recall that out of the ashes of World War II came ideas, experiments, and institutions. NATO, the OSCE, the European Union. An unprecedented era of stability, security, and prosperity. But now questions are asked. Dobrodošli. I'd like to begin by asking each of our panelists to comment on the theme of this panel, in fact. What does it mean to you? How would you define Europe as surviving and thriving? And we'll begin with David.
Thank you very much, Phil, but it's a great pleasure to be here in Belgrade at the BSC conference. I think the title of the conference is inspired because really it is, one would like to think that Europe could thrive. I personally am a bit gloomier. I think that we will manage, we will muddle through, we will be able to find opportunities, but we are also facing enormous challenges, both externally and internally within the European Union. So I would personally veer more towards Europe surviving, much as I would like it to actually thrive, but I think it's more likely that we will achieve a suboptimal result. The challenges within Europe are obvious if you look at the position which Europe is trying to take on some of the big geopolitical challenges we're facing at the moment, whether it is the Ukraine conflict, whether it is the Middle East developments. Europe can just about forge a unity, but only just about. I don't want to be too pessimistic, but I'm just trying to be realistic. Externally, we have fresh challenges in the face of a new US administration, which is likely to be isolationist and protectionist. That will have both political and economic consequences for Europe. We therefore have a vacuum which perhaps Europe could fill, but on the other hand, others, and I think of China and Russia, will in various ways try to fill that vacuum. So in a sense, we have an uphill struggle ahead of us, let's wait and see. Europe stands for democracy, the rule of law, and all the values which the video showed a moment ago. In a way, if Europe can't do it, nobody can do it. So we have to pick up the various challenges presented, but it won't be easy.
Thank you. Vesla, surviving or even thriving? Your thoughts?
The fact is that we don't know what is going to happen. We're at a inflection point in time. There are such moments in history where everything is possible, everything is open. And for the sake of the balance, as one would say here in Belgrade, we, I think, can also have another scenario, another future. I believe Europe can actually mobilize in the face of all these challenges that you mentioned. Some of them are real threats, some of them are lethal threats. I believe the first step is going to be on European defense. There will be, I think, a significant leap forward, including in cooperation with the UK, which I believe is very important. There will be, and there is already, a program for economic security. The European Commission has been preparing for possible tariffs, additional tariffs from the US. So this is going to mobilize it also to think more in a more focused way about China, I believe. The big question mark is obviously about Ukraine. and how we're going to perform there. And I think this is the most immediate challenge. So probably the key to the answer, who of us is right, lies somewhere in the next weeks in Ukraine.
It's interesting you brought up the point about relations with the UK, which reminds us that the question of Europe is one of geography and also one of institutions. I have to remind people in the United States frequently, and I even found this living in London, that you have to define Europe. The UK is still part of Europe. There is no doubt. Geography matters, but it is no longer part of the European Union. So when we say Europe, Rob, what do you think? Survive or even thrive from a UK perspective?
I think what I'd say is that in addition to the questions about thriving and surviving, there is for the new UK government an ambition to reset and reconnect, not only with Europe, but also globally after what has been a pretty tumultuous few years. And a lot of that is driven by the headwinds that we are facing, whether it's economic, that real challenge of trying to build growth across Europe, including in the UK, great power competition, which, you know, in a lot of this discourse, sometimes we say great power competition, geopolitical competition is back. It's never gone away. You know, it's 1,000 days since the Russian invasion of Ukraine. It's 400 plus days since the war broke out in the Middle East again. But it's 10 years since the annexation of Donbass and Crimea. It's 16 years since the invasion of Georgia. This competition has not gone away. I think what has changed in the last few years is a Western realization that this competition has not gone away, or indeed that it is, in policy terms, it's now a challenge we have to wrestle with again, in the like of which we haven't had to face. So in the context of that backdrop, geopolitical competition, war in Europe, and interconnectedness between Euro-Atlantic and Indo-Pacific security challenges, which is very live and very real, these are forcing us all to think about our connections globally, including for us, for a new UK government in Europe. Facing also things like the challenges of illegal migration, as I say, growth, and indeed the challenge of climate change. So we need to find new ways of working, new ways in which we can engage with our European partners, both with the EU and indeed bilaterally, in order to be able to respond, to be able to get beyond some of the political divides that have existed over the course of the last few years and intensify our pragmatic, realist, and enlightened ways of cooperating on all of those shared challenges, whether it be from Ukraine, through migration, through to the Middle East, or indeed what is going to happen with China over the coming period.
René, President Macron himself was quoted not that long ago as saying, Europe can die. Now, he said NATO was brain dead at one time too, and perhaps that motivated NATO to take a new look, to come up with a new strategic concept, to have a forward-looking review process. What are your thoughts as a Frenchman, as a French official, on the idea of Europe surviving or thriving?
Europe will survive, and Europe has to live and to get stronger. You mentioned all the challenges. We are not naive. We know them. They are ahead of us, and we have to find answers. Here we have different circles in order to address these challenges. As France, of course, apart from our crucial national interests, the way we see the European continent, we have this European circle of the European Union. We have, of course, to make it stronger, more coherent, and this is why we have the ambition to reform it, to make it more efficient and to be able to address both its citizens and its major goals in the world. Second, we have the other countries of the continent. Recently, we all met in Budapest at the conference, the political conference on political community in Europe.
EPC.
EPC. And of course, I'm thinking here of countries like the United Kingdom, our British friends, partners. There are many other countries which are not members of the European Union, but we are all in a way facing the same challenges. And namely, when it comes to stability, security, there are no borders in our continent for that. So we have to be coherent and collectively try to address these threats. Once we are here in Belgrade, let me, once it's my job also, the Balkans, say one word about this region, this sub-region of the so-called Western Balkans, to say in this new context of the war in Ukraine, of a new US administration in Washington, of things which are moving, changing, a lot of conflicts in the Middle East everywhere, how important it is for us to follow the European path of enlargement to the Western Balkans and, of course, to Serbia. This is also part of the global game of bringing more stability to our continent.
I think that's a very good segue to the next subject I wanted to bring up, which is enlargement of the EU. Certainly, US policy toward Europe has included the concept of EU enlargement, but the United States is not a member of the EU, which we sometimes have to remind our friends, particularly in this region. We agreed at the beginning of this century that the solution to the challenges in the Western Balkans, the wars that struck people as regressive part of history in the 90s, the solution to that was to help these countries emerge democratic, sovereign, territorial integrity, and integrated as democracies into the institutions like NATO and the EU. I think in many ways we've done our part from the United States perspective, but there's some skepticism about EU enlargement. These countries have waited a long time. Generations of young people have heard that we are European, we will be in the EU, and yet it seems further off. Maybe you want to respond, Renee, and we'll turn to Vesela. How real, in the light of these new developments, do you think EU enlargement is? And is this something that will just continue to have its goalposts moved, as many countries have experienced? Or is it something that we can see concrete steps on in the near future?
We have to compare this enlargement, this new wave of enlargement of the European Union to the Western Balkans, with all the nuances and differences between the countries of the region, with the previous waves of enlargement of the European Union. Take, for instance, 2004, where we integrated at once 10 countries, from Estonia to Cyprus, through Poland, Czech Republic, and others. It was a huge enlargement. And, okay, it was not easy, but we made it. And we made it successfully. Same thing for the previous waves of enlargement. I'm here thinking of, for instance, Spain, Portugal, Greece, and others. And basically the idea was what? Coming to Europe, becoming a member of the European Union means freedom, means, for some of the countries, prosperity, stability. Now, in this case, you reminded very rightly that the countries of the Western Balkans are now waiting for more than 20 years. It's too long. We have to speed up, and the reason for that is precisely because war is back on our continent, the war in Ukraine. So new, major, crucial, dramatic challenges, such as the war in Ukraine, new answers for the region, and we have to speed up and to push for stability. I think these countries we owe to these countries the enlargement and to become full members of the European Union.
I know that will be well received here in Belgrade. Vesela, there's been a lot of talk about Ukraine and its European, as in EU, perspective, because Ukraine is a European country. But yet, if the EU has had trouble taking in Montenegro with 600,000 people, is it really possible that a country the size of Ukraine can move as rapidly as is suggested into the EU? What are your thoughts on the enlargement question?
Since I'm not an official, I can I could probably be a bit more blunt. But I think Ukraine actually did a great service to enlargement because it made it possible again. There was energy, momentum, there was enthusiasm. Interestingly, so that enthusiasm also transferred to the Western Balkans, to the way Europeans view the Western Balkan enlargement. It really looked much more doable, even easy peasy, people would say, you know. And now we find out that our view of enlargement actually goes in parallel to the successes or failures on the field in Ukraine. So the moment Ukraine started getting bogged down militarily, Europeans became more wary of the perspective of enlargement in general. On the other hand, this whole energy that came from that initial impulse, I think did not go in vain, because now we talk a lot more about the geopolitical enlargement versus the merit-based enlargement. I am afraid this is a dilemma that is not very helpful, because it gives the wrong signal to people in the Balkans that they can get in simply for geopolitical reasons. That the Ukraine train is just going to pass by, they will jump on it, and there is nothing really needed to do there.
The homework is still important.
And I think this is a big misunderstanding, because the more European publics become focused on enlargement, the more the merit-based kind of approach is going to prevail. There will be, especially now that we start talking about the next 7 years budget, the multi-annual financial framework, taxpayers in Europe are going to look very closely how this money is going to be distributed. And if we have a big pot that needs to go from one policy to enlargement, or for several policies to enlargement, like the common agricultural policy, like the cohesion policy, this is a big political decision. And so the only way for this to happen is if the merit-based approach is applied.
We'll come back, I think, to this theme throughout, but as we look at the desire of countries still to become part of the European Union and the promise that is, in the United States, we talked for decades about the vision of a Europe whole, free, and at peace, that we pushed through the Cold War era and embraced this unification in the sense of our institutions, stability, security, and for a more prosperous world. One of the exceptions to this, of course, was Brexit, which in 2016 caught the world, and I think even much of the UK, by surprise. Rob, we're almost a decade out from that. It's still a work in progress. Can you comment on how the UK and the EU are working through those very difficult feelings that were left by Brexit?
So you said a moment ago that the new government was elected in the UK in June this year, commanding majority, a very clear ambition to reset the relationship with the European Union, but also with our European partners as well. So both multilaterally and indeed at a bilateral level. And it's no mistake that you've seen a heavy program of engagement from the Prime Minister, Ursula von der Leyen, with multiple visits to Paris, to Berlin, to Rome, to Dublin, and more, I am sure, to come. And what's driving that, as I say, is an ambition to reset, to move the conversation on, to recognise that, no, we're not about to rejoin the European Union, we're not about to join the customs union or the single market again, but there are so many more things that we can do to drive economic growth, to lower some of those trade barriers, to aspire to SPS and veterinary agreements, which will make life so much easier for people trading right across Europe. But that we also need to respond, as I said, to some of those big headwinds that are coming our way and will continue to come our way through geopolitical competition, through the irregular migration challenge that we all face. So building pragmatic partnerships, sometimes across political divides, with our European partners, and indeed beyond, is what this government is all about. Which is why you will see, I think, intensified work to develop a security partnership between the UK and the EU. We are likely to see the UK-EU summit take place at some point in 2025. We've had the Foreign Secretary attending the Foreign Affairs Council to talk about Ukraine and some of the shared challenges. We are working incredibly closely together on Ukraine, on the Middle East, and I think you will find more of that going forward on a sort of a pragmatic basis. And alongside all of that, there is a real intent to intensify, as I say, those partnerships, capital to capital, where we can cross some of the political barriers, where we can be pragmatic, where we can have operational effect together on some of those big headwinds that have been coming our way. So that's what this government is all about, particularly in the context of its European policy. We have to work together if we are to support Ukraine, if we are to drive for peace in the Middle East, if we are to work together on the big interconnected challenges of Euro-Atlantic and Indo-Pacific security, if we are to work with the new US administration to keep them engaged in European security, as well as working with them on Indo-Pacific as well. So this is the time to reset. This is the time to engage. And as part of that, we hope that that will lead to thriving in this context.
That sounds optimistic, and it brings in the multilateral aspect of Europe. It's not just the EU, but a broader spectrum of countries. David, you were Irish ambassador at the United Nations, perhaps our paramount multilateral organization, again, created out of the ashes of World War II, noble in aims, effective in many of the humanitarian and other tasks it undertakes, but considered by many to be failing the world now in terms of the great geopolitical challenges we have because of its structure. How do you see Europe, both in its EU context, but also in the broader geographic sense, engaging and playing a role at the UN moving forward, particularly with a new administration in the United States, as we heard last night, perhaps not a big fan of the EU or the UN?
I think we can drop the word perhaps. There is absolutely no doubt that the new US administration is a declared opponent of the UN and all the agreements and general improvements of humanity which the UN has been able to achieve. I would make a distinction between the Security Council, which, as you know, Philip, has particular rules which are an impediment in a way to progress, and the General Assembly, where it's possible to do more. Europe has punched above its weight at the UN, and in fact I'm fairly sure that there's a former good friend and colleague of mine in the audience who led the European Union delegation at the UN in my time. But Europe has undoubtedly been more than the sum of its member states at the UN, and I sincerely hope that that will prove to be the case over the coming years, where the UN itself is under greater threat than ever before. We've seen a proposed US ambassador to the UN who has made no secret of the fact that she favors reducing the US contribution, and that is, of course, the biggest nightmare that exists in relation to the UN, that a significant amount of the funding would be withheld, which, of course, would greatly reduce the ability of the UN to make a difference in any international arena.
Would Europe step up?
There, I couldn't speak for Europe, but I think, no, traditionally at the UN, the big financiers are the US, Japan, the Republic of Korea, those sort of players, and it, no doubt that'll have to be considered in due course. But the truth is that in terms of the rule of law, human rights, democracy, all these values that Europe stands for, you need a kind of a strong beacon at the UN, and that has traditionally been the European Union. So I think now more than ever that will be needed. Philip, if I may just simply to add a little bit to the previous conversation with Rob and indeed with René about a number of things. Brexit, since I come from Ireland, which was a country particularly affected by Brexit, we are hugely relieved that there is a pragmatic attitude on the part of the new British government, seen in various ways, renewed engagement. There will be, I gather, new institutions reflecting that. I mean, we also would feel that the European political community makes sense as a sort of an informal framework in which both the EU and a wider set of actors can cooperate. So in a way, it has always existed in a manner of speaking, that kind of undeclared gathering of a wider group. But if it now meets more regularly, we would think it's a good thing. So I really just wanted to echo what indeed, and Vesa, what the three previous speakers were saying. I'll leave it at that.
No, I think that's a great segue, because I wanted to come back to the EPC, the European Political Community, which of course was created, let's say, by President Macron. It was his idea, he's given credit for it. But one of the more recent meetings, one of the first things that the new Prime Minister in the UK did was host the EPC, a very good step, I think, in terms of looking at Europe not only surviving, but perhaps thriving in a broader geographical sense. René, do you want to add on the EPC and what its opportunities perhaps are? There are a few deliverables that seem to come out of it, but I think that's okay. I think it's important to have settings and structures that don't rely on set agendas or deliverables, but allow leaders to come together and discuss the key issues. That will be important for indeed thriving in this age. It's a flexible format. We just had the Budapest EPC summit that was somewhat overshadowed by the US elections, but what else came out of that, and what do you see the next steps of EPC being?
EPC is a flexible format. EPC is not the European Union. EPC is not an institution. EPC, it's a family meeting. All the family. We discuss, leaders discuss in a very, I would say, open-minded atmosphere. And what they discover, even though it's obvious, we belong to the same continent. And we share the same problems. Sometimes we agree, sometimes we don't. But at least we discuss. And we offer, through this framework, kind of an umbrella for all of us to see what we have in common and how we can address the challenges. EPC is a baby, 2.5 years, but it's developing. I take note of the fact that for the next 3 summits of EPC, 2 of them are going to be to happen in the Balkans, in Albania, and after Denmark, in Montenegro. There is a growing interest from this region for this format. EPC, of course, is not the answer to all the problems, but at least it means one thing, which is crucial. We can discuss among us, members of the European Union, non-members of the European Union, all belonging to the European continent. This is important, and this is also, because you said that the election of the US, the new US president, overshadowed the EPC meeting in Budapest? Yes and no. Yes, of course, but no, because the message is that, without, of course, being against, but we, against anyone in the US, but we have to be, I mean, concentrated, focused on our European challenges. And we belong to the same continent, whether we like it or not.
I think that's a very good point, and it brings us back the opportunity for thriving, and EPC gives that family opportunity. When I was serving as the U.S. interim ambassador in London, I often felt like a divorce counselor between my European friends and my UK friends, and I kept saying, we are all in one family. Now, some may begin to question on both sides of the Atlantic whether the U.S. under a Trump 2.0 will be considered part of that family, but I think we have NATO and other things we can get into. But Vesela, let me come back perhaps with a little less optimistic view. There's a piece in the Washington Post yesterday, I believe, by Lee Hochstadter, an opinion piece, but he talks about the EU as struggling 20 Eurozone countries, but it remains deeply and self-defeatingly atomized despite 7 decades of striving for cohesion. Starved for investment, hamstrung by regulation, a lack of innovation. You have the Draghi report, which is a remarkable read. I won't suggest that I've gotten through the whole thing, but gives some recipes for a way forward. But indeed, does a Trump 2.0 galvanize Europe and impel those kinds of reforms that are going to be necessary, the kinds of things that Draghi suggests, or does it actually hasten decline? Your thoughts on that?
I try to be optimistic in the first round. I can attempt to stay there. However, I would admit that there is an array of problems that the EU is facing. The economic challenge being probably long-term the most serious one. And the Draghi report was doing exactly that, offering a recipe on how to bridge Europe's energy problem. In Europe, the price of energy is a third higher than in the US. No wonder there is kind of competitiveness issue there. And secondly, we do have an issue with research, development, innovation, and so on. But also with the financing, how we finance innovation.
Draghi suggests you need 850 billion euros to jumpstart the EU.
To jumpstart innovation. And there is one thing that you in America do very well: you can fail. You're allowed to fail. People are allowed to start.
I know that well.
An enterprise that fail. In Europe, it's very difficult, especially if you do it with EU money, to explain, to taxpayers that you give EU money for, enterprises to fail. But obviously there is a need for much more private involvement, and I think the Draghi report is also pointing to that. The decision for Europe on the economic side is going to be driven really by a decision on the money, where to get the money from. Draghi was suggesting that we should borrow again the way we have done it through COVID. I think it's not, this is not going to be well accepted, especially in the so-called frugals. So the way forward...
There's been widespread opposition to, for instance, pooling public borrowing, even perhaps in defense?
I think defense is going to be key as well in terms of getting the money right, so to say. Piotr Serafin, the future budget commissioner, suggested during his hearing last week that we add the European tax that would go directly into the European budget, so that we may see already in 2025. And then the question is again how this money will be distributed. And this is ultimately a political decision. There will be an important election in Europe happening, an early election again, end up on the 23rd of February in Germany. Depending on how the German economy works and how it develops, Europe may find or not find easily its way out of this sort of economic stagnation. But I believe still that the challenges are so great, especially on security and defense and on tech and innovation, that a big effort is needed, and this is also what von der Leyen is going to try to do. The question is how much room the member states are going to leave for her.
And interesting to remember that every year about $320 billion in European savings goes to the United States and is invested because of innovation.
A third of the startups go to the US, yes.
You know. Rob, maybe we come back to you with suggestions, as the article I referenced, that Europe is unready for a trade war with the Trump administration and with Trump himself, as David said, hostile to the very idea of Europe, certainly the EU. And he said our own allies treat us worse than our enemies in terms of, and I quote, screwing us on trade. The EU has been preparing for tit for tat on tariffs, a word that President-elect Trump has said is one of the best words. Tom Countryman spoke a bit about that last night and what that could mean for inflation and what tariffs really do. But how do you think the UK is prepared, again, as part of Europe, but not in the EU, for a potential trade war and this whole issue of the economic side of this future?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's two dimensions worth sort of touching on here. I mean, clearly in the context of our trade relationship with the United States, we have an incredibly close trade relationship with the United States. The extent to which UK investment is involved in supporting, creating jobs right across the United States, and indeed vice versa, is often hugely underestimated. I think the other thing that is really important is the extent to which our innovation and R&D economies are deeply intertwined, perhaps more so than other parts of the continent, with the United States. So clearly the conversation with the United States is going to be about how do we grow that? How do we develop that further? How do you build that partnership in tech and innovation and trade that is so clearly in the mutual interests of both the United Kingdom and indeed the United States? I think the other dimension that's just worth pausing on this is the importance of keeping the United States engaged in Euro-Atlantic security. And the challenge that, and you reflect some of the comments that have been made by the President-elect, you know, the challenge that we all face is demonstrating to our US partners that they remain the fundamental guarantors of European security in partnership with European allies, but that in order to sustain that and secure that, we need to contribute. We need to contribute more, we need to do that in better ways, and that we need to be slightly careful of the conversation about strategic autonomy, because yes, we need to build capability, yes, we need to invest, but we need to be careful that our own fear about the United States walking away doesn't itself create the circumstances for disengagement. We need to be quite careful that as we are looking to develop capability, that capability remains interoperable through NATO, with our US partners, so that they absolutely remain engaged as the key guarantor of Euro-Atlantic security. Then very finally, we need to be clear as Europeans how far we are prepared to contribute to the Indo-Pacific security challenges as well, because for many of us, the US included, this is not an either-or. These things have to be seen as integrated as a whole, and the developments on the battlefield in Ukraine with Korean forces, etc., demonstrate the proof positive of that concept that Indo-Pacific and Euro-Atlantic security is intertwined. And we need to work together on both sets of challenges.
It's a great segue to what I'll make the final question for the panel, and then we'll turn to questions from the audience, and that's to segue to China. As you mentioned, you have Asian soldiers from North Korea literally on the doorstep of NATO, the European Union, and the implications of that reminds us that NATO included China as a challenge in its new strategic concept. That was controversial for some, but I think we've certainly heard from former and President-elect Trump's view that China is a top priority, and I think the look at Europe will often begin in a geopolitical sense at how Europe is responding to China. It was an issue of great discord during the first Trump administration. Let me just go to each of you, and we'll start with David. Your thoughts on how Europe is doing in terms of responding to China, the lure of cheap money, of easy projects, belts and roads, which some, like Italy, have said, wait a minute, that isn't the direction we want to go. Quickly, for each of you, in about a minute each, China and EU in this geopolitical age, China and Europe.
I think Europe will try to position itself cleverly in relation to China. It has all the economic interests and potential cooperation, which you allude to, Phil. But on the other hand, it must perceive China as a possible threat in relation to its own security. I say possible because officially China is declaring that it will not, or is indicating that it will not support Russia directly in its military adventurism in Ukraine, that's my phrase. But on the other hand, one can interpret...
A friendship with no boundaries.
Precisely, one can interpret the North Korean angle in various ways. So China, possible threat, Europe has to be wary of that. On the other hand, it will try to preserve as positive as possible a relationship with China and not go in for overt confrontation as the US is never likely to.
China certainly, though, as the NATO communique made clear, enabling this quite determinedly, Russia's attack against Ukraine.
Yeah, that's NATO. Yeah.
I believe that was the turning point in a way in some Europeans' thinking about China, because there was the conviction that we can trade with China and, you know, support Ukraine, and those two things do not contradict each other. But actually, what we find out is that Chinese involvement in that particular war is actually quite important. I believe also, and I agree with you, that that our policy towards China can be the leverage that we need vis-a-vis Trump, and that we could use. There is a shift in the public opinion in Europe on China, also in terms of the economic opportunity it provides, especially when you look at the German debate. The German car makers are extremely, have profited a lot from being on the Chinese market. Now they see that this is becoming kind of a peril for them. And I believe further down the road, there will be a sort of a policy that provides security for our green tech, for our automotive industry, especially the electric cars. But also, we need a joint policy on AI, and there the US and the UK are going to be critical.
So our Prime Minister met President Xi yesterday, which is the first meeting between a British Prime Minister and Chinese Premier for 6 years, 6+ years. And you know, that's driven by, I think, 2 or 3 things that are going to be really important going through all of this. That desire to cooperate, you know, the extent to which our economies are intertwined and reliant upon batteries, on solar, is huge. US 60% tariffs on China will have an enormous impact upon the European economy and the European green transition, including in our country. But we're also going to need to challenge as well. We're going to need to contest where we do disagree, which means I think that Europe is going to need to be, and include the UK in this, that we're going to need to be credible on the Indo-Pacific, the China security challenges, the AI challenges as well. We need to be very careful that we don't become boxed in just on the European security and economic dimension at the moment because of the sheer interconnectedness of these challenges, not only driven by actors in the region, but also driven by policy of a new US administration. So it is in our interests to engage, to contest, but also to cooperate in a very kind of clear-eyed manner with China as we go through this next phase.
René, final word on China, and audience will then turn to you.
Well, we more than ever live in a global world. China is a major player. Sometimes we can antagonize China. Sometimes we don't share the same values. Sometimes we cooperate. There are global issues you cannot solve without China.
Climate.
Climate. So we have to find the ways, and this is what we're working for. Our authorities, our president, he recently, some months ago, received in Paris President Xi in France. We have to be, as it has been said, not to be naive and to be ready for addressing the challenge of what China represents in today's world, but also to be open to find the ways of cooperating with China to address global challenges.
Of course, President Xi also visiting here in Belgrade. So China, an important factor in this question of surviving and thriving. The first hand I see is the lady here.
Hi, Leonita Bayrami, journalist at Top Channel. I have some question for Mr. Trokas regarding to the Kosovo and Serbia relations. France is a sponsor of the latest agreement between the two parties, a special sponsor in this case, to which both parties are not doing very much to implement that agreement, the Brussels agreement that was from last year. Regarding to that, there has been some serious, as we see, violations from Serbia. We recall the attack on the K4 soldiers on the last year, also the terrorist attack on the 24th of September. Also, last year, I would like to ask, why is that being tolerated at this point by the EU? Because we are here talking about the Western Balkans to uphold the
Let's go
EU.
with a question on Serbia, Kosovo from an EU perspective and how that relates to surviving and thriving in this geopolitical age.
We have a framework for that. It's a point of sensitivity. We need to normalize. We're working with both sides in order to facilitate the dialogue. This is why precisely the European Union, as you know, has this so-called Brussels-Ohrid agreement, which is, again, a framework where the two sides are, with the help of the European Union, discussing to overcome the difficulties. We know what these difficulties are. So what we call for is both sides to refrain from any damaging unilateral measures. You mentioned some of them. This is where we are. What we have to say is that precisely because, as said before, for us the goal and the answer to this problem is the European integration. We need to progress on the dialogue within this framework, the European facilitated framework. Second, we need, again, to refrain from any unilateral measures. And third, we need, of course, to help both sides to find the ways of an agreement, of a solution. We know it's not easy. We know that. What you're mentioning, all these different points, I know. But this is where we are, and we don't have to leave this way and this framework. For us, this is the main answer.
Sir, here. second row, third row. Yes, please wait for the mic. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Jason McCarthy, Irish Serbian Chamber of Commerce. Thank you very much for the interesting discussion. However, my question will be directed specifically at Mr. Donoghue. So during your time as ambassador to Russia and also as one of the fathers, basically, of the Good Friday Agreement, what would be your thoughts about the conflict resolution between Russia and Ukraine?
Excellent.
In 2 minutes.
Wonderful question, and
We finally get a headline.
ultimately, they say that all conflicts end at the negotiating table, but that does not mean that I think that I see an early path to the negotiating table in the case of Ukraine. We were fortunate in Northern Ireland that we were able to get the parties around the table at the right time and with the right approach, and dare I say it, with two prime ministers who were equally determined to find a solution and who worked well together. So we had a lot going for us. I don't see the same circumstances at present in relation to Ukraine. But I mean, more seriously, I suppose we all want to see the earliest possible end to military conflict per se. It's simply just that it's not easy to imagine what would be a just settlement in the present circumstances.
And worth remembering that the Good Friday Accords, the Belfast Agreement, had a certain American spirit about it.
The US dimension was extremely valuable for the Good Friday Agreement, and there's no secret about that. So we had a benign third party which was actively involved behind the scenes. One could imagine certain benign third parties in relation to Russia and Ukraine, but we're really some distance off that at the moment, I think.
Trying to go from this side, the gentleman there, and then the lady in the front.
Thank you very much. My name is Wouter Zweers. I'm from the Klingendahl Institute in the Netherlands. I have a question for Mr. Trokas, who was arguing that EU enlargement is key, including with Serbia. And many of us have the impression that in EU enlargement, the EU approach sometimes rather follows the interests of lithium mining, of short-term stability, rather than the merit-based approach. In the time to come, real decisions need to be made, for example, on opening cluster 3. So I was wondering how you feel about EU conditionality, merit-based conditionality towards Serbia specifically. Thank you.
The merit-based approach is valid for all the candidates, from Ukraine to Serbia, from Bosnia to North Macedonia, etc. So this is one thing. This is the European rule. And this is not to be, how can I say that, to sanction the people or to be strict with them, but this is because we need coherence among our European club. That's one thing. The second thing, do we have interests? We do. But I guess we're not the only ones in the world. Maybe also the Americans have some interest. I don't know. You should ask them. And third, do we see compatibility between these interests, between what we're promoting and the European way of these countries? And namely, you mentioned the case of Serbia. Of course. Of course. We think it will be, and this is what my president, when here, he visited Belgrade some weeks ago, stated very clearly, for us, the future of Serbia is in the European Union, is in the European family. This is why and what we are working for, and also precisely, because you mentioned it also, trying to find ways to allow the possibility to integrate or to solve this question of to open the cluster 3, which is something a little bit technical, but we think that we have to work hard on that.
And the lady here had the next question.
Hi, I'm Valbona Bitucci, a journalist at Coavision Kosovo.
Sorry, well, please go ahead, but I had given the floor to the lady here in the front row.
Okay,
Finish your question.
Okay. Kosovo continues to be under the EU measures since last year, even though it has fully fulfilled the requirements from the Bratislava agreement. Mr. Borrell has submitted a report which it requires to lifting the measures against Kosovo. My question is, does France, how I can say, support the lifting of measures against Kosovo, and what will be your state vote if it comes to the, the voting process? Thank you.
René, do you want to?
Sorry, I have to say that I had the impression that it was a panel.
Exactly.
It becomes kind of a.
This isn't a France,
interview, but I think I already,
Kosovo-Serbia panel. So let's please, ma'am, here in the front row. The front row. Thank you. And please tell me it's not another Kosovo-Serbia question.
No, not at all. Ana Ivanovska from North Macedonia. I just wanted, let's say, to hear the opinion of whoever feels competent to answer this. In 2018, the topic of having a European army as a complement to NATO was brought by Ms. Merkel and Mr. Macron. Do you think now that with the ongoing geopolitical happenings, maybe it's a mature timing to have these developments happen? Thank
There's
you.
a good question. Why don't we go around and each offer any thoughts on that? David,
well,
you start.
I'll jump in a little bit defensively, if you forgive me. I'm from Ireland, and so we're not a member of NATO. But on the other hand, we do try to cooperate on issues of security and defence with the rest of the EU. Yes, there is talk, there has been talk for quite some time past of a single European army, but defence in a strict sense is within the competence of each member state. So I could imagine closer coordination between armies, plural as it were, but I think some of us might hesitate at the notion of creating a single European army. But it is a genuine topic for debate, and it has been, of course, revived against the background of the strategic autonomy discussion. But Ireland will be one of the more cautious countries about it, though not necessarily preventing progress.
This one?
I will call for a bit more realism here, because we do understand that in Europe there is a shift towards more sovereignist kind of approach at national level. And we saw this at the last European Parliament elections. This is going to, if we start talking about European army now, this is going to create more of a problem than bring a solution, I believe, simply for political reasons. What we should be doing is really, first of all, start with the coordination of our defense industries, how we procure, what we procure, where do we get the money for it, what are the European programs out there that are able to create European defense to an extent that is at least satisfying for the current circumstances, and maybe after that kind of embark on a more ambitious agenda. But we are always thinking about it, I believe, currently at least, in the realm of the European pillar of NATO, which is kind of the more doable goal.
Interoperability, obviously, a key component,
Yes.
and as you say, procurement, important.
I'm just flagging that putting a label that can be very controversial politically may create more problems than bring solutions.
Yeah. Rob?
So we're not in the EU, but we are engaged with our European partners, our European NATO partners, on shared defence endeavours. So the UK is the lead nation for the Joint Expeditionary Force in the High North, in the Baltic, across the Nordic region as well, where we have UK forces deployed, where we train and operate and exercise. That is the model, I think, for the future of bringing allies together to develop practical forms of cooperation and indeed interoperability, because if you don't train together, if you don't procure together, actually trying to do interoperability when you really need it is incredibly difficult. And that's why things like the future of procurement models in Europe have to leave open the door for non-European partners to make sure that kit and capability is swappable and can be used in real time in real situations.
Renee.
In a couple of words, no, we need a European pillar in NATO. We have to work for that. We have to work more. You asked the question about the European army. Probably we're not yet there, but the goal is to get a greater autonomy, procurement, the way we interact between our armies, and again, because we are facing the same challenges, history may change, geography will not.
That's a marvelous way to end. I would only add that from a US perspective, we also look at the EU with sectors like financial services, telecoms, energy, all of them still 27 separate markets. So a lot of areas to work on. As a believer in the EU, I say that I think European pillar, but NATO has come a long way in addressing this and has been so crucial to European security, particularly now. I think that's a marvelous point to end, not only for surviving, but indeed we've heard some opportunities for thriving. Europe, not just the EU, but Europe, geography matters. And I want to thank everyone, particularly my panelists and the Belgrade Security Council for hosting us, conference for hosting us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done.
So please remain seated, stay with us because the next panel will follow immediately. A panel on redefining victory in Ukraine. Please stay with us.
Welcome to our next panel discussion, Redefining Victory in Ukraine. As the war in Ukraine continues to unfold, the concept of victory has become increasingly complex and multifaceted. In this session, we will explore the evolving nature of the conflict and what victory truly means for Ukraine, its allies, and the international community. Our distinguished panelists include Maxim Tucker, Ukraine and Eastern Europe correspondent for The Times, Natalie Tocci, Director of the Institute for Foreign Relations, Alexandra Chali, Associate Fellow at the Geneva Center for Security Policy, and Velina Chakarova, founder of FACE, for a Conscious Experience. The discussion will be moderated by Alexandra Godefroy, producer and reporter for N1 Television. Please join me. Here.
Here we are. Извините. Можемо да почнемо. So, yeah, we can start, I think. We can start. Thank you all for being with us today on this panel of Redefining Victory in Ukraine. And my first question to you all is quite simple and yet the most difficult one, probably, and that is, how does this war end? But keep in mind, will it be fair? Mr. Tucker?
Well, I think we've crept into a narrative now of Russia is strong, Russia is powerful, and Russia is intransigent. So the only option that we have is to pressure Kiev to come to the table, to pressure the victim to make concessions in order for the aggressor to come to a peace deal. And I think, given the history of this conflict going back to 2014, when we've seen ceasefire agreement after ceasefire agreement violated by the Russians, culminating obviously in the 2022 invasion, I think that approach really is futile, because you can see that the Russians are not content to stay where they are now. Putin has greater territorial ambitions. He hasn't shifted his position on that. He continues to say, Ukraine has no right to exist. He was recently talking at the Valdai Club about how there are lots of Russian speakers in Kharkiv, there are lots of Russian speakers in the Odessa region. He will continue to look for ways to assert his territorial claims over Ukraine. And I think the only option in coming to a lasting peace is ultimately to defeat Russia in this. And it looks like it's difficult, it is difficult, but there are still certain things that we can do in order to achieve that we haven't tried yet. And I think we'll come on to that a bit later, won't we? So I'll go into more detail.
Yes, of course. So, are you sharing this optimism?
Connected to what was being said, I think at the moment there seems to be an assumption that most people are making, and I would just, I think it's important to question it. And I think the assumption goes a little bit like this. Well, sort of things are going the way they're going. Here comes Donald Trump. He has a plan. We know that plan doesn't look great for Ukraine, certainly not compared to what Ukraine and its supporters in the West have been talking about. However, obviously, the United States has massive leverage on Ukraine, and it can essentially arm twist Ukraine into accepting it. And, you know, sort of Putin can take that deal because, as I said, it's a fairly good deal for Russia. I think that's a very big assumption to make, and I'm not sure at all that this is the way in which things are going to play out. Because even if, and you may say, well, so what deal are we talking about?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we don't know exactly what's going to come from the White House, but, you know, if we look at the kind of things that have been, you know, sort of partly leaked, partly debated, and I think just kind of basic common sense, we can kind of assume that the contours of that deal would be some sort of de facto recognition, not de jure recognition, of what Russia has already occupied. It would entail no NATO membership. Frankly speaking, Ukraine is not on the cusp of entering NATO anyway. It might include some sort of, you know, European peacekeeping. I mean, Europeans are kind of weak and, you know, fragmented anyway, so no big deal for Russia. Question mark over EU membership, and we discussed this in the previous session. So, as I said, this may apparently look like a pretty good deal for Putin. But if Putin thinks that he's on a roll, and, you know, when is he going to get this opportunity again? I'm not at all clear that even something that if we put ourselves in Russia, in Putin's shoes, we might think he may buy into this, at least temporarily, right? And then perhaps, you know, take a couple of years, regroup, rearm, and then go for the next chunk of European territory and peoples in a couple of years' time. I'm not at all sure that this is the way in which Vladimir Putin actually thinks. And so I think, coming to your question, how does this war end? I think the real question is, does the war actually end? Because whereas we kind of, you know, there was an element of predictability in the way in which the US and Europeans supported Ukraine up until now, which was basically kind of support them with a hand tied behind their back, I'm not sure that if we get to the situation in which a deal is presented, the deal is rebuffed, I'm not sure that the US under the Trump administration would actually react in the same way as has been the case over the last almost 3 years under the Biden administration.
Yeah. Your Excellency, does the war end?
Okay. First of all, I express my gratitude for invitation to organizers of Belgrade Security Conference. Second, I deliver my speech or my ideas only in personal capacity. It's very important. I am retired ambassador and in some sense diplomatic volunteer. To my mind, because of Russia illegal annexation of 6 Ukrainian regions, it's up to 20% of Ukrainian territories. Now it's impossible to end this war through any peace agreement, legally binding peace agreement. Why? Because to conclude this agreement, it's necessary to change Russian constitution. But according with Russian constitution, it's impossible to change Russian constitution with reduction of Russia territory. It's a new amendments to Russian constitution. So to my mind, exists only one possible way to end the war, to end hostilities, to establish ceasefire, and it's not depends where we establish this ceasefire, on the line of present of contact on the battlefield or on the borders of 91 of Ukraine. Because imagine tomorrow Ukraine liberate all our territories within the border of 91. Russia not stop the war because Russia considered that we illegally occupied constitutional Russia territory. So my first message, to one possibility to end this war only through ceasefire regime. My second message, under what conditions this is future ceasefire or cessation of hostility will be fair? It's your question. To my mind, our officials and me personally formulate very clear 3 preconditions. Any ending of hostilities should be done without any prejudice for territorial integrity of Ukraine within the borders of 91. Second preconditions, neither regulations, future regulations of the ending of the war should be made without any prejudice for future reparation from Russia to Ukraine and future punishment of Russia criminals for war crimes. And third, Ukraine agree only with such cessation of hostilities which will be guarantees as much as possible, like mechanism of guarantees of ceasefire in Korea or like situation in Cyprus. We need very guaranteed ceasefire mechanism, and after the hostilities, Ukraine needs a substantial military package aid to guarantee Ukraine capability for sufficient deterrence of Russia for some long period of time, and a real package of financial aid for rebuilding Ukraine in post-war period. So, finally, the only one way now to end the war, this is to transfer the hot phase of this war in the cold phase of this war.
What do you say? Is that possible, this transference? What is, to you, the end of the war? How this war ends, Mr. Kalov?
Well, obviously, from tactical point of view, that means the short-term perspective for the next 1 to 2 years. And let me clarify that I've been saying that this war is going beyond 2025, 2026, already in 2023. It looks like there's not going to be a military victory for any of the conflict parties. So obviously, the military dimension is still going to continue, and I do agree that this, in my view, is a war that can actually last for the next 5, 8, 10 years, depending on Russia's abilities, not on Russia's willingness, because Russia's ultimate goal in this war is still the same, only tactically there have been changes to the ultimate goal. That is the full subjugation of Ukraine. That is the destruction of the European security order and creating a new security order on the old continent along the Russian interests. And that is a pole position in the new Cold War 2.0 between United States and China, emerging stronger from a military or whatever kind of victory and from destroying the European security order. That is Russia. Now, coming back to the tactical perspective, here, of course, we may argue that Ukraine might start any kind of negotiations from a position of strength or from a position of weakness, and that very much depends, of course, on the Western support. That means, is the narrative of the escalation going to let's say, precede and take over, or is the understanding that we need to actually support Ukraine as much as possible, as quickly as possible, which, by the way, was the European and the Western approach from day one, namely, whatever it takes, military and any kind of comprehensive aid, Western sanctions, and international diplomacy. This has been the three-dimensional approach of the West, and now, to me, personally, the question here is the West going to step back from its own approach, saying that, okay, Russia has stronger, position because of, let's say, the new realities on the ground, or let's say, the realities on the global arena, and we should accommodate, which I think is very dangerous approach, very dangerous not only for Ukraine, but also specifically for Europe, or is the West going to say, okay, now we need to actually put Ukraine in the strongest position possible for any kind of negotiations, for any kind of talks, because what I see is a possibility for talks, a possibility for probably ceasefire talks, but no sustainable peace settlement for 2025, 2026.
Isn't it a bit, not to say late, but some opportunities might have been missed, because like just recently, Mr. Borrell said that, for instance, the 1 million shells for Ukraine were 8.5 months late. And we know that this kept on happening, weapons being too late, the promised ones.
This is exactly what I'm alluding to.
Yeah.
That we, in fact, have come up with a very good approach how to support Ukraine from the very beginning. By we, I mean, of course, the West, the European and the American partners and the international partners. And we haven't sticked to our plan. When it comes to the military aid, we haven't provided what we promised. We've created imaginative red lines in every phase of delivery, in every time when we actually decided, and right now we have the most recent example also with the long-range missiles that finally were approved, well, 2 years later. I mean, this is exactly the point. But also when it comes to international diplomacy, we are not the only players on the arena. Russia has been doing its homework as well, trying to convince partners in the Global South that it also has a peace plan, that it also has actually an idea about how to end this war. And now we are seeing that countries like China, Brazil, are also offering peace plans that are very much in line with most of the Russian interests. And the last point, sanctions, very important. Yes, indeed, Russia is the most sanctioned country in the world right now. We've really come up with very sustainable plan on sanctions, and even now we are continuing to launch sanctions. But again, if you take a look at the numbers, if you take a look at the statistics, you will see that we are also bypassing our own sanctions via Russia's proxies.
Yes. Maxim Tucker, you were just recently came back from Ukraine, and you are there very, very frequently. So you are the right person to ask as outsider when it comes to Ukraine, in a sense you're not Ukrainian. How is the mood changed in Ukraine? What is acceptable for Ukrainians themselves as the outcome of the war? How they are feeling?
So this is the kind of the million-dollar question, isn't it? What would Ukrainians actually accept in this situation? And I think that, to me, it seems the mood had quite drastically shifted after Donald Trump's election. The people in the presidential administration are very concerned, not just about the way that Donald Trump will impose his plan on them, but what happens in the interim. I mean, no one really believes that the peace is going to come in a day. So if there's extended negotiations and US deliveries, arms deliveries are not arriving, that's going to have really catastrophic effects for the Ukrainians on the battlefield. There is some optimism in the idea that if Trump is really going through with his plan and Putin kind of goes along with these ceasefire negotiations but doesn't actually follow through on them, Trump, given his temperament, might get frustrated and actually say, okay, we'll give all the support to Ukraine it needs, and it becomes a kind of staring match between Trump and Putin. But I think we also have to remember, Donald Trump has built his business empire on Russian money. There's a lot of Russian money and a lot of connections there. And the Ukrainians are also very aware of that. Their intelligence services have been looking at those connections for a long time, and the conclusions that they come to are not great.
And about the weapons all constantly being laid, I know that you were doing reportages from the front line, and you spoke with the soldiers. How do they feel that? Do they feel that as a sort of a betrayal? Maybe that's a strong word, but...
I think there's a really strong feeling of betrayal from the Ukrainian soldiers, because they felt that with the counteroffensive that they might have a chance of winning this if they were given the things that they needed. After Russia had been driven out of Kiev and Kharkiv and Kherson, there was a feeling that actually Ukraine can do this. Russia is disorganized, it's not ready for this war. And if the West had given everything that Ukraine needed, particularly air support at that time, then maybe they could have been more successful in their counteroffensive. And during that counteroffensive, they took very, very heavy casualties. I mean, obviously they would have done, they had no air support. I mean, it's very strange to me that American generals battle planned this offensive without giving Ukraine air support. So that in itself was a betrayal, and now the kind of continued drip of weapons is not nearly enough to sustain even a defensive action, let alone an offensive action. I've spoken to brigade commanders who say, we've got 2 tanks from 27 that we can use because we've only got 30 shells a day. Others who say, we can only wheel out our Bradleys now and again because that, you know, we don't have enough of them in store to repair if one gets hit. So these are, every kind of delay has a very serious consequence in terms of lives on the battlefield, and soldiers are feeling that more than anyone.
Yeah. We talk a lot about the fact that with the election of Donald Trump, things changed. I mean, this victory is also not something unexpected in a certain sense. But do you, Natalie, think that he is going to throw, and under what circumstances, both Ukraine and Europe and its security under a bus, so to say?
Well, I mean, I think he will try. But as I said, I think the real question has less to do with what Donald Trump will do. I think, to me, the real question marks have to do both, as I said, with how Russia will react, and then the next step after that is how the Europeans are going to react. And I think you can sort of paint two different scenarios here. So you have, in a sense, scenario one, in which Putin takes the bait. As I said, not necessarily because I think, as you were rightly saying, this will lead to a peace deal, but it could lead to some sort of temporary truce, let's say. So that's one scenario which I think then opens up a particular kind of dilemma for Europeans, because it's a dilemma whereby Europeans, you could say, well, militarily, they would at least have, if we assume that this is not the end of the war, right? Militarily, at least they would say, well, okay, fine, you know, it gives us a little bit of more time to, you know, ramp up those capacities, you know, to, you know, be involved and provide those security guarantees for Ukraine. The minute in which those security guarantees are perhaps even provided through some peacekeeping, you essentially become involved, in a sense, in the security of the country itself. So militarily, it has, in a sense, certain implications. Politically, though, it has a potentially far more divisive effect on Europe, because inevitably, in a situation in which Trump makes the offer, Putin pretends, there will be some countries in Europe that will, you know, particularly in North and Eastern Europe, that will say, this is just, you know, this is a scam, right? And so they will try and stand against. There are other countries, certainly my own, that will fold, yeah? The question mark is the way in which Berlin will react. You would have imagined that under the current government, which has now fallen, it would have also folded. Unclear what a next government, obviously, the position that they would take. So anyway, I think there's a question of political divide in Europe in that scenario in which Putin takes the bait. As opposed to another scenario in which Putin does not take the bait and therefore war continues, which in a sense, in a scenario in which Trump throws Ukraine under the bus, creates a far graver military problem for Europe, because obviously Putin does not take the bait, US is checking out, you know, sort of obviously this puts the entire onus onto Europeans, but politically it has a far more unifying effect, because the minute in which Putin says no, well, we can only stick together.
Yes, or there are some countries which say, well, he's not that big a threat.
No, I think that in a scenario in which, I think that scenario is there where there's the pretense of taking the agreement. I think in a scenario in which Russia says, no, we just simply want to continue, I think it would become very, very difficult for any European country, including those that would like to fold, to actually fold in that scenario.
Now, Mr. Charlie, you laid out a plan that you think is possible and that for sure, in a sense of fairness as well, cannot exclude, for instance, reparations and all sorts of things which would be quite favorable. But at the very beginning of this war, in March, when the negotiations were going on in Istanbul, you were there. So please tell us what went wrong in Istanbul. Why the war didn't end then?
Okay, but before I give some comments on Istanbul process, I want to stress very important things for us, for Ukrainians. It's possible to discuss different scenarios, but for us exist some very strategic principles. We are victims of aggression. It's a recognizable fact. It's the first. Second, from this point of view, for us, victory have a very clear meaning. In strategically, it's impossible to redefine victory for us, because this victory are very clearly defined by modern international law. What victory means for us strategically? That Russia aggressor stop aggression, restore international order, withdraw their troops on the border 91, pay reparation, punish criminals, and give guarantees that the war, new Russia aggression, will be not repeated in the future. It's for us strategical vision of victory. But from point of view of time, point of view of methods, which we use to reach this strategic victory, we can redefine victory perception. For example, after the occupation, illegal occupation of Crimea, we prefer to use only political, diplomatical means to reach victory. After the large-scale invasion, we change on the first stage during the Istanbul process. We also try to combine military means and diplomatic means. After the May 22, we use only military means. To my mind, now it's time to back to diplomacy. And President Zelensky a few times admitted officially that it's possible under some conditions to return back to diplomacy. But our crucial conditions is sustainable security guarantee mechanism. A country which gave up that stockpile, nuclear stockpile in world under Budapest Memorandum have a special privilege now after Budapest guarantees failed to demand reliable, effective and real security guarantees. The best security guarantees for Ukraine now, and this is idea supported by majority of Ukrainian population, it's even despite of ceasefire on the line of contact, to be member of NATO with application of Article 5 of NATO till the line of ceasefire. It's the best solution for us. In Istanbul, we negotiate the same. The crucial idea of Istanbul was to end hostilities, to restart peaceful negotiation, and Istanbul, it was possible, because in Istanbul, Russia did not illegally annex huge part of Ukrainian territory. So in Istanbul existed chance to finish this war with the peace agreement. Now, as I mentioned, no chance. But why Istanbul failed? I gave a few comments, short comments. Generally, Istanbul failed because in that moment, for key policymakers all over the world, continuation of the war was a less political price than ending of the war. It's general observation. But from point of view of facts, look, it's necessary to do differences between Istanbul Communique, which was concluded 29th of March in Istanbul, and a later text which Mr. Putin demonstrated on TV. It's a different document. In this later text, unfortunately, Russia Federation withdrew some most important provisions for Ukraine which were fixed in Istanbul Communique. It was two. The first one, we demanded security guarantees equal Article 5 of NATO. And Article 5 of Istanbul Communique, it was the same text, even legally stricter, as Article 5 of NATO. But Russia later, on level of Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Russia, demanded veto right, that if in future Ukraine will be object of military attack or special military operation, it will be necessary consensus among all guarantee states to help Ukraine. It will be like veto right in Security Council. For us, it was totally impossible.
So in the case Russia would attack Ukraine again, and then Russia would have to agree to help.
So for us, it was totally impossible. The second, the most strategic element was that Russia started negotiation with total ultimatum, immediately recognized independence of so-called Donetsk and Lugansk Republic and Russia sovereignty rights over Crimea. Finally, we persuade Russia to agree to disagree on territorial questions. We return back in Istanbul Communique provisions that next 15 years we planned to discuss future status of Crimea. Before it, it was very strong taboo. From Russia, they regret to discuss any status of Crimea because it was closed question. And Russia, and we use such legal tactics. We declare in Istanbul communique that future security guarantees equal Article 5 of NATO will not be applicable to the territory of Ukraine, which Ukraine not effectively control. This is Ordlo, so-called Ordlo, and Crimea. And we negotiate with returning back our territories only diplomatically. But Russia also changed, this is in project which Putin demonstrates to the date of this project, this is 15th of April 2022. So we, in March 14, put our, in brackets, ultimatum before Russia delegation. If they not change or not withdraw their amendments to Istanbul original text, we are withdrawing our future participation in negotiation. And Russia never formally give us answer that they withdraw. This is a new text which not corresponds to the Istanbul communique. It's the first. Second, to my mind, we have a chance. And now it's very difficult to return back to the whole text of Istanbul. But Putin many times appealed to Istanbul and even declared that he is ready to implement of Istanbul. To my mind, this is two elements in Istanbul. Security guarantees of Ukraine equal Article 5 of NATO, the best solution membership of NATO till the line of ceasefire. And second, that in any other agreement on ending hostilities or ending of war of Ukraine, Ukraine never agreed to transfer sovereignty right of Ukraine to Russia. So the most important things in future negotiation, this is agreement to be disagree on territorial status and to postpone this territorial status for future diplomatic negotiations, which maybe continue 20, 30 years. It's up to God who decide final fair decision on restoration of Ukrainian sovereignty of a border of 91.
Mr. Karova, so we hear that basically also some Western countries were not very willing in Istanbul to do these guarantees as an estimation. Then Putin came with a different plan that basically annulled all these guarantees with this weight of power. Do you think now they would be willing to give the security guarantees without which, indeed, Ukraine, there is no point in ceasefire?
Define whom do you mean by they?
West,
who are they?
Western Europe.
The collective West?
Yes.
The Americans, the European powers, NATO?
Okay, let me rephrase that. Who do you think would be willing to give the security guarantees?
Yeah, I think that this is more... Please, Ambassador.
Please answer. What you personally, what kind of security guarantees you personally propose to Ukraine?
No, if you have an addition to the answer, I will be delighted to hear your response. My problem here is that promising security guarantees is a necessary condition, but having the credibility of security guarantees, that means coming to the rescue, is actually the sufficient condition I'm missing. To me personally, just promising security guarantees, and we've already seen several such actually cases of coming from European countries that have signed agreements with Ukraine on bilateral security guarantees. This is important. This is the necessary condition. What I want to see happening is a collective step towards defining a will, not only to announce security guarantees, but to stick to them. That comes a little bit along with the promise, or let's say the announcement, and you remember what kind of reaction it unleashed by the French President Macron when he said, if necessary, NATO troops will be also sent to Ukraine. And of course, he meant that part of Ukraine that you also identified now as one territory that could actually join NATO in the future. That should be the territory if in any kind of context of negotiations and talks has to be protected by the West. I would expect that the full package means also military presence in preparation of NATO membership. Now, if you ask me about my realistic view on the matter, because one topic is normative thinking, what we wish to happen. But another thing is what we realistically expect to happen. And here I fear that once again, because of political constraints at home, for instance, think of elections in Germany, think of presidential election in France in 2027, election in Germany in February 2025, that key European powers might actually announce one thing, but again send a different message to the world, namely that they are not going to stick to such promises. In reality, what I see happening in longer time frame is practically a re-emergence of a kind of an Iron Curtain 2.0 along the eastern flank of NATO, including all of the territory of Ukraine that is legitimately and credibly part of Ukraine, and that has to be protected as such in case of further attacks by Russia, because let's be real about it. Any negotiations, any ceasefire talks, any freezing of the conflict proposals, all of this actually is favorable to Russian interests. That has been the modus operandi of Russia for a very, very long time. That's actually detrimental, in general, detrimental to Ukrainian and by extension, European Union interests.
Very short
just a second.
Because it's very important. You were speaking about credibility of security guarantees for Ukraine. After Budapest Memorandum, for us, only legally binding, ratified by parliaments of appropriate country, treaty with clear provision to Ukraine, boots on the ground and nuclear umbrella under Ukraine will be reliable and credible security guarantees. It's our position.
Yes.
Well, exactly. I wanted to say something connected precisely to this. I mean, I actually think that I agree with Velina in the sense that security guarantees just on paper, I must say, even if they're legally binding, I think are necessary but insufficient. I actually think that what we're talking about to make this credible is actually a situation in which the discussion over guarantees and over deterrence are actually one and the same thing, right? Because it is only the minute in which Europeans, I struggle, frankly speaking, to see the US moving this direction, but Europeans actually co-participate in a sense, yeah? I mean, are kind of embedded within, in a sense, Ukraine itself and Ukraine's security. Now, that is going to create an incentive to do something, right? And therefore will act as deterrents. So I think these two things really need to be taken together, whether we're looking in terms at it in terms of peacekeeping and boots on the ground, whether we're talking about it in terms of military capacity and the maintenance of those military capacities. Those are the real guarantees. Yeah, then the piece of paper obviously is important, but it's insufficient. I do, though, think that while I think this discussion is extremely important, and hopefully this is the world that we're headed into, we should at the same time be thinking about the opposite scenario. As I said, a scenario in which war continues, and what is it that we can and should be doing in that kind of scenario? They're not necessarily completely sort of separate discussions, because we still have to stick together and we still need to ramp up support militarily for Ukraine in a situation in which the US either abruptly or gradually, in a sense, checks out of European security. But I think that's as important as in a sense, more optimistic discussion in terms of what is it that we can do to secure a potential truce.
Yes, but all this is, we're talking about destinies of real people, millions, tens of millions of Ukrainians that went through, well, today is actually 1,000 days of war in Ukraine. So I wanted to ask you, Maxim, how did this war change them? And all these discussions in theory about security guarantees and stuff like that, how do Ukrainians, to your feeling and knowledge take it?
Well, it's important to understand that it's a total war, right? So an entire society at war, everyone is affected by it in one way or another. I mean, I've met people who 3 years ago, they were a student, they were a teacher, they were a musician, and now they're kind of special forces operators who go out on jet skis and raid Crimea and attack oil rigs. You know, it's an extraordinary transformation of these people that they will never be able to come back from. I mean, it's changed. There's going to be a dark side to Ukraine for years and years to come, for generations, I would have thought. And you've got a lot of people who are losing limbs. It's visible in the streets. So, and a lot of psychological trauma as well. But there has been, and I think this was key to Ukrainians persevering in the first few years of this war, is that, you know, there was a sense of unity, there was extreme bravery, and there was a sense of hope as well that kept them going. And now we start to see the unity fraying, because we don't really know what's going to happen. There's not a clear picture. Zelensky is thought to be becoming a little bit toxic. His mandate has expired, and the hope is slipping away. So those two ingredients, I mean, I think there'll still be astonishing bravery, but those two ingredients are really important to Ukraine, and I think we should be looking for ways in which we can bolster them. I mean, I think that the discussion about Article 5, I can see why Ukraine would want that, but if you think about the logical conclusion of it, that means the ceasefire violates and NATO goes to war with Russia. Now, are any NATO countries actually going to agree to that? And, you know, what is a ceasefire violation? Is it 5 shells over the border? Is it 100 shells over the border? You know, we watch ceasefire violations all the time from 2014 to 2018. So, you know, that would be actually quite a difficult decision to make. I think, you know, a more realistic solution for Ukraine, perhaps, is to have an air policing mission like we saw over Israel, where, you know, missiles are shot down instead of falling on Ukrainian cities in Western Ukraine. You have NATO troops in Western Ukraine training Ukrainian troops, which will save lives, as they did from 2014 onwards. It was a terrible mistake to withdraw them in 2022. And we really need to ratchet up the sanctions regime. I mean, we have quite a good raft of sanctions, but the way they're enforced is not good. And there are very, very few resources being put into that. You know, given the scale of the resources that we're talking about, the billions and billions that are of trade that are still going through, and the essential kind of items that still reach Russia that are essential to their war machine, there should be, in recognizing the global security implications, there should be very, very seriously resourced task forces that go after them, not just in the US, but across Europe. And Europe has really, really dropped the ball on that.
Yeah, but I mean, we have another side in this war, and that is the invader side. Russia's side. I mean, we saw all this alleged plan, possible plan, about, you know, some peacekeeping mission. I mean, I don't think Russia would ever agree to that. What would you say? And yeah,
this is my
question
point,
for all
exactly.
of you.
But look, to my mind, now exists strategically window of opportunity to end hostilities in nearest future. Why? Because for the first time, the strategic aims of United States, which will be formulated by President Trump, and Chinese are coincide. Because what the key aims of Trump proposals? To end the war through ceasefire on the line of contact. The same in joint China-Brazil plan. So if China and the United States will be at the same position, and EU, I 100% support this position, I am sure Russia have no chance. Then,
well, yeah, but this presupposes, I think, a key point, which I think is worth making explicit. That presupposes that in the same way as there would be a, let's call it, US arm twisting on Ukraine, there would be a Chinese arm twisting on Russia. So far, I haven't quite seen the signals in this direction.
But we have a strategic possibility, fantastic strategic possibility. And the Trump election created a new strategic context, which really gives us chance to end hostilities in Ukraine. It's my first. And second, today we mark 1,000 days of Ukrainian war. It's a sad and heroic date because 1,000 days Ukrainian army, Ukrainian nation resist country and resist global security and peace. And from this point of view, my key message, we won this war in May 22 because we survive as independent, sovereign state with our government and with our right to choose our way of development. The key challenge for us, and what we ask now the world, international community, to help us to end this war in just way, with sustainable ceasefire, like Korea case or Cyprus case.
Mr. Karova, I see that you have some disagreement on some issues.
No, not really disagreement, but we had already this conversation with the ambassador just 2 weeks ago at a very important event in Kiev. And I said, actually, and I will have to say it again, I hope you will not be triggered by that, that if that is the case, and I do agree with you that there is an overlapping interest by the United States under Trump 2.0 and the Chinese leadership now to at least you know, bring about some sort of ceasefire and some, let's say, preliminary end of hostilities, but then this would be put in a new geopolitical context. That is the context of the first proxy war, between United States and China, where China obviously, and by the way, I said that before the war broke out in 2020, and I was the first to say that Russia would have never launched a full-scale war on the 24th of February 2020 if it had not relied on the long-term comprehensive support by China. And at that time, there was a lack of understanding of the strategic dimension of the war. There was an understanding of the tactical, the operative, and the European context. But it wasn't really in the mindset of the European decision makers. And this means, of course, a significant change in global geopolitics. It means that the fate of Ukraine will be decided by a new systemic rivalry between the United States and China, where Russia obviously has sided with Beijing prior to taking also the decision on making such a move, which also brings me to the next point, and that is that betting on the one side here, but also trying to play the wild card in the new systemic rivalry, Russia is no longer the systemic player, but Russia is looking for a pole position, is trying to be some sort of the new wild card in a extremely problematic relationship between Trump and Xi Jinping, and is going to talk to both sides, which creates, of course, an amazing optics for the Russian President Putin, because we know for a fact that he likes to be photographed and seen with all these international leaders. He wants to show that he's not internationally isolated. And unfortunately, we have to recognize that right now, there is also a kind of overlapping of a geopolitical interest when it comes to Trump 2.0. That is that, you know, Trump does not want two fronts wars. He wants to focus on China. In a long term, he wants to finish all other wars. And if we still, it's still too early, if we see a new kind of leadership, new kind of team that is very much reluctant to actually continue the American support for Ukraine. And I mean, of course, not only military support, I mean financial, political support, diplomatic, and so on and so forth. Then we have to ask the inconvenient question in 2025. What is our European response to that reality? Because what is Europe's role in this newly emerging kind of Cold War 2.0 between the United States on the one hand and the dragon bear that is China, Russia on the other hand? And how is Ukraine turning not only into a collateral, geopolitical collateral in this, but how are we also being dragged into it by being irresponsive or by actually formulating very weak response right now to this reality?
What should be the response of this new reality?
I think that I clearly outlined right at the beginning of our conversation that we have come up with a really good approach right from the beginning. The three-dimensional approach. First, whatever it takes to Ukraine, we should start delivering. Simply sticking to our promises, what we've promised. Second point, I said, and it was already mentioned also by Maxime, sanctions policy. Stick to what you actually launch. when you bypass as a European member state your own sanctions by actually buying the Russian commodities on the global markets via Russian proxies and then placing the premium price on your own citizens, and then you have inflationary effects, you have political turbulences, and you have troubles with your economy. Probably you should be more honest with yourself as a political decision makers and say, okay, we have to refine this approach. The approach itself is working because we've seen for a fact that Russian economy has been struggling and is still struggling, but the Russian economy is also adapting to the new reality. And here is the next point, the politically inconvenient point of launching at least partially and at least closer to Ukrainian border, some sort of war economy in a sense of making sure that the production of shells and the production of weapon systems that we have promised is really becoming a reality. Third point, international diplomacy, the global arena. Why is it that the Global South, right now, there is a very important G20 summit in Brazil. The Ukrainian president is not invited. Russian president is not coming because of the ICC, decision. But what is our contribution to convincing the world that this is not just a war about territory or about sovereignty? This is the only extinction war in 2024. We are dealing with a reality since 2022 of an extinction war in the field of international relations. If Russia succeeds with this extinction war, there is going to be a Pandora box being opened by other geopolitical players using the means of war to create new geopolitical realities.
To the audience, if there is anybody with a question, to please ask your questions to Mr. Ambassador to Serbia, Volodymyr. Yeah, please. Sorry.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for this discussion. And second, I'm highly appreciate for my former colleague, Mr. Alexander. He mentioned today is 1,000 days. Today we mark 1,000 days of our bloody struggle, full-scale war. It's not conflict, it's war and aggression. So we lost every these days our defenders, our boys and our girls, our parents. We lost our children. More than 200 and half children died during this war. Only yesterday, 14 our citizens, civilian citizens died in Odessa and Sumy. So, first of all, I would be highly appreciate you for 1 minute of silence for all of our victims of this war, because today is 1,000 days of this war. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Героям слава. Second, I would like to ask you one question. We signed a lot of agreement. We signed agreement multilateral, I mean Budapest Memorandum, and we thought all this time we thought that we have a guarantees of our peace, sustainable life in our country. Second, we signed bilateral agreements. The agreement for friendship with Russian Federation when we recognize our territorial, and a lot of others. I don't want to use your time. Please give me some some concrete suggestion what we can sign more to be conserved from all these things, from Russian Federation, from all these propaganda attacks, from information. All of us laugh when we say that we are Nazi or neo-Nazi. It's unpredictable and unsustainable for us. But please tell us what kind of agreement can support us and defend our countries. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, personally,
Maxim, yes.
I don't think there's any point signing agreements with Russia. This is a country which has poisoned, using radioactive weapons, people on foreign soil and lied about it. It has assassinated political dissidents in European capitals and lied about it. It's had ceasefire agreements time and time again with Ukraine in the war, over the war in Donbass, and lied about them. At this point, how can you continue to trust a piece of paper that you signed with Russia? I mean, the argument, okay, will be that we trust what the US or the UK or Europe says, but the Budapest Memorandum is a great example of why you can't necessarily trust that, because a generation passes and those agreements are forgotten about. I think at this point we need to be matching words with action, and there are still a lot of things that I mentioned that even Europe can do. A European policing mission, air policing mission. It's possible, Polish jets, Romanian jets are in the air all the time because the missiles are coming close to European borders. Is it too much to say, let's shoot down some of these? Do we think that Putin would go to nuclear war because a Romanian jet shot down an unmanned Russian drone? I don't think so.
Yeah. There was another question from the audience that I saw. Please, a gentleman in the third row, I believe. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Massimo Moratti. I'm from Osservatorio Balcani Caucaso. And well, in the light of the title of this conference, Protecting Humanity, and if we think about a frozen conflict, a new frozen conflict, I mean, what can we do to really protect humanity? So, I mean, preventing the forcible Russification of the areas currently under Russian control, transfer of populations, and eventually return of refugees and those displaced. I mean, is there any discussion being made about these things at the negotiating tables, or what can we as an international community do? Thank you.
Is anyone here? Please.
Okay. To my mind, now, in defense of humanity, we need, as soon as possible, to end hostilities. And it's open possibility for discussion on all other questions. It will be not easy. And answer to the question of Ambassador, what another agreement we need to prevent Russia from the future aggression, possible future aggression against Ukraine. To my mind, now it's obvious. We need to be a member of NATO, or to conclude bilateral, legally binding security agreements with some NATO countries or with group of NATO countries, like United States concluded with South Korea or with Japan, or like Turkey concluded with Azerbaijan. So it will be answer. We need more weapons, more finance, more sanctions against Russia to establish sufficient deterrence mechanism for some period of time. And after this, I believe we repeat in future some kind of détente, and in future we manage to reestablish international order, European international order. But it's a long perspective, as to me.
Yes. There was also another question from the audience. Please, middle section, second row.
Hi, Stefan Milius, Voice of America. Yesterday we heard news that America, Britain, and France allowed Ukraine to use long-distance missiles to attack even maybe Russian territory. How much is that news important? What could be the consequences to European security, considering that Moscow stated earlier that that move will be considered as an escalation move, and that it will put NATO at EU in the war. However, how do you see next couple of days, weeks, or even months? Thank you.
Shall I?
Would you like to answer that?
You know, this logic that Western moves have been triggering escalation in the last 3 years has not really been proved empirically, right? I mean, obviously escalation has happened, and it has tended to be the consequence of a Russian move. Think now of the decision to deploy 11,000 odd North Korean troops in this war. Incidentally, this is, you know, how many decades have passed since East Asian troops were on European soil, right? So, I mean, this is really significant. And obviously, this wasn't a consequence of any decision that the West took. So, you know, I think we have been our own victims by essentially you know, sort of falling into this narrative of whatever we do ends up being as part of escalation. Now, I think welcome as it is, the decision that has been taken, I just wanted to say 2 things. Firstly, just the tragic irony of this. I mean, frankly speaking, the fact that this is only happening now, when, you know, if it's happening now, then presumably we weren't so scared about the escalatory, you know, sort of impact that this would have had. So, you know, I think the kind of ethical sort of dimension to this really makes me feel extremely, extremely uneasy. And secondly, you know, hopefully it will be, and it will have some effect, especially if the US decision is followed by France and the UK, and the big question then is obviously back to Taurus and Germany. But probably it's going to be far less effective than what it would have been had it been taken 6 months, a year or so ago.
Yeah, please.
Thank you for your question. I think it's a very natural question, but especially after last week, the most heavy Russian rocket and drones attacks against Ukrainian civilian population, Ukrainian energy infrastructure, and Putin did it after call conversation with Scholz. In this situation, this decision very natural, because the only one way to press on Russia to start any negotiation, just negotiation on sustainable ceasefire, it's press on Russia from position of strength. So we need it now. We have no choice. And to my mind, people here in Belgrade very clear understand Ukrainian people in Kyiv and other cities, because your expertise, your experience, your historical experience, your memories are very close what now Ukrainian people feelings when they are object of everyday direct rockets and drone attacks against civilians' purposes.
Okay, our time actually expired, but yes, we are in red zone. If you would be very quick about it and we get a very quick answer. Can we do it? Yes, we can do it. Please.
Okay, so my name is Angel Petrov. I work for a Bulgarian news outlet called Dnevnik. We've heard 2 visions during this 1-hour panel. One is about Ukraine not going through its last war. Okay, the hot phase will turn cold, maybe with the prospect of one day again turning hot. The other one of Ukraine getting NATO security guarantees, regardless of how you form it, not beyond ceasefire line, etc. Do you think these visions can mutually coexist? Isn't it either or? Because if it's not either or, you have to sell to the European public that we are going to war with Russia one day. And this will be a tough sell, I think.
Would you like that? Yeah.
I would like to, I have a very short answer. First and foremost, let me clarify, there is no signal towards direct NATO-Russia war. Okay, that is very important on both sides. There are no signals towards preparation, because we saw what preparation means 2 times in 2021 in April, and then later in November, December. There are no preparations whatsoever. There is a lot of rhetoric which of course is also important when you are in a state of war to keep your domestic audience kind of alerted. But neither NATO nor Russia want, and NATO, I mean NATO members, want any direct confrontation or are preparing for such. That is very important. Second important point, so far, there hasn't been a single case of NATO member attacking militarily Russia in the history of this relationship, nor was any single case of Russia militarily attacking NATO member in the history of the relationship. I think a lot is a political rhetoric, but let's look at the realities on the ground. In fact, I would even go further. I would even go further by claiming that Ukraine has been militarily attacked because it wasn't NATO member. Right. Had Ukraine been NATO member, it would have not been actually attacked by Russia. But okay, this is of course meant for another discussion. Fourth important point, of course, Putin also has to appeal to his audience. And of course, he will present this now as a nuclear brinkmanship, as a direct confrontation whatsoever between NATO states and Russia. But what's happening in reality, and this is what I was alluding to, Iron Curtain 2.0, Cold War 2.0, these are hard geopolitical realities we still, I would argue here in Europe, we still do not want to face. Our public is not prepared for, because it's very hard for the political decision makers. Now we are seeing already beginning of preparations. Think of Sweden, for instance. They've just launched actually a manual how to prepare their own population for war. And then, of course, final point. European audience, because the European Union has been and is rightfully a peace project, has dealt with the, with the eternal peace, and is not prepared also in terms of mindset that war does not mean only being waged by military means. The war that's being waged against the Europeans by Russia is practically by non-military means. It's a non-conventional war, and this is the final point I want to make for the sake of intellectual, engagement.
Yes, and on that point, we are going to end this panel, being already 5 minutes in red zone. Thank you very much. Thank you all, and thank you for listening.
So thank you for all the panelists and, of course, the moderator for this insightful conversation about the shifting goals and not so shifting goals, as we have heard. Before we proceed with our next panel, we're going to have a short coffee break, so please be here in 20 minutes. Thank you.
No. Or maybe, you know, can we get someone to call me a taxi in the meantime? Because if I then have to call a taxi, I'm going to be in trouble. I have to be. So I have to be at the residence of the Italian ambassador. Hang on a second. It is. I checked this up at 12:40. At 12:45. That was the thing here.
So 12:45.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I could be a few minutes late. Can I pay? Do you know whether I can? Can I pay with a card? Do you think with a taxi?
Yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Nikola Burazer, and you're watching. Yes, you should be able to. I'm sorry. It's always these technicalities which make it much harder. In a perfect world, we can just have a conversation and then let others just magically resolve everything. Good afternoon. My name is Nikola Burazer, and you are watching Screening by European Western Balkans here at the Belgrade Security Conference 2024 coffee break. Our guest here is Natalie Tocci, the director of the Institute for International Affairs. Mrs. Tocci, thank you very much for accepting our invitation.
Great being with you.
My first question will be quite a general one. What can we expect from the transatlantic relationship after Donald Trump's assumed office of the US president early next year? Will we see more of a cooperation or competition between the two?
Well, very difficult to see cooperation. It is very clear that President-elect Trump has no particular sympathy for Europe, and in particular for the European Union. In particular, there are two key elements that really bug Trump. One has to do, of course, with trade, and in particular, 160-odd annual trade surplus that the EU has vis-à-vis the United States, and the second obviously being defense. And of course, in his world view, Europeans are not paying up for their own security, which essentially translates into Europeans have to and should be buying many more American weapons. Now, you can imagine that now moving forward, there is going to be an attempt by Europeans, both on that trade and on the security front, to essentially try and woo President Trump to prevent, in a sense, a hard break between the United States and Europe. And perhaps, on some elements, there may even be some success. But I think we should make no mistake. I mean, it is very clear that the next 4 years are probably going to be fairly tense as far as the transatlantic relationship is concerned, and are probably going to bring back debates on strategic autonomy in Europe, which had been essentially sidelined over the last 4 years, in my particular view, as a mistake, given that it was very clear what the structural trend in the United States was. But anyhow, I think that we will see those debates coming back to Europe. Whether or not they are then effective in actually delivering beyond the blah, blah, blah is, of course, a different question.
And how do you expect these changing geopolitical circumstances will affect European enlargement, primarily here in the Western Balkans? Do you believe that it will remain high on the agenda as it currently seems to be?
Yes, I think that the answer to that is unequivocally yes. I think, of course, on the one hand, it was Russia's large-scale invasion of Ukraine that brought enlargement back on the agenda. We then went through a phase of, which in a sense we're still in, of that initial momentum and enthusiasm somewhat dampening. I think, though, at the same time, on the one hand, you could say, well, actually, some real deliverables have actually happened as far as especially the Western Balkans are concerned. I'm thinking about the growth plan. I'm thinking about Bosnia, the recognition of Bosnia's candidacy. I'm thinking about the opening of accession negotiations with Albania. And with North Macedonia, some concrete deliverables have actually happened. And I think that partly the lull that we're seeing now is to a large extent also the consequence of the fact that, of course, the new commission has not actually begun yet. I mean, the new political institutional cycle has not quite begun. I think that coming back to the Trump point, if we are in this ballgame in which Europeans have to look more after themselves, this obviously has a specific meaning as far as defense is concerned, but I think it has a broader meaning, which includes, political and security considerations where enlargement fits right in. So I would be extremely surprised if enlargement does not remain actually one of the key priorities over the next 5 years. And who knows, perhaps in the next 5 years, we may even see the entry of new member states in the European Union.
But that said, countries in the Western Balkans seem to be very far from EU membership. They're very far from criteria, and the EU keeps insisting on the fundamentals as the main criteria for membership. How is this reconciled with the fact that the enlargement is primarily driven now by geopolitical, circumstances? So can fundamentals remain as the most important element on the agenda if the geopolitical concerns are a primary reason for enlargement?
Well, look, I would turn the question upside down. Can fundamentals actually be respected if there is no geopolitical imperative to enlarge? And if you look at the history in the region over the last years, where that geopolitical imperative had been kind of lost, lost in translation, we had lost the sense of why enlarging was strategically important. It doesn't seem to me that the last 10 years have seen incredible reforms in the region. So I think the question is, of course, and I don't wish to dismiss the fact that there is a tension between these two things, but I think the question that we should be asking ourselves is how do we leverage that strategic momentum to actually ensure that there is a doubling down on the reforms, given that the train is leaving the station now, and so now is the moment to jump on it.
Serbian President Vučić recently said that just as the European Union has decided to take in Bulgaria and Romania when they weren't ready for membership back in 2007, that the EU should make a similar strategic decision to have the countries inside the EU even when they're not ready currently. Do you believe that we could see something like this happening, that the EU would willingly, let's say, make an exception, get the countries in before they're actually fulfilling all the criteria?
Okay, so a couple of remarks. I mean, I think firstly, it is correct to say that given that there was a perceived strategic imperative of the Eastern enlargement, you know, some eyes were closed, in a sense, to certain realities in the back then candidate countries. I think, you know, sort of, if one is to be honest intellectually, I think that is absolutely correct. I think, though, at the same time, there is a learning process going on. And especially given what has happened in several countries, I'm obviously here thinking first and foremost about Hungary, there is also greater resistance in the EU to make moves, in a sense, ahead of time. But I think rather than this translating in postponing enlargement, I think that it's translating, and it should translate, into how do we actually inherit and import policies of political conditionality, not just when you're outside the European Union, but also when you're inside the European Union. And therefore, I would look very favorably upon the idea of, for instance, mainstreaming political conditionality in all EU financial instruments concerning, especially I'm thinking about, you know, cohesion funds, structural funds. I mean, I'm thinking about, you know, the bulk of EU money to member states. Creating forms of that political conditionality can mitigate the risks of, you know, countries, whether they're candidates or actual members, eventually, in a sense, going down a Hungarian route.
The European Commission seems to be encouraging enlargement to the region. We recently had President Ursula von der Leyen coming to the region and, well, praising practically all governments in the region for their reforms, especially the Serbian government in the areas of rule of law and democracy, which was not really received very well by many here in Serbia and the Western Balkans, because her statements were not only different from different reports about democracy and human rights and rule of law in the region and Serbia, but also the Commission's own reports. How do you see what this kind of communication, this kind of encouragement, what does it actually do? Like, what's the explanation? Why is the Commission President having this kind of approach, and what can be the result?
So, you know, I think the broader question underlying it really has to do with the role of the Commission. So, you know, going back to this discussion that we were having about, you know, the geopolitical versus the reform, in a sense, the transformational logic of enlargement. And if we accept the fact that these two things are important, both of them, and we need to try and figure out how they can actually be mutually reinforcing, I also think that it's important that different players, in a sense, should be playing these different roles. I personally think that in retrospect, it has been a big mistake for the Commission to go down a political or politicized route. This, by the way, doesn't begin with the von der Leyen Commission. It goes back to the Juncker Commission. And back then, there was an argument about, you know, why it was important to become a political commission. And back then, I must say that I was even in favor. I think in retrospect, the way in which this has hollowed out, that politicization of the Commission, the way in which it has hollowed out its technical, in a sense, characteristics upon which its legitimacy and credibility lied, I think, has been a mistake. So what I'm trying to say here is that I would be kind of more or less fine if you had a, you know, prime minister for a European country maybe making exactly the same statements here in Belgrade, for instance. I have more of a problem with an institution like the Commission wearing that political or politicized hat.
Speaking of the member states, one of the reasons why enlargement is facing several problems is also decision-making in the EU, which makes it harder for countries to actually move forward, having in mind the opportunity for bilateral disputes to emerge. We know about the story of North Macedonia, Greece, and now Bulgaria. how do you see the chances of the EU actually reforming internally to facilitate decision-making when it comes to enlargement, which would definitely be, I would say, a step forward? Like, is there political will for that among the EU member states currently?
So I think firstly...
Sorry, we saw that last year's German-French proposal for reforming the EU. So what are the chances of us seeing this?
So yeah, I think the question is, you know, it is a question of a first move and then gaining a critical mass. I mean, firstly, I think it's important to highlight that the problem that you're pointing to is probably the biggest poison in the accession process, i.e. the bilateralization and politicization of the accession process. How to remedy it? Of course, you know, to an extent, you could say, well, it's impossible. You know, member states will always have veto power on the actual entry of a new member state. So that final, in a sense, veto point will always remain there because we're talking about the change of a treaty. However, obviously, in the interim steps, i.e. the opening and closing of chapters, that doesn't necessarily need to be the case. So it doesn't actually require some sort of change in the law, yeah, which would suggest it's kind of easier than, you know, what often we assume. But often, you know, often the problem in Europe is that, you know, there is something that can be done, and yet it isn't done. And you're like, why isn't it done? Well, it just requires a first mover. In this particular case, there was the beginning of a first move, but it needs to kind of garner a critical mass. I think that actually countries in the Western Balkans should be appealing to their friends, right? I mean, there is a group of the friends of the Western Balkans. I mean, surely these are countries that would want to support that kind of position, right? So, you know, how do you gain that critical mass? And at that point, indeed, it becomes something that was not only legally possible, but also politically feasible.
Well, thank you very much for your time, and thank you for watching us. We're moving now forward with the Belgrade Security Conference 2024.
Thank you.
Welcome back from the short break. We will proceed with the video address. Ms. Alma Zadic, Federal Minister of Justice of the Republic of Austria, will join the participants of this year's Belgrade Security Conference via pre-recorded video address.
Dear Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is a privilege to address you at the 2024 Belgrade Security Conference at this pivotal time. This year's agenda, themed in defense of humanity, highlights the fact that we indeed find ourselves at a crossroad as we face unprecedented global challenges affecting our democracies, security, and the multilateral order established after the World War II. It is the rule of law that is at the heart of our response to these challenges. This critical principle is the foundation of the European project and a cornerstone of our liberal society. This is why the commitment to democratic governance and the rule of law stands at the core of the EU accession process. And as an Austrian Minister of Justice, I can confidently affirm that strengthening and upholding the rule of law is a continuous challenge that demands persistent and proactive commitment. This is why the European Union supports these fundamental reform efforts, not only by guidance, but also with financial instruments and tools. In addition to the economic and investment plan, the €6 billion reform and growth facility for the Western Balkans is a chance that should be taken to accelerate necessary reforms. While I have to say all countries of the Western Balkans have achieved progress, much work still remains. The European Commission's recent reports underscore the need for further judicial reforms, especially to depoliticize and professionalize public administration across the region. And corruption continues to challenge this process. Corruption is a cancer for societal development that erodes public trust and drives young people away from their countries in search for better opportunities. Addressing corruption must therefore be an unwavering priority of every public administration. Distinguished participants, at its core, democracy is government by the people. For democracy to thrive, citizens must not only possess the power to govern, but also participate in democratic processes. This is why in any democracy, civil society is a powerful force for innovation. For the Western Balkans, the role of civil society in promoting transparency, fostering debate, and encouraging civic participation is crucial. The European Union's approach must therefore emphasize civil society as a key partner. This partnership integrates the voices of the young generation, many of whom will ultimately shape the future of the region. These voices are calling for a future free from corruption, where their talents and aspirations can truly thrive. Austria has been a dedicated advocate for the Western Balkans. We have stood up for a clear and equitable accession process, ensuring that the standards set for the candidates are matched by transparency and accountability on the EU side as well. And to conclude, let me emphasize that for all Western Balkan countries, the prospect of the EU membership is within reach. Ultimately, the success of the Western Balkans in joining the European Union will be a testament to the resilience and the strength of these nations and their people. Austria is and will remain a friend along this way. Thank you.
Following the message of the Federal Minister of Justice of the Republic of Austria, Alma Zadic, we continue the conference with a panel titled "The Judiciary as the Guardian of Fundamental Values, Keeping the Rule of Law at the Center of the EU Accession Policy." Our distinguished panelists include Angelika Nussberger, Vice President of the Constitutional Court of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Christoph Grabenwarta, President of the Austrian Constitutional Court, Claire Bazzi-Mallory, President of the Venice Commission, Mirjana Lazarova-Trajkovska, Judge at the Supreme Court of the Republic of North Macedonia. The discussion will be moderated by Hans-Dietmar Schweizgut, Secretary General of the Austro-French Center for Reapproachment in Europe.
Parallel to this panel, we have the other one just across, Forgotten Humanity, Ongoing Conflicts and the Challenge of Multiple Crises, with the participants of Thomas Meyer-Harting, former EEAS Managing Director, former Ambassador of the EU and Austria to the UN in New York, Udo Jude Ilo, Senior Fellow, Center for Civilians in Conflict and founding partner, Thoughts and Mace Advisory, Yoko Hirose, Professor, Faculty of Policy Management, Keio University, with moderating of Marta Martinelli, non-resident scholar at Carnegie Europe.
Enjoy the panel.
Good afternoon and welcome to our panel. We have already in previous sessions, starting with the opening panel yesterday, heard about enlargement and the accession process in the context of the new geopolitical reality in Europe, especially after the war of aggression of Russia in Ukraine. The enlargement process, not only with the perspective of membership for the Ukraine and Moldova, but also with the feeling that renewed impetus for the Western Balkans is something which would contribute to the peace, security, and stability in Europe, was something which was mentioned also in a different context this morning. We are looking at something which is not related to the geopolitical change in Europe, but it's something which has been, if I may say so, an immovable part of the accession process since the beginning more than 20 years ago. And this is, of course, that stability, security, prosperity in Europe has always been defined in the larger context also of democracy, protection of human rights, rule of law, minorities, functioning institutions, and so forth. They are well summarized in two chapters of the accession process, chapters 23 and 24, which remain center stage, even if the feeling is that the accession process has been going on now for a very long time. Some feel already for too long, and have to a certain extent also led to a feeling of enlargement fatigue, both in the European Union, but also in the future member states. Before we go to some of the specific questions related to the role of the judiciary, constitutional courts, etc., maybe I would ask one or two panelists, how do you see, more than 20 years after the opening of the accession process, not the opening of negotiations, of course, progress in the area of the judiciary, the rule of law, human rights, if you want, as a new starting point for this new dynamism. Madame Bazzi-Mallory, would you have a comment on that?
Thank you. First, I have to say something here, because we're talking about EU. We're talking about human rights, we're talking about the judiciary, we're talking about democracy. But I must say that for the Venice Commission, we stand for the Council of Europe. Nobody would talk here about the Council of Europe, but in fact, the Council of Europe is very an old European institutions which stands for democracy, human rights, and rule of law. And since the end of the Second World War. And it had another beginning, if I can say that, in 1990, something which sounds clear in some of the ears inside this hall. And then was created the Venice Commission. And Venice Commission doesn't work for architecture or art or whatever it is, but Venice Commission has been created to answer to those countries which were joining the Council of Europe. That means they're signing the Convention for the Protection of Human Rights in Europe. And the mission, the mandate that was given to the Venice Commission was to answer to the countries which wanted to go, to go away from their authoritarian past and join the democratic world. And since that time, the countries which make the Venice Commission at the moment, we are 46 members. We were 47, 46 members. And the Venice Commission is composed, I just say that, of one member for one country. We're all designated by our countries, but we are completely independent. Our mandate is very clear. And we sit all together just to agree on what we call opinions. And it's very important to understand that our opinions, we are not a court. But I must say that we work inside the Council of Europe, but being inside of the Council of Europe doesn't mean that we are under the hierarchy of the Council of Europe. We are an autonomous body. And at the moment, we are more than 46 members in the Venice Commission, 61 members coming from abroad from Europe, coming from Latin America, from Middle East, and we have some observers like the United States, but we have also Japan, for instance. So we have a broad view on what could mean for the countries which are requesting opinions from the Venice Commission. We have a broad view on what works, what really answer to our three pillars: democracy, rule of law, and human rights. And that's very important to understand that. And we have a lot of experience, in fact, because since 1990, we, shall I say, accompanied many, many countries. I can say perhaps all of the countries which are on this part of Europe, just to limit our work on that part. And we have a lot of experience. We think that we can bring something, a real support, and if there is something like which could resemble between the EU and the Venice Commission, it's just because the EU found in the Venice Commission an expert body who, well, could be criticized, of course, but in fact, really very profoundly, it is not criticized so much, and that can help the European Commission and the European Parliament, but also all the countries to understand what is at stake when they are trying to join all the principles and values, which are the same, in fact, between European Union and the Council of Europe. But the Council of Europe has only one tool, which is the European Court of Human Rights. it has otherwise sort of, you know, the only tool is about what is said in the medias and things like that. But that's the way it works. But that's also why, because of our methods of work, we can follow all the countries which want to request opinions, sometimes opinions requested by the Council of Europe, but we think really that we can support very effectively all the countries. And, well, perhaps the main thing is to say that we are looking for many, and we have many requests coming from the countries themselves, not only from the Council of Europe.
Thank you very much, and I think this is very important to see that the Council of Europe, and especially the Venice Commission, whose official title I found out is the Euro Commission for Democracy Through Law, which I think sums it up very nicely. Yeah? My next question would be a bit, if we look at the opinions, and I think if we look at everything which was done over the last 20 years or even more, where do we stand in terms of implementation? And I would like maybe to ask the question to Madam Tarkowska, because the idea was always that real progress is also linked a bit to the incentive of becoming members of the European Union. Now, if that perspective recedes or becomes more remote, we have seen, as the Commission in its annual reports also noted, that it also tends to mean that there is a bit of a slippage in terms of implementation with regard to the judiciary, with regard to specific legislation and its implementation, with regard to politicization of the system. You are a judge at the Supreme Court in North Macedonia. How would you see that, both for your country, but also more generally for the region?
Well, for the region and for my country as well, I can say that there were steps ahead and steps backwards. Now, looking into the new report of the European Commission, the evaluation is that there are slight or minor improvements in the reforming of the judiciary, and it's not only on one country, it goes for most of the countries in the region. This does reflect the necessity for a quick start of assessment negotiations, because it is exclusively important to intensify dialogue between national courts and European institutions. We can say that in past more than 30 years, we are in a process of reforming judiciary, not only regular judiciary, but also constitutional courts. But does this mean effective judiciary? Judiciary which is ready to protect citizens in a way that it should be, or most of the reforms are done in a form of changing legislation, which is not always implemented, or it's not always well implemented. And that's why we have, of course, Venice Commission as a counterpartner when the legislation is drafted, but when the processes of implementation of legislation are somehow becoming slow or not at all functional, then we are receiving grades like slight or minor changes into the judiciary. So the process of going ahead with the reforms is quite complex, and it requires a broader judicial culture than just writing legislation and declaring that we have strategies for judicial reforms.
Mm-hmm. On that last point, Mr. Grabenwater, you have been for many years very active in also fostering relations between the Constitutional Court in Austria and also organizations throughout the region. And you have always also insisted on the fact that strong institutions, a strong judiciary is a precondition for sustainability and a lasting change in this constitutional culture. What was your experience over the last year when you also had contacts with your colleagues throughout the region, and how do you see the possibility of supporting this reform process through exchange of experience and bilateral contacts?
Yes, thank you. You are mentioning an important point, and Mirjana has just referred to constitutional culture. And if we talk about development of constitutional culture, we have to keep in mind a saying which is, Rome hasn't been built in one day. And this is basically the issue we are talking about. You cannot, you can draft a constitution within a few weeks. We have examples for this. But you cannot develop constitutional culture within a few months. This is something which has to grow in the minds of politicians, grow in the minds of lawyers, in the minds of judges. And that's where we stand now. We sometimes expect younger states to develop very fast, and we sometimes forget that in other parts of Europe, it took us also decades to achieve what we have now. I don't want to say we should wait another 30 years. This is not my point. The point is that we stick to the point that we assist each other in learning from each other, and to be, and this is something which is very important to me, not to think that we know better because we have a little bit more of tradition, but that we learn from each other, that we assist each other, and that we understand each other. Because each country has its own issues and problems, and in particular the Venice Commission is built up, has a variety of legal traditions, and a group of rapporteurs which goes to a country for a country visit, maybe an Icelandic member, a member of Spain, someone from Poland, someone from Rome, someone from Germany. And there you have various traditions. Perhaps one point adding to what you said, the constitutional courts are constantly interacting with each other. Perhaps we can come to specific issues later on, but the important thing is we are doing this not only because of accession proceedings. The Council of Europe, in its statute, has a similar obligation to democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. So what we are working on constantly is to improve the quality of the rule of law, of the judiciary, even beyond minimum requirements that may be in an accession proceedings. And we do not know where the journey goes, but we are convinced that we have to improve the judiciary in all member states and to take measures against backsliding, which is an issue which has came up very strongly during the last 10 years.
Musper, you are a very special case because you're an international judge and vice president at the Constitutional Court of Bosnia and Herzegovina. It would be interesting to hear a bit your experience, because the court there, of course, is also plagued with the fact that I think there are no Serbian or no judges from the Republika Srpska at the moment serving. How does the court deal with this situation, and how do you see this unique system of having international judges, and is that accepted? How does it work?
Yes, it's Bosnia-Herzegovina is a very special case. We all know why there are international judges at this court, because it was necessary in the day, seen as a necessity after the civil war and after the period, the very difficult period of the country, to rebuild the country and to rebuild a constitutional culture for them. At that time, it was seen as necessary to have a composition of the Constitutional Court that is different from the compositions of constitutional courts in other countries. And we do have 3 international judges to bring some outside perspective into the inside perspective of the domestic judges. This is a system that is not loved by the people in the country, so there is always this idea of changing, which is good, but it has to be changed in a consensus. So they have to find a way how to reform the system in a consensus, and as long as there is no consensus on the reform, the international judges are essential, because otherwise the whole system would fall apart. As you rightly mentioned, there are no more judges from Republika Srpska. The last judge has left, so in 2024 we are without our 2 colleagues from Republika Srpska, and the most important is to hold the court together in a situation of political turmoil. And as Christoph Grabenwarte has said, legal reforms are slow and a constitutional culture is built up over many decades, but it must not go in the opposite direction. So it is one step after the other to go in a good direction. And if it goes in the opposite direction as a disruption of the state, then it's very dangerous. We can have patience, but it must not go in the wrong direction. And that's actually what we see right now in Bosnia and Herzegovina. We were very grateful to the Venice Commission to adopt an opinion on how to overcome the crisis in the court. The court has, in a sort of self-defense, adopted provisions that judges can sit longer until they are replaced by new judges, because otherwise there would be no more quorum. So the court is in a difficult situation, and for the time being, I think the international judges are necessary, but only for the time being. It's not a permanent solution.
Madame Plessis-Mallory, you explained in your opening statement more or less the role of the Venice Commission, the instrument of opinions, which are of course not limited to the countries in the region, but go way beyond. You also mentioned that the Venice Commission has not the means and the mandate, of course, to enforce the opinions. But how do you basically support the follow-up? Does it happen sometimes that opinions are ignored simply, or only very partially implemented, or is there an instrument basically to put your finger on certain points in your opinion, saying, but we mentioned this and that in our opinion, and the country we addressed it to has not really followed up on?
That was sometimes a critic that was given to the Venice Commission, because we come, we write an opinion, we issue it publicly and things like that, and then what's going on after? Well, first, there's two things I want to say. First, when we issue an opinion, we have about, at the moment, we have about 40, sometimes to 50 opinions a year. So that means quite a huge work from a very small secretariat in Strasbourg, and we make a follow-up of what happens after the opinion was issued. But it's a very short follow-up. Well, we talk about laws. We talk about regulations. We're not talking in Venice Commission about public policies. We're talking about laws which are submitted to the Venice Commission from the country or for the Council of Europe to give an opinion on the law. So what happens is, well, it could happen nothing at all, but it could happen also that changes are made in the law itself, or something happens which can make the things going, well, you know, in another, in the right path or in another one. So we are informed of that. And of course, we say that, and it's published in our report anyhow. But we have also nowadays follow-up opinions. That means that from the Venice Commission itself, or from the Parliamentary Assembly of the Committee of Ministers in the Council of Europe, or coming from the country, we've been asked to to issue an opinion on something which is different from the first one, and giving an opinion on the new legal mechanism which was put on the table. So that's one. Secondly, we have a lot of audience coming from the NGOs generally, from the civil society, from the medias, because all our works are public. And when we go to in a mission, we meet not only authorities, and it's an obligation. We meet public, we meet associations, we meet civil society, we meet whoever wants to talk to us. We meet media, someone. So everybody is waiting something from the Venice Commission. And so, you know, it's not only a bilateral dialogue between experts and the authorities. All the stakeholders are driven into the mechanisms, and this is very, very important for the Venice Commission. We don't work anyhow. And if we cannot meet people, we'll say it, and it will be said in the opinion. What I have to say as well, it's just going on about what said Christophe at the moment. It's very important to understand that whatever could be said about the obligations about redrafting laws and things like that, it takes time. And what we saw is that, you know, once there is this huge stake that becoming a member of the EU, generally authorities try to go the quicker they can go. But it's not the good way, because in fact, as we said, it's not only about drafting a law, it's just first drafting a law which has some sort of meaning. That means it has to be the work of inclusive work. What was the impact assessment of the law? What was the preparatory work for this law? And second, it won't work, you know, it's not a magic stick. And it's not because you just kick the box of the rule of law criteria that it will work. Because everything, especially about the judiciary, but not only about the judiciary, takes time, because we have to take on board traditions, culture, the way people work. That the effectiveness, which is at the end of the process. We can say that about accession, about countries that are in an accession process, but I can say that for every country. Well, in my country, it's exactly the same thing. It takes time, and you have to be aware that, especially when you're talking about huge reforms, well, the process has to be managed. The authorities have to assess the risks they are taking when renewing something very fundamental as the judiciary. And you have to monitor the process. Don't you know, imagine that it will take 6 months. It won't be that way. That's the second lesson about the follow-up. And the follow-up is very difficult because of that. It takes time. And that's why sometimes we see, when I see the list of the opinions of the Venice Commission, I mean, well, we have already said that 10 years ago, yes. But we'll meet some situation which would be quite different. And generally, may I say that we think that things are not so better that we can hope for, but generally they're on the better way.
That if I may, a follow-up question, that sounds very convincing, and obviously we realize that building systems and a constitutional culture takes time, but what can we do at the same time to avoid the impression that the argument it takes time also means that the enlargement process is stretched out indefinitely, because there can also be the argument of moving a bit the goalposts. You know, we have different steps, and clearly it's immensely important that, and we have seen that from experience in the past, that we do not compromise on issues like those. But how can we avoid the impression a bit that the argument, it takes time, is seen a bit as an excuse of stretching out the whole process?
Well, just a few words about that. I mean, yes, but I will answer something quite different. I say the Venice Commission is very patient, and in fact, what we saw, even when we see that it takes time and we see that the process are long, probably it gives also time to the countries and to the authorities and to the democratic system being in force. And in fact, as far as the Venice Commission itself is concerned, we learned a lot. And what we saw is that when democracy is in progress, we saw also the resistance. We saw, and we are able now, not really have to have answers for everything. But what we saw, the stop and go is real, but we see also how the systems are in a capacity to use the legal terms of democracy, rule of law, just to play against democracy and rule of law. And I mean, probably you think that it's, yes, it could be lengthy, but we prefer the process to be lengthy than to be going backwards and backsliding. And you know, this, yes, I'm sure we cannot give answers on the point, yes, it's black and white and you're on the right way. Probably you're in the right way, but we have, and that's probably the main strength of the Venice Commission. It's not to give answers, yes, no, and quick answers, but to analyze what's going on. And this is the real importance. I'm sorry, I don't really answer to your question, but I mean, you know, that's the real strength of an expert body at the Venice Commission. Other the institutions, they will make their own way and they will make their own choices.
Madam Trajkovska, I think your country, North Macedonia, had a different experience because of politics coming in from different sides, which have, of course, meant that objective progress on the path to implementing measures, rule of law, judiciary, etc., have all been a bit subsumed for quite a long time, first by the dispute with Greece on the name, and then at the time when you thought that finally the hurdles would be resolved, another issue came up with another neighboring countries, and how does this impact basically on the reform movement, on judiciary and rule of law? Does it mean that this goes ahead independently, and once the political hurdles are removed, then basically you are already that much further advanced, or does it have a negative impact on the reform process as such?
Yes. Well, I think that we don't have much time, because we are in a process of reform since the independence, and your question about successful reforms and how to achieve successful judicial reforms is probably one of the most important and one of the, I will say, key elements for starting accession negotiations. And for that, we need independent judiciary. How to keep successful reforms when interference of different internal and external forces are influencing the structure of the judiciary, but also the success of the reforms. Let me give you one example. One of the surveys of the OSCE within judiciary last year is summing up that the judges are perceiving the stronger pressure that comes not from politics, but from the members of the Judicial Council, then from presidents of the courts, from business elite, and then from politics. And another sign which is pointing on this direction is also the statement of the previous president of the Judicial Council when she was resigning from her presidential position. She came with a clear statement that during her mandate, she was under strong pressure of judicial business elite. So we see that it's not only politicians and politics that are a kind of obstacle for improving the process of the reforms. And for that purpose, European accession should be perceived by broader public and by business and political elites from the perspective of the importance of independent judiciary as a fundamental precondition for successful accession to EU. But we, as you've said, how to react when accession negotiations are blocked, how to react when countries from West Balkan are receiving messages that the enlargement process will go slowly and there is no need to hurry up. It takes time and etc. Well, it's becoming even more complex because it's difficult to preserve stability, democracy, and progress if you don't have clear focus on the reforms of the independent judiciary. I think that the political elite, business elite, but judges also will have to accept that the judicial reforms are not short-term maybe goal, but it should be perceived that this is a long-term focus on the values of the core values for better democracy in the country. Because as you said, Venice Commission is European Commission for Democracy through law. So this all is united in the role of the independent judiciary. And how to overcome all these pressures coming from inside and from outside? From my perspective, there should be strong diplomatic support for the independent judiciary on one side, and then on the other side, dialogue with Council of Europe, Venice Commission, but also with European institutions. I think that we judges in countries from West Balkan, we are lacking the privilege to be in constant dialogue with judges from Luxembourg. We do have our privilege to receive judgments from the European Court of Human Rights, but we need also constant dialogue with the court in Luxembourg. So yes, it's a long process, but I think for us, in this part of Europe, it takes too long.
To come on this, I think goes back again to this question how to create a lasting constitutional culture. It's related also to the confidence, I think, of the public in every country in the judiciary. And having this confidence also obviously is something which takes time. It's linked to a certain extent also to the way judges are nominated and appointed to prevent complete politicization. But that's not the only issue. You mentioned the experience with the judicial councils, which has been positive in most countries, but it's not a complete recipe against political appointees. In your discussions, Mr. Gabenwarter, how do you see this question if you discuss it with colleagues in the region?
I think, as we have seen just now with Mirjana describing the situation, it's a very complex issue. And I just want to add a few aspects to what she has said. First of all, of course, Luxembourg is an important court, but it is not a constitutional court. It has not the tradition of constitutional courts, and that means Luxembourg is learning itself, becoming a constitutional court, and they would like to be faster, but it's not so easy. So we have to rely on constitutional courts of other member states of the Council of Europe and the European Union. Constitutional courts have been called in the United States discussion as the least dangerous branch because they don't have an army. But, and the big but is, they have their measures, and if they are well seen, they are not so undangerous as they seem. And this can contribute to the problems we are talking about. Quite a number of former members of the Venice Commission have become judges at the Strasbourg court. And they bring in their experience from the Venice Commission, but they bring their authority as judges and former members. The European Commission takes up Venice Commission decisions. Constitutional courts ask the Venice Commission for amicus curiae opinion. They do not do this because they don't want to have work. They do it because they want the authority of the Venice Commission. Now what we need, and this I would like to stress, we need a sustainable development. We do not need a judiciary that jumps over the bottom line just in the year of accession, but we need a judiciary which is integrated in a European cooperation of constitutional courts, which in the long term is resilient against backsliding. And therefore, I fully agree with you, we mustn't take too long time. Our task here sitting on the podium in various aspects is to care for that the homework is done. There may be other political aspects decisive for accession, but there's one precondition which is indispensable. You cannot have a free market economy without an independent judiciary. This is in the DNA of European integration. And irrespective of what is decided in accession proceedings, we have to care by bilateral contacts within the Venice Commission, looking after the case law of the European Court of Human Rights, that the judiciary is in a position, and constitutional courts in particular, to guarantee human rights, freedom, and the rule of law in a constitutional system which wants to be member of the European Union.
I would like to come back again to the special case of Bosnia-Herzegovina, if I may. You mentioned the crucial role of the Constitutional Court and also the presence of international judges in this very difficult ethno-national challenging context in the country. There has also been sometimes a bit the accusation, if I could say so, that there is outside pressure which tries to achieve change without really focusing too much on the diversities. Do you see that as a problem, that the feeling is that in the Dayton system and everything which followed up, the country is not really feeling that it's acting independently because there are still the institutions which were imposed on it? Or do you see on the other side that this is still an opening which could sort of accelerate the reform process eventually, also bringing back in the Republika Srpska in this whole legal framework and in a common judiciary?
I think for Bosnia, it's essential to really be an integrated part of Europe and to stay in Europe. And the Dayton Agreement was a first step because it made the weapons to be silent. But then the constitutional process had to be built up. And it's extremely difficult. We see even after 30 years, the tensions are actually more or less the same that they have been in the 1990s. We see, for example, this adoption of the UN resolution on the commemoration of Srebrenica, and we see the reaction in the Republika Srpska. So we see the wounds are still open, the compromises have not been found that should have been found. And I think in such a situation, it's really something, the peace process has to be a European process. So I don't think that it's an outside pressure, an unfair pressure, but the whole process has to be a part of European responsibility. And the institutions that were created in Dayton, they should be reformed. We know that the Sejdic and Finci judgment should be implemented. There should be no more ethnic division, but there should be diversity. All that is clear, but all that can only be brought about with the help of the neighboring countries, with the help of the EU, and also with the help of the Venice Commission, with the help of the European Court, with all these institutions that work for all European states, and they are especially needed in Bosnia. So I don't think that there is an unfair outside pressure, but on the contrary, I think this country really needs to go step hand in hand, so to say, with other European actors.
I have one question to all of you, or those who would like to respond to that. With the new methodology on accession, which was adopted in 2020, the Commission and also the Member States, the Council, tried to ensure that we could somehow make certain that any kind of reforms, the reforms of the judiciary, etc., are irreversible processes, that they are lasting, that they are sustainable. And this is why basically chapters 23 and 24 have benchmarks for the opening, but they are also, if you want, the final step before closing the accession negotiations to make sure that the requirements have been fulfilled. Now, we have seen in the case of previous accessions that the requirements were fulfilled at the moment of accession, but there has been backsliding, especially in the case of judiciary. We've seen that in Poland, in Hungary, other cases. And do you see any way of preventing that or making it less likely?
I'll try. I mean, there's some sort of, well, theoretical but also practical way of entering. The question is just about what is at stake in all the countries. When we're talking about constitutional courts, well, you know, the first time you be in France, in Germany, or whatever they are, the first question is, well, we have to change the judges. We have to put people who are not those who are at the moment there. And exactly the same problem as the judiciary. What is in an independent constitutional court? And all the political parties, if they don't agree with the decision of the constitutional court, and this is just an example, they will fire all the judges. I mean, we don't need any constitutional court, because the role of a constitutional court is to be able to oppose the authorities and say no. What is your mandate? Who puts you there? Yeah, so no, there has to be a sort of acceptance of people in an institutions which is there, which is composed that way and things like that, has to say no to political authorities. And that drives us to something very important. Democracy is a very complex system. And the problem at the moment is that to make the democracy works is a very, very difficult task for everybody. It is the most complex system because you require from every citizen to understand what is at stake when they vote, why they vote, and all of that brings back to the trust you have in the institutions. When you see this sort nowadays of public space, I don't want to always to criticize all the social medias, but in fact, the forum is on the internet. It's no more on the public space. It's no more in the judiciary, including the constitutional court. It's no more in the parliament. So how can we bring back trust? I really think that that's the problem. So I'm not answering another time to your question, but bring back to the fundamental principles and the fundamental things that make a democracy work. And that is why it is so complex, and that's why also all the countries in the accession process have to be aware of many, many things, and to know where is the major risk and what they have to do. There are 2 or 3 things that they have to be aware of, as in older countries. I'm not talking about what's going on that the states are now, but you know, checks and balances, yes. Okay. Separation of powers. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much. Maybe I could, please, Mr. Gambart. Yeah. May I add to this answer with an answer how to prevent backsliding with a comparison from the medical world. We shouldn't wait until a disease is there, but we should adjust the way of life, perhaps have vaccinations against illness. And this is about what the Venice Commission does. We have a document which is called the Rule of Law Checklist, which is under discussion now because we are redrafting certain parts. And one instrument of the Venice Commission is working with soft law recommendations. Some of them are not hard law, but soft law. And what we call European standards, you can compare to Mediterranean cuisine, just olive oil and so on, and put in the system elements which are observed in order to prevent that an avalanche starts sliding, because when something is sliding, it's too late. And that is basically the idea behind. And I'd like to give you an example, very, very, very concrete. Last week, some 30 representatives of constitutional courts met in Yerevan in a conference, which was also co-hosted by the Venice Commission. And what were 2 topics we discussed there, just for ways of example? One was the respect for binding decisions of constitutional courts, what strategies, and the second topic was media and constitutional courts. And Claire talked about trust. It's all about trust. if you don't trust in the judiciary, you don't have respect for decisions. If you don't have a media landscape which contributes to trust, it's not in the power of the courts to establish this. It's a precondition. As a former constitutional court judge in Germany has said, Ernst Wolfgang Böckenförde said, a constitutional state lives from the preconditions it cannot establish itself. And this is about, we need preconditions that are there, and the judiciary has to build upon them. Please.
Perhaps just on your question with this change in the philosophy of the EU, I think it's very correct, because the Copenhagen criteria before, it was like marching up a step, and if you are up, then you don't care what you do. You are only watched as long as you walk on the step. And this mentality of having reached this upper level and then doing whatever you want, reforming the judiciary in a way that is really backsliding, this was a wrong signal, and it was clear in the 2000s and then 2010s for states having entered the system, then they are free to do whatever they can. And at least to have the signal now, no, we continue to talk about rule of law, to supervise, to have the dialogue on rule of law. That is already a big change. If you then can stop the backsliding, especially if you have an avalanche like we seem to have now, this is another question. But to change the philosophy, that was very important.
Thank you. Maybe I could see if there are questions from the audience. Yes, I see one here, 2, 3. Please, here in the third row.
Thank you. My name is Nathan Al-Bahar. I'm a former member of parliament here in Serbia and currently an international secretary for the Liberal Party Free Citizens Movement. When I was in parliament, one of the main topics of discussion was the judicial reforms that were taking place here in Serbia in the past 2 years. And we, as the pro-European opposition, had a lot of concerns with the reforms that were happening here because we felt that the autocratic government, which is not really interested in real reforms, was using it as a cover to get only the most basics changed, where it would still maintain a complete dominance of the judiciary and the High Judicial Council, and maintain its current hold, and of course not following rule of law that should be for a candidate country wanting to join the European Union. My question is, how do you address a country, an autocratic country, that is clearly has been backsliding in democratic freedoms and freedom of media, in the rule of law, that has no real intention of changing the system? How do you deal with that? Because a lot of us in civil society or in the pro-European opposition have expectations from the Venice Commission, from the European Commission, from the Council of Europe, to take a stronger voice and say things that when they're not functioning, they're not functioning. In the reports from the Venice Commission, the government was able to use certain aspects and say, well, we did get a positive opinion in the end. But if you actually read the opinion and the 5-6 pages, there's a lot of areas there, recommendations that even says were not implemented. And yet the overall impression was the Venice Commission gave a green light, therefore the reforms are good, Serbia is on its way of meeting its obligations, when in no way did the hold of politics in the judiciary get limited. So my question is, what do you do in this case, and how can either the European Commission, Venice Commission, or Council of Europe take a stronger approach in trying to solve the backsliding and no actual performance towards a rule of law reform? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe in the interest of time, we could group the 3 questions, I think, all together. There was one in the back here. Please.
One here.
Hi. Thank you for this very interesting and yet technical discussion. I'm Oleg Dereux. I'm an international student from Brussels. My question is the following. everybody on the panel presented the rule of law like this kind of unshakable monolith that is very tough to implement and takes time and everything. Yet there is this kind of double standards towards accession policies that we could see between Ukraine and other Western Balkan countries, where some steps have been skipped or have taken an accelerated turn for integration of Ukraine, and yet some countries in West The Balkan have been trying to access the EU for more than 20 years. And my question was then, if reality has those kind of double standards, should there be some kind of accession policy reforms to make more of case-by-case integration of states to accommodate local disparities and local differences between future member states of the EU? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Was there one more question? And yes, please.
Here.
Thank you, Jelena Pejčnikić, researcher here at the Belgrade Center for Security Policy. Actually, colleague Nathan Al-Bahari has already asked what I actually wanted, but he used Serbian example for a broader question, and I wanted to ask Ms. Bazi Malori whether she has a comment on specific Serbian judicial reform, if she participated in many opinions that the Venice Commission has issued, and some are still pending. And the colleague already said that the civil society and professional associations were not quite satisfied neither with the norms and especially not with the results we've seen so far. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? If that's not the case, then could I ask the panelists maybe to reply to that, please?
Well, I will try to answer the question on double standards, as you said. I think that this is indeed an important question because respect of rule of law and human rights are fundamental values of EU. And when member state country is demanding changes which are not prescribed by Copenhagen criteria and are linked with bilateral relations of the member state and accession country, then what is at stake in speaking about double standards is not just the complexity of the problem for accession country to preserve stability and progress in accession process, but also the question of integrity of the EU is raised. Because yes, it's true, EU is in a position to build criteria for accession. That criteria should be in line with fundamental values and rule of law as the pillar of the EU. And if those criteria are somehow misusing this path, then the credibility of EU is also under question mark. I will use the example of demand for constitutional changes of the North Macedonia. That this demand came immediately after the Prespa agreement. The promise was not kept, and suddenly there was a new demand. And we are now facing the skepticism of the country in immediate implementation of the constitutional changes due to the fact that there is no legal certainty that there will be a new list of new demands. This is so because when this demand was accepted, it was not based on the ground of fundamental principles of human rights protection, but on the ground of power of politics. Namely, the EU was somehow abandoning the fact that there are 16 judgments of the European Court of Human Rights concerning national minority of North Macedonia in the member state, and those judgments were not fulfilled. So you see, there is a I will say, unproportional approach when it comes to the criteria for starting accession negotiations, which are creating difficulties for the country in accession, but also it does create difficulties when it comes to the credibility of EU. And I think it's a double, let's say, double loss, not only for the accession country, but also for the credibility of EU.
If nobody else, you would...
Perhaps just on this question, what to do with a country which does not really have the good intentions, and then the Venice Commission assesses the legislative process. The Venice Commission adopts soft law instruments, so these opinions are soft law, and there is a danger of misuse. So we are polite, we write our opinions in a language where we always say, well, there's progress here and no progress there. And we see that governments sometimes take this first part of the sentence, there's progress, and they forget about the second part of the sentence where they have the critique. What we do is just to listen to the civil society. So as Claire has said, we always have the meetings with the civil society, and we try to avoid it. And sometimes we really even leave out the nice part of the sentence in order to make a very strong message. But as a rule, we try to see it as a part of a dialogue, and we hope that we are not misused.
Thank you very much. I think that finishes our discussion. Thank you very much for an engaged, and I hope for the audience also fruitful and interesting discussion. Thank you.
So we have heard an in-depth conversation on how judicial institutions can serve as guardians of democratic principles, ensuring that the values of justice, equality, and respect for human rights are upheld in the EU accession process. It is time now for a lunch break, and please be back here in 1 hour. Bon appétit.
the orchestrated Hamas-led terrorist savageries on 7th October 2023 was the deadliest attack on Jewish people since Holocaust 70 years ago. It led to the longest war Israel commenced in its history. What started as a hostage rescuing operation soon became a war with the proclaimed goal of destroying Hamas and subsequently Hezbollah, which led to transnational spiral of violence, leaving tens of thousands dead and millions displaced civilians in Gaza, and rising toll of civilian casualties and urban destruction in Lebanon. Is there a road to peace? To answer that question, on this panel will be Arje Kacovic, Professor of International Relations and the Chaim Weizmann Chair in International Relations at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, Bushra Jaber, Visiting Fellow on Belgrade Center for Security Policy, and Yazid Saig, Senior Fellow at Malcolm H. Kerr, Carnegie Middle East Center in Beirut. This panel will be moderated by Mr. Branislav Shovljanski, producer at N1 Television.
You can take it. I'm going to ask you first, of course. Thank you all for coming and welcome. I hope this will be an interesting panel because it's a rare opportunity. We have someone from Israel, someone from Lebanon, and someone from Palestine at one place talking about the current situation. So I'll start from you, Arje. What do you think where we are now, 1 year since the beginning of the conflict? Are we further or closer to any ceasefire or end of the war 1 year after all started?
Good afternoon, everybody. First, thank you for inviting me, and I think this is quite special that we are having this conversation here in Serbia, former Yugoslavia, where you were 25 or 30 years ago. The question you're asking is very difficult for me as a peace scholar to answer, because until now I got it wrong. I thought that the war would end by Thanksgiving, then Christmas, then Ramadan, etc., and the war keeps going. But I think at this stage, maybe it might be my wishful thinking, we might be closer to a ceasefire because of the issue of ripeness. There is a mutually hurting stalemate, the devastation, the grief, the trauma of both Israelis and Palestinian people, and now we also have a war between Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon. This is a multi-front war, as the title of the panel says. So at least regarding the Lebanese front, I might be a bit more optimistic than regarding the Gaza Strip, but that might be the case because eventually wars end. That's the case. After war, you have peace. So I believe that we might be closer. Maybe something might happen between now and January 25, an initiative, January 20, an initiative of President Biden in cooperation with future President Trump at the UN, I don't know. But I think we are moving that direction because Hamas has been militarily decimated, and it's time to end the war. So, again, that might be my wishful thinking, but that might be the case.
Yeah, but we'll talk about that. Will the end of the war actually end the conflict itself? Probably not. Bushra, what are your thoughts about this?
Well, I think on the Lebanese front, we are closer for at least a ceasefire than the Gaza. I think Gaza is long. But even in Lebanon, like, there are talks, actually, like in the past 24 hours about like a ceasefire. And it seems that Hezbollah and the Lebanese government agreed on certain points, but then they said that there are certain points that need more negotiation and they need to do this face-to-face with the US envoy. And actually, it's about those points, you know, like the devil is in the details. And these points, if they are what the media is saying they are, that it has to do with Israel's right of interfering and bombing anytime they feel that there is a threat, then it's very difficult for Lebanon to accept this because it's interfering with its sovereignty. So we might be close, but not that close, and the coming days will show. And also we need to think about the geopolitical thing, all of it. So there is Iran as well, and would Iran be willing to enter into a peace treaty, or at least ceasefire, before Trump takes office? So we need to see.
Yazid, what do you think? Are we closer or further from any agreement at all?
Well, I think my fellow panelists have tackled that sufficiently. What I'd like to do is take a slightly longer-term look at this. It's been my view all along in the past year that much of what has determined the nature and the pace of events on the ground, whether in Gaza or now in Lebanon, has been primarily the politics and political needs and instincts and agenda of Israeli Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. So the question now is, where are those things? Because that's what determines what comes next 2 months and next 2 years. In that sense, I think that Netanyahu both wants and needs continuing conflict for a range of reasons. This means that, although I think, and I agree with both Aryeh and Bushra, that a ceasefire in Lebanon is more likely than in Gaza, fundamentally, Netanyahu needs war. War is the new mode of politics, his mode of politics. And it's sort of, Clausewitz in the 21st century, war is the continuation of politics by other means, but where we don't go back to politics by other means, we stick with war as politics. And I think for various reasons that I hope we'll get into in the discussion, this is Netanyahu's default mode. So it's not just the far right in Israel pushing him into something, and he's sort of moderating between, the sort of reasonable people in the opposition and the far right. This is Netanyahu's agenda. But fundamentally, this is a political logic that requires more war. And the real question is whether the inauguration of Donald Trump as US president in January will put a hard end to further escalation, specifically with Iran, or not. And that sort of depends on the internal contradictions within the new Trump cabinet.
And what do you think, can the conflict escalate any further, since Netanyahu is repeatedly saying that Israel is in a war on 7 fronts, on 7 different sides with 7 different enemies, all powered by Iran at the end. So can the conflict escalate even more?
You want to come to me
Yeah.
first? I think there's room for that, certainly with Iran. There's a problem here that it's been obvious from the very day after the 7th of October attack on southern Israel that the Israeli government had no end goal in plan. It wasn't clear. It knew it wasn't going to allow Palestinian autonomy in the form of statehood and independence, which has been off the agenda for the last quarter of a century. And it had this dilemma. It didn't want to directly occupy Gaza and the whole population. It didn't want to let them go. It didn't want Hamas in, but it didn't want independence, etc. So we've had a military campaign without a prior political end goal. In Lebanon, it's a bit easier to get that. But for now, Netanyahu, and much, I think, of the military command in Israel still, think there's something like total victory, which means Hezbollah surrender. Hezbollah's not going to do that. I mean, it's clear, and my sort of what I'm told with Hezbollah as it's reforming, rebuilding, is they have no intention of simply capitulating to what Israel is demanding, which is freedom of action permanently over the entirety of Israeli, Lebanese space, airspace and land. So without that, and unless Israel has some other kind of end goal, how do we end up with a proper, durable ceasefire? So there's this very open-ended situation still in Lebanon, but the big worry, of course, is war with Iran. The question really for me, again, is where is the hard wall that Netanyahu's politics by war hits? It's going to hit some kind of wall. That could be war with Iran without Trump on board, or it could be something else. It's not clear, and I look forward to hearing what my colleagues say. But for now, I think Netanyahu feels that he's on an expansionary trajectory. Right now, no one is forcing him to stop. Israeli domestic politics don't force him to stop. There is no opposition to speak of inside Israel. The economy is not the issue so long as the US helps bankroll the war. So for now, he doesn't have to answer this question.
Yeah, you think the protests on the streets and the people, the families of hostages, asking for those people to be brought home back safely isn't enough? Just short.
I think
I might
Yeah, I will come to you. Okay,
Arya,
you can comment on this.
I think that Yazid turns Netanyahu into a kind of omnipotent. And in a sense, from the standpoint of Israeli domestic scene, you know, you can see, for instance, that students of mine, they serve in the reserve for 200 days a year, so they are fed up with that. Right now, that's a different topic, but you know that foreign policy is all about domestic politics. The office of the Prime Minister is facing serious investigations. So in that sense, there are limits to what Netanyahu wants to do. And again, it's not that Netanyahu is like Putin. He has some support, but you should know that 55% of the Israeli public is in favor of stopping the war. So in that sense, it's always more complicated. And I would a bit disagree with you regarding what might be the position. We might talk about that of President Trump. You know, the right-wing parties in Israel, they were very happy with the election of Trump, but he might surprise because he has businesses with Saudi Arabia, because he wants to get the Nobel Peace Prize. So in that sense, there might be some hope that the war has to end, even though I completely agree with you that Netanyahu is Clausewitz's reverse. He wants the war to continue regarding the Gaza Strip, because there is no plan for the day after.
Yeah, okay. Bushra, what do you think about this, about the direction that Israel is going right now with these 7 conflicts, as Netanyahu says?
Yeah, I totally agree with what Yazid was saying. Like, things in the Middle East is like what's domestic is regional and what's regional is domestic. And I think the 3 of us here understand that. So talking about Bibi on one hand, but then also we can look in Lebanon and see like it's also domestic. It's about Hezbollah as well. And then Yazid said that they will not capitulate, and that's true. Like, it's very difficult for Hezbollah to capitulate, because by doing this, they will lose their power in Lebanon. Hezbollah, we should remember that they captured the state, and for like even Lebanon doesn't have a president for the past 2 years. We have a caretaker government. We have a parliament that doesn't convene because Hezbollah doesn't want them to convene and elect someone they don't want. We have an economic crisis shared between the corruption of our leaders and Hezbollah. So generally speaking, Hezbollah has a power over this country, and this also benefits Iran. So would Hezbollah capitulate? Would they lose their power? I don't really see that. And then this is again turned to a Lebanese problem, right? And this is where the Lebanese are really afraid from escalation, like within Lebanon, like for civil unrest, or even turning into a civil war with a huge number of people internally displaced and all these troubles. And this brings us back to Iran, and then the relationship between Hezbollah and Iran. Well, it's very complicated. Some people see Hezbollah as a proxy to Iran, whereas others claim that Hezbollah has an agency by itself. And no matter which part we take, we can see a rationality for the arguments. And whether Hezbollah is a proxy, then this means that, okay, we don't negotiate with Hezbollah. And this is also what some of the Lebanese leaders are saying, like after all the assassinations that happened for the 3-tier leaders of Hezbollah, then who are we negotiating with? We should negotiate with Iran. But then this means that you're taking all the agency from the Lebanese, including Hezbollah between brackets, and giving it all to Iran. And then, okay, we just sit there and watch. On the other hand, if Hezbollah has an agency, then what's the relationship between Hezbollah and Iran? And is really Iran not happy with Hezbollah pushing it into a direct conflict with Israel? So this is all need to be taken into consideration when we talk about escalations, and then we can see.
Yeah. Arya, does it seem to you that Israel has a precise or had a precise plan how to get out of Gaza when the war started, and what will it look like when Israel says it's enough?
Well, Borislav, you're asking about Israel, and I would differentiate. As you were saying, the Israeli government does not have a plan regarding the day after. So the default option is that the IDF, the Israeli army, is staying there under military occupation. And what's happening in the last couple of months in the northern part of Gaza is very troubling, because you might say there might be some intention of ethnic cleansing or moving the population to other parts of the Gaza Strip. So the default is a catastrophe. Why is that? Because the Israeli government does not want Hamas to stay there, and I completely agree. Hamas cannot be a governing factor, but the Israeli government does not want the PA, the Palestinian Authority, to get there, and the Israeli government does not want the UN or peacekeeping forces or Arab forces from neighboring countries.
So who's there left?
But wait, but my point is that you have to differentiate, as I mentioned, between the Israeli government and within the Israeli civil society. You know, we have think tanks like Mitvim, that I'm part of that. We have a very clear plan that you can Google. I'm advertising to the audience. You can do the Israeli initiative. And this is a very clear plan what should happen. And I reiterate what I mentioned before, 55% of the Israeli public, they want Israel not to stay in the Gaza Strip. They want either, you know, the UAE or Egypt or a transitional authority, but that's not the case of the Israeli government for the reasons that you were referring that before, because Netanyahu has an intention of continuing the same logic before October 7 of managing the conflict and, in a sense, cooperating with Hamas, continue. So I would differentiate. The Israeli government does not have that for domestic political reasons. Israelis, I think, as a public civil society, we are more sophisticated than our government.
Yazid, what do you think? What's Israel's plan for the day after the ceasefire? Do they have a plan?
Well, for Gaza, no. I think we seem all to be in agreement on that. For Lebanon, I think there is a prospect eventually. But again, I take Aria's critique that the idea that Netanyahu is omnipotent and can go on doing whatever he wants, on the contrary, I mean, I agree. And as I suggested earlier, the real question for us is, where is the wall that his approach will finally hit? Will that come from the US taking a particular position? Will it be fatigue within Israeli society and opposition? Will it be Hezbollah missiles? I don't know. But that he will reach a dead end for sure. When, what that dead end consists of is unclear. What I'm trying to articulate really is, however, certain political realities and changes. I think there have been changes, and these are the ones I'm happy to develop through the discussion. One I'll come back to is that, in my view, I published a blog post just last week about this. The Palestinian national movement is dead. Hamas was the last man standing, and with the 7th of October attack, it nailed the coffin put the last nail in the coffin of the national movement, by which I mean the Fatah mainstream nationalist movement, the PLO leadership, and the PA, the authority. And Hamas has joined the rest. I mean, it's standing, men are fighting, whatever, the name will remain. But it's over. I'll come back to that. But with what I think has happened in Israel, and here's the key issue. Netanyahu might have limitations, constraints. There's 55% of Israelis who want the war to stop, etc. But I'll repeat and reiterate that, in my view, there's only one active, dynamic political camp in Israel, and it's the right. I feel like the far right. People to the right of Netanyahu, although I think Netanyahu is one and the same. The idea that he's sort of balancing against the far right, I think, is not true. He is part of it. There is no other political force in Israel that has a plan or an agenda that presents an effective counterbalance. What we're talking about, and again, this is something I've published about recently, I think Israel has joined a number of Arab states. I mean, this may seem very, very puzzling or oxymoronic, but Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Yemen, Libya, Sudan, fundamentally what's happened in these countries is not simply that they're in a forever war, which Israel now faces, but that they have been trapped, because the political settlements on which their post-independence states were based have collapsed. The political settlement has broken down in Lebanon and Syria and Sudan and elsewhere. The political settlement on which Israel was established in 1948, I think in many real ways, is also gone. We're seeing a new thing emerging in which the most dynamic actors are hardline, ultra-religious, ultra-nationalist factions. which don't have to be in the majority. They're now following parliamentary politics. They've taken over the state. They're transforming the police, transforming the finance ministry, transforming the colonization effort in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, possibly resettling parts of Gaza. Who knows? That's what they want. But fundamentally, they're driving Israeli politics, even from a minority position. And that is the nature of the right wing as it operates all over the world. And, you know, I want here to bring in, this is not just Israel-Palestine. This is what's happening elsewhere, in Modi's India, in, you know, East Germany, in, you know, Proud Boy America. Whether it's white supremacism or Jewish supremacism or, you know, thuggishness in Sudan, this is the world we're in. And what's happening in Israel is not different from that. And right now, I think war is accelerating and intensifying the power of this particular kind of ideological agenda.
Yeah. Would you like to comment on that?
Well, yes, your prognosis might be right, but then what is the... No, the other way around. The diagnosis might be right, but then what is your prognosis? Because, you know, the basic fact, as you might know, Palestine, land of Israel, we are 7 million Jews, more or less. We are 7 million Palestinians. We are not going anywhere. So this Palestine should be free from the river to the sea is an aberration. And I don't know, I mean, I'm reading between the lines from your comments. Can Israelis and Palestinians, can we live together under the same political roof? I don't think so. So whether you look at that, even if you're right that you have these weaknesses, you have that in Lebanon, you have within the Palestinian society, within the Israeli society, the only way out of this catastrophe is going back to this idea of a two-state solution, even though we might have a one-state reality right now. Mm-hmm. So you might be right the way you are the expert here of the Middle East, but then we have, you know, defending humanity and looking in policy terms, we have to move what to do to get out of this catastrophe.
Sure. Yeah. So once you mentioned it, the two-state solution, share your thoughts with us. What do you think about that after this war ends, not the conflict? Is it possible still?
Well, again, if you ask me, I'm not representing the Israeli public opinion. I mentioned that. But we can play very, very quickly this exercise. If you ask Israelis whether they are in favor of a two-state solution, Israeli Jews, it will be about 20%, including myself. By the way, the good news, the people in the Gaza Strip, from what I know, they are supporting the two-state solution, much more than in the West Bank, for obvious reasons. Now, if you frame that question as a package deal that might include normalization, peace with Saudi Arabia, the Arab League, and then an alliance led by the US against Iran, then you will see a 55–60% of the Israelis in favor of that. I know that right now, the problem is not to convince the audience, the problem is to convince my fellow citizens back at home. So I think the two-state solution is the only way for self-determination of both peoples. We Jews, we have our state. Palestinians should have their own. And very quickly, I think that we have to play with new ideas. So there is a refined version of a two-state solution that if peace will come, that might be the version that it's the idea of a confederation. A confederation, you know, like the EU, if you want. Now, you might say everything, as in the Ecclesiastes, you know, everything, there is nothing new under the sun. So the idea of a confederation, part of that, we have that in the partition plan. Those of us who follow that, you know that there was supposed to be two states for two peoples with an economic union, a common network of transport, etc. So this is back to that idea because those of you, if you want to visit the area, it's much smaller than your own country. So we share the ecology, we share many things. So that's the way out. A one-state solution for me, if it's the malign version, it's Hamas or the Israeli extremists, maximalists. And if it's the benign version, I think it's La La Land, Israelstein. And, you know, I might confess I'm a Zionist in the good sense. That would undermine the self-determination of both people. So by default, I'm not saying it's the ideal thing, but I learned from a teacher of mine, Yoshafat Arkabi, you might know the name, that politics, we choose between bad and worse, not between good and bad. The less bad option is the two-state solution that I'm advertising here.
Yeah. What do you think, is it? No, let's just ask you. Is this that Ari is talking about even possible right now? I mean, after the ceasefire deal, to talk about two-state solution?
Right now, I don't see any reasonable solution likely. Okay. So let me clarify immediately. I mean, I am on the same side. We had started having this discussion before the panel. I'm all for a two-state solution. I was negotiating it. I had led policy planning for what were called the final status negotiations from 1999 onwards. So I'm extremely aware of environmental, urban, whatever, all the different dimensions we had to prepare for. But I'm talking here about political dynamics in which I look at the last quarter of a century or 30 years of socioeconomic and political change within Israeli society, within Palestinian society, and in the world. So again, what I'm trying to say, not that we shouldn't fight, we have to keep fighting on all these levels, and all these fronts, everywhere we are, because we're all faced with the same threat. Again, I want to say this. I'm scared by where Europe is going, never mind where Israel-Palestine is going or Lebanon is going. But in terms of where we are, where we're going, not next 2 months, not even the next 2 years, but the next 15, 20, I think 30, 50, 60 years, there won't be a Palestine. This is and it has been my assessment going back at least 6 years when I started working, writing an essay about it that I never published. I mean, I want it to be there. I've spent most of my life working for that. It's not coming in my lifetime, I think. Which isn't to say, therefore, I do nothing in the meantime, and that a two-state solution isn't the most reasonable. I'm just not investing much time right now in debating whether it's a one-state, two-state, multi-state confederation, etc. Anything that is reasonable is good. But I am trying to say that right now, the nature of the threat we all face is somewhat different. I would call it the rise of fascism in Israel, faced with, Islamofascism, whatever you want to talk about on the Palestinian side. And every one of our societies is going through this situation. So rather than getting into too much of detail of whether it's two states or one state, or, I'm all for that, but I'm not going to personally invest much time and effort into that. I want to fight for, it's not about river to the sea, for instance. It's about equal rights. It's about freedoms, basic freedoms, and it's about fighting various phobias and isms, whether it's racism, anti-immigrant, anti-black, anti-Islamic, anti-Semitism, all these antis. I think that's what's really going on in France and Germany, but the liberal centrist establishment makes it all about fighting anti-Semitism, which is wonderfully important, wonderfully good that they're doing this, but I think they're doing it simply to mask the fact that they're turning a blind eye to the rise of racism and anti-immigrant sentiment and Islamophobia in their own societies. And that abdication of the center is what's allowing the right wing to rise in the way it does in Germany, in East Germany with neo-Nazis, with AfD, with Marine Le Pen. And, in 4 years' time in the United Kingdom, if Keir Starmer's Labour Party doesn't deliver, I suspect we're going to have a big backlash the other way. We've already got this in the United States of America, for heaven's sake. So this is where we're at, and we need all to, fight this. So I'm being a little bit very broad, but there's a lot to fight for, and a lot of fights we have to wage. I just don't think right now that, I will fight for Palestine, but right now I don't fight for it because I think it's going to happen tomorrow, and I'm not going to wait for Europe to wake up, nor for Trump to deliver.
Yeah. You wanted to say something, or we can...
Quickly, because it's not nice. Sure, she has to talk much more than the two of us. But just, and I know that we have to be careful with comparisons, but let's play for a minute with the case in the aftermath of the Yom Kippur War. Who would imagine October 73, after that catastrophe, that 4 or 5 years down the road, you will have peace between Israel and Egypt? It took 5 years. It didn't take a generation. The fact that there is peace between Israel and Egypt, there is peace between Israel and Jordan following the Oslo agreement that you were involved. So those are very encouraging news. So My take is that it does not have to take generations. You know, I'm 65, I have a new grandson, I want to see that. So, and it's a question of self-fulfilling prophecy, because the message I can bring from home is that most of the Israelis are completely in a trauma, they are completely in despair, they are completely giving up. And we social scientists, we know if you give up, it's self-fulfilling prophecy. So I don't think it has to take 50 years. It might take 5 years, but I don't know. Sorry.
Okay, Bushra, let's speak about the situation in Lebanon right now. Do you think that people there are, as Israelis or their prime minister says it, hostages of Hezbollah there?
Well,
and can common people, ordinary people, do anything there to change their situation they're living in now?
Well, it depends on who you ask. And I don't think there is Lebanese people, right? I mean, Yazid knows that better than me. I think there is Lebanese peoples. And we need to remember that we are 18 different religious groups and then 18 different visions, if not more, and who's taking hostage who. So, but generally speaking, we can say that Hezbollah for the past 20 years have an upper hand on Lebanon. And then some Lebanese, they are with, others are against. And so basically what the Lebanese who are against, let's say, what they are suggesting with the way that they see things forward, they are saying that there should be a ceasefire and that that Hezbollah should surrender its weapons according to the UN resolutions 1559 and 1701, and that Hezbollah should turn into only a political party that represents the Shia community, and that they should integrate within the state, and that Israel should withdraw from all the lands that it occupied, and then that the Lebanese army should be strengthened and sent to the south, and there should be strengthening for the UNIFIL and an international committee to oversee all the implementation of all these points. So this is what they're looking for. Now, is it going to happen? I'm not really sure. Again, it's about what's the Israeli government going to do? Would they accept to withdraw without having the right to come and bomb anytime they think that they are threatened? And would Hezbollah really agree to surrender its weapons? It's again big question mark. And I just want to build on what Yazid was saying. Yes, we are all in very fundamental crisis, and Lebanon by itself has a crisis like all the other countries that you mentioned. And that's why what the Lebanese, and this is all of them, they agree on, what they want is a rebooting for the system. Like they need to reestablish Lebanon, is to have a new system and to move forward with the country. And because the country is so weak, and it's like there is no way forward with what we have. So rebooting the system is so important.
And this is the question for both of you. Can Hezbollah or Hamas be destroyed or defeated at its roots, like Israeli officials say that, or is it just a story for the public?
Keep going.
Is it just a war propaganda?
Well, I think it might be fanciful, like for Israelis, like, yeah, fancifully they can destroy Hamas, but I don't think that they can destroy Hezbollah, because again, it's because of the Lebanese sectarian system. But like Hezbollah is part of the Lebanese society, and it's part of the social fabric. It represents the Shia community. I'm not saying that all the Shia are Hezbollah. This is not true. Some of them are against Hezbollah. But again, Hezbollah speaks to a big component of the Shia community, and you cannot destroy the Shia community. Those are the Lebanese people at the end, and then you cannot destroy the rhetoric of resistance as far as you're occupying the land. So I don't think that Hezbollah can be completely destroyed, but there should be a solution reached with Hezbollah that at least to surrender its weapons, which I don't think Hezbollah will do again, but some compromise needs to be reached with Hezbollah. Well, with Hamas, I think you're the expert.
I mean, I'm sure we've all read and heard, and a lot of us at least, I guess, accept that you don't defeat a political party that is also a social movement that, you know, articulates, reflects social values, conservative, religious, cultural, and other values of a big part of society, whether that's 20% or 30%. You never defeat that through brute force. The PLO, by the way, the Palestine Liberation Organization, the Lebanese left during the civil war in Lebanon in the mid-1970s, at one point tried to isolate the Falangist party, the sort of Lebanese fascists, by sort of officially excommunicating them. And that was a totally wrong move, because that party too came from a Maronite Christian milieu and represented part of society, and you could never just eradicate that. Having said that, I think there's just to add a little bit more to this discussion, two interesting features about Israel versus Hamas and Israel versus Hezbollah. With Hamas, this is something I've thought for a few years now, and Arya's comment earlier reminded me that unlike the October 1973 war between Israel and, say, Egypt or Syria, the war between Israel, or Jewish Israel, I mean the Jewish component of Israel, and its Palestinian Arab neighbors is very intimate. It's personal, it's communal. And I've felt for a long time that the nature of the violence there is much more like a civil war than it is a war between different states, different nation states, with their own clear borders. There's no clear border here. And of course, with the penetration of Israeli Jewish settlements into every part of Palestinian territory, except for Gaza in the last decade, that has become a physical intermixing, not simply a conceptual one. And so I think that, unlike October 1973, the potential is different here because, and we see this in the visceral response of many, many, many Israelis, including people who regarded themselves as peaceniks and for, the two-state solution and so on, who now just say, I don't like that we're killing their children, but if it's my children or their children, theirs should die. I mean, who said that that is the question to ask anyway? But the mere fact that it's like that shows that it's a very different kind of violence, a different kind of conflict. So there, I think, no, Hamas cannot be eradicated, but the nature of what's going on, Israel exists in every facet of Palestinian life. A baby cannot be born in the occupied Palestinian territories and registered and given identity cards unless the Israeli registrar has approved their registration. There's nothing a Palestinian can do that the Israeli state doesn't have a finger in somewhere. Hezbollah is different, and this is a fascinating thing which I attended the session earlier on other kinds of war and so on. I forget the title of it, and I know tomorrow there's going to be more discussion on this, the sort of evolving nature of war and international humanitarian law. What Israel is doing in Lebanon today, it's fascinating if you think about it, almost without putting a single soldier inside Lebanon, never mind border skirmishes, those are still very superficial. Israel has been able to pick out Shia Lebanese and move them entirely out of their homes and villages, and even their individual homes and apartments and businesses inside Beirut in mixed areas, where a Shia might live next door to a Sunni and a Christian and a Maronite Christian, Orthodox Christian and a Druze. Day before yesterday, 4 rockets hit a building about 300 meters from my mother's home, right? Across the street from a friend of mine who was actually at home in Beirut. And just the shop at the foot of the building was hit with 4 rockets, killing 2 people, one of whom was this Mahdi guy from Hezbollah. And the people around, it's a Christian neighborhood. What we're getting is a form of ethnic cleansing in which you can move an entire community without ever actually controlling the physical territory and making people go through a checkpoint, like, say, in Srebrenica or whatever, sorry, no offense, but, where you have to actually control people's ID cards and say, okay, you go there, and you shoot these ones, you don't shoot those ones, or whatever you do to them, right? This is a fascinating, horrible new form of war, where you can actually say, we're going to war with chess players. And as long as you've got your AI, your artificial intelligence, collecting data for 10 years and identifying all the chess players and who their uncles and aunts and cousins and neighbors are, and who they, where they shop and what supermarket they go to, which is what Israel has done with Hezbollah, to the point where you can then marry that with your precision-guided munitions and chase an entire specific community in the middle of the rest of the population without touching more or less the rest of the population and creating mass expulsion for the rest. It's an extraordinary new world we're in. What the implications are for international humanitarian law, for the laws of war, I think every military around the world right now is reconsidering their playbook.
I would like to hear your comment, of course.
3 quick comments. One, I would agree, that and that's part of the problem, that the Israel-Palestinian conflict it reminds of an ethno-national. So it looks more like a civil war. International wars are much easier to resolve in comparative terms. The second point, the question that you ask, I think that you might try to defeat Hamas militarily, but the idea in political terms is to offer an alternative. Sure. And that's what we have to understand. And the third point, which I think it's also relevant, you mentioned, you asked about Lebanese taking hostages. The issue of hostages, I think that the way I frame it's not a conflict, it's the war between Israel and Hamas in the Gaza Strip. So I don't think, in a sense, Hamas has taken hostage the Palestinian population in the Gaza Strip, using them as human shields, that they don't care how many casualties they have. Then we have the case that right now we have in Israeli government that it's not popular at all. And we have the issue, and I'm carrying that all the time, and we have to emphasize that there are 101 hostages in the Gaza Strip, Jews and Palestinians and some foreigners. And in a sense, the Israeli government has violated the basic social contract. Now, the only way to release the hostages, and that's part of the problem, you have to end the war. But that's the most important thing. Because I would say, and that's, you might say, an Israeli comment, it's the title, you have the multi-front war, you can count, Lebanon, the West Bank, the Gaza Strip, Syria, Iraq. Now Israel, interesting, is appealing to the UN to condemn the Iranian militias in Iraq, Yemen, Iran. But I think that the greatest threat to Israel is what's happening inside. Back to your comments. That's the major threat. So in a sense, all the free societies in Lebanon, in Israel, in Palestine, have been taken hostages by their leaders. And that's the part of the tragedy of that.
Okay. Just a few quick questions at the end of this session, and then we'll hear some questions from the audience. What do you think can Trump re-election change? Can it change anything, any cards on the board right now?
It's going to change everything.
Everything, yeah.
Well, partly because it's a question of, where is Europe right now? Where's the United Kingdom? Where's China? Where's India? These countries have been evolving along parallel paths. They've got, they're also interacting with the global system. And it's previous administrations, including that of Joe Biden in America, which have done things to weaken the United Nations, international legal framework, the World Trade Organization. I mean, these are all, I think in some cases, not under threat. They're already behind us. They're already collapsed. Already, I think, power actors in the US and elsewhere are already creating the new order or moving on. So Donald Trump, it's not all Donald Trump. Donald Trump is picking up a lot. And of course, he also shares a lot in his agenda, say, vis-a-vis China with Joe Biden. And his own cabinet is full of contradictions. And there are the hawk isolationists who both want to not be involved in the world, but to bomb the heck out of Iran or Hamas or Hezbollah, and the others, etc. So he comes at a time of major shifts in the world. And he's both, I think, an agent of disruption who will accelerate and intensify a lot of that. It's a lot about how other actors in other countries build on that and use it to their advantage or try and block it. So I think it'll make a huge difference. In terms of Israel-Palestine specifically, everyone's sort of betting that Trump wants an end to the war in Lebanon, so Netanyahu had better hurry up. Does that mean he intensifies massively ahead of the inauguration, or does it work the opposite way around? Who knows? Does Trump actually want to deal with Iran, or is he going to listen to those in his administration who want to use this opportunity to end with Iran once and for all? But beyond that, what Trump means for the Korean Peninsula, for relations with Russia, for Ukraine, for NATO, for the World Trade Organization, and for the Middle East, God help us. I mean, but he continues trends that are already underway. This is the thing. Let's not absolve ourselves.
Yeah. Busha, what do you think? Can he change, and what can he change after he takes the administration in January?
I think Yazid covered it all, and then we hear about him saying that he doesn't want to enter the office while the war is still going, and then exactly what Yazid was saying. What does this mean? Like go ahead and escalate the war further, or go ahead and do a ceasefire before that? But we know that he doesn't want to have a war, at least in Lebanon, by the time he enters the office. But what is the price from now till January 20? And then this is also a little bit scary, because if this doesn't mean a ceasefire, then this means escalating more and more and more. And then there is a window of hell between the brackets from now till January 20. So we will see.
Arya, will Netanyahu have even more power?
I mentioned that briefly in my initial comments, but trying to read Trump is like having the crystal ball or reading the lips of the tea leaves. So here, I'm as an IR professor, I'm very concerned about Trump, to say the least. Also in the normative terms that you mentioned before. Now, as an Israeli, if I want to be, kind of egoistic, I would say that's an open question, because Trump designed an ambassador to Israel who's an evangelist calling for annexation, and an ambassador to the UN that she grilled the presidents of the university. You see, I'm smiling at that, so that's not nice. But at the same time, he designed as the envoy for the Middle East a business person like him. And here, it might work in both directions. Again, things are complicated because we know that Trump has businesses, his family with Saudi Arabia. And right now, at least officially, Saudi Arabia will not move in any direction of normalization with Israel without having an agenda regarding a Palestinian state, or at least in that direction. And the second thing, which I think everything is personal in politics, I don't know whether you know in the audience how Trump got into politics, because he was kind of dismissed by Obama in one of those gala dinners. And you know that President Obama, I have my appreciation, he got the Nobel Peace Prize, I think, in a very premature way. He didn't deserve that. So I think that Trump is out there to try to get the Nobel Peace Prize. And there are only two ways to do that: ending the Russia-Ukrainian war, which I think is more complicated, paradoxically, or ending the wars in the Middle East.
Thank you. Thank you. Now we'll have a few minutes for questions from audience. First, I would like to hear someone from Belgrade Security Conference, young leaders, if there's someone, so you can pass them the microphone and we can hear the question. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your insight. My name is Dina Abazovic, and I would like to ask a question that is more of that has more practical implications. At this point, it's pretty obvious that there is no effective decision-making that we can have impact on when it comes to Israeli government. So my question is, do you see any possibility of a grassroots movement within Israel to fight this war? Specifically, is there room for a more left and more progressive approach when it comes to anti-war protests? Obviously, there are anti-war protests right now, but my question is also, is there, I'm kind of struggling to see if there is a possibility to empathize, or at least sympathize with Palestinian tragedies and the thousands of people that have died in Palestine, and especially in 6 months, which is 70% women and kids. So to re-emphasize my question, is there a room for a more left and progressive movement that would be more considerate of Palestinian tragedies as well? Thank you.
There's a question for you.
I have hearing problems, so if there are other questions for me, if you can come closer, really, I don't hear my left side, but that's a personal thing. But from what I understood, there is a problem of lack of empathy, to say the least, and trauma. You know, the Israeli society has been traumatized and stick on October 7. And I can go on, and we don't have time to tell you stories. I myself have a niece that she survived the party that, you know, yesterday we started the conference showing that party. She ran for her life for 5 hours. Now, that's not a pretext to demonstrate empathy for more than 40,000 Palestinians killed, the vast majority of them women and children. Half of the population in the Gaza Strip, they are under the age of 18. So that I'm aware, and that's a problem in the sense that both societies, that lack of empathy, as you might find that at the beginning, I guess most of the Palestinians did not believe that Hamas committed that massacre, that violations, and etc. They did not believe. They saw that as freedom fighters. So I wish, you know, for my society, in moral terms, to have expressed more empathy for what happened in the Gaza Strip, what's happening right now. I don't expect that to happen now. That's why we have to stop, as you were saying, start with the ceasefire, moving in a political process to stop what's going on in the Gaza Strip.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Any more questions? Yes, here, please. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm Lazar from Belgrade. It was a really nice panel. Thank you for the discussion. And my question is kind of hypothetical because I really got interested when you talked about Hezbollah and how it represents about 30% of Lebanese people. And I wanted to ask you if hypothetically you were a decision maker, what would you do about Hezbollah? Because you can't leave it as it is, but you can't really change it to, you know, because it would displease so many people. Thank you.
Yes, Bushra.
Well, I think that we need to remember that Hezbollah is not only a military organization, it's also a political party, and it's also a party with a religious outlook, whether we agree or not. And also, it's a social service provider. So Hezbollah is embedded within the Shia community, and that's why whenever we want to take a decision about Hezbollah, we need to be sensitive because we don't want to, again, marginalize the Shia. Like again, you mentioned the Phalange, right? So there's like, we can draw a parallel with that. So you don't want to marginalize them, and you need to make them feel that they are part of this country. This country is for the 18 of us. And thank you for this question, actually, because we can open a parallel with the past, and then we can see that the Maronites tried to dominate that country and they failed. The Sunnis tried to dominate that country and they failed. And then the Druze tried to dominate that country and failed. And now the Shia. And now it's their turn to realize that they also tried and they failed. What's the price for this realization and how they're going to come back into the fold of the Lebanese state? This is very, very important. And we as Lebanese have we have like the moral duty, first of all. It is to ensure that they will come into the fold peacefully and that they are not threatened and they're not marginalized, and that together we need to reboot and to rebuild Lebanon for all of us. This is the most important. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more? Yes, please.
Hello, this is Angel from Bulgaria. I'm a journalist. I work for a Bulgarian news outlet. I should come? Or
yeah, come closer.
Okay.
Please.
Okay. Hello, sorry everyone. I will impose myself to make the conversation clearer. Sorry. So I'm following up on, I'll have something short for each one of you. First, Israel. I'm following up on the point of whether the war could be ended from downwards up. Is there a societal boiling point? A moment when Israelis, for example, after hearing that more hostages have died, God forbid, will take into the streets in such masses that something can happen that will resemble the judicial reform protests, and that Netanyahu will be forced to end the war. If it comes to Lebanon, we've heard a lot of talk about Europe wanting to help the Lebanese army and hoping that it will perhaps help enforce Israel's security by saying, hello, Hezbollah is not here anymore. Do you think this is feasible, or that it was stillborn when, even in Paris, when they said, okay, we pump a lot of money, but you don't have a proper plan how to do that? And if it comes to Palestine, do you think there is a recipe to save the Palestinian Authority? Because we've heard a lot from the US about revitalizing, re-energizing the Palestinian Authority, but so few people within the West Bank trust it right now that it's blamed for the risk of even further chaos and collapse.
Yes, you can start. So we can go in that order, of course. Arya.
We are very polite. Thank you for the questions. You are very well informed. you know, as I mentioned, and this is very unfortunate, even though I might give you the wrong sense that, you know, I'm optimistic, I'm not completely naive. You know, Israelis, they are exhausted after 30 months of war. So, you know, every Saturday night, we have a Paris Square in Jerusalem next to the Prime Minister's office. So I go there with my Israeli flag. You know, I'm a kind of a patriot, but not many people go there. So in a sense, you know, Netanyahu fired the defense minister. Entre nous, not my cup of tea, but Gallant, you know, he was in favor of ending the war and hostage deal. Now the last news from home, and that's very troubling, Netanyahu is considering firing the head of the security service because the security service is investigating what's going on in the office of the prime minister. So we might come to a point that the legal advisor might decide to impeach Netanyahu. You know, that might happen. As I mentioned, what I'm concerned more about what's going on at home than about the Iranian missiles. It's not that I'm not concerned about the Iranian missiles, but I think the problem is a domestic one. So eventually, that might stop. That's why we started the session when you were presenting a kind of omnipresent image of Netanyahu. The vast majority of Israelis, they don't want Netanyahu long in power. Now, those are good news. The bad news is don't expect that the person who might replace Netanyahu, well, I hope he might be better, but if you consider somebody like the former Prime Minister Bennett, he's even more hawkish than Netanyahu is. So wish me luck when I'm going back home in a couple of days.
Okay, thank you. Bushra.
Well, this brings us back again to the domestic. And the question is about, like, Lebanese. Yes, they always want a support from outside, but then also the outside wants to see that the Lebanese are doing something. And it's like the dilemma about the egg and the chicken, right? So the Lebanese, especially the Lebanese leaders, they always take cue from what's happening in the world and the international relations, and then they wait. Let's say they wait the Gulf to do something, they wait for France and the US to do something, and then you can hear that the Gulf or France, they're saying, but the Lebanese, they need to do something first. So again, I think that the Lebanese, they need to come together. They first of all, they need to open the parliament. Then they need to elect a president and then do a government and then to decide how they're going to proceed with the UN resolutions and to try to have a talk with Hezbollah as much as possible and then to strengthen the army and then to send it to the south. So all of this needs, Lebanese shouldn't be left for their own devices, but at the same time, they need to take things into their hands. So it's a collaboration, domestically and internationally.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Yazid. I sort of forget the bit about Palestine. The simple answer is the Palestinian Authority functioned very well in the 1990s in terms of setting up a tax department, finance ministry, getting the economy running, doing various things. And in terms of capacities, of core competences, as they're called, it compared very favorably with other Arab countries and with a large number of countries of the global south at least. It was never a problem of capacity, of technical ability, or even of political will. So this whole thing about revitalizing, re-energizing, etc., is dishonest. The question always has been, the problem always has been, since at least the year 2000, the entire 1990s experiment with the Oslo Accords and the attempt to create a temporary autonomy arrangement, which was the Palestinian Authority, was that this was a bridge to so-called final status, when there would be a final decision on whether there's going to be a Palestinian state or not. You're going to have to hold that for a moment. And no Palestinian structure, no organization, no magical leader, no knight in shining armor on a white horse can transform the fact that Palestinians live under various forms of occupation, various levels, various degrees, whether it's West Bank, East Jerusalem, Gaza, or the Palestinian citizens of Israel. In all of these cases, the fundamental problem is they do not control the levers of life that allow them
individually and collectively, to exercise the kind of freedoms that the rest of us expect and enjoy in our daily lives. As simple as that. Personally, whether that is a state of Palestine, a state of Israel, I don't care. The point is, you've got millions of people who've been denied this since 1948, since 1967, and even after the Autonomy Accords of 1993. And you can never, how do you get around that? So you bring the Palestinian Authority into Gaza to do what exactly? To prevent Hamas from firing rockets, okay. And then what? Does Gaza have free, open access to the market, to the world? It never did. Does it have free access to, the waves, the radio and TV waves? Does it have free access to the internet? No. To banking? No. To nothing. So what's the point of bringing in anyone to run Gaza if you then tell them you have to run Gaza with none of these things? You could bring the European Commission to take over and see how, Ursula von der Leyen, whatever her name is, runs things. You can't. So this is the core. And the rest is just make-believe, if not downright dishonest and cynical.
Yes, thank you. You wanted to say
Arya,
something?
you have
I just completely agree with you. It
That's
was just
good
a
enough.
question of semantics that they use the term permanent status because, otherwise it sounds something else.
No, but that's the word they use.
Yes.
Final status.
Yes. So,
Not very nice.
But the thing, I'm telling my friends, at home that the fact that the experiment failed, that does not mean that we shouldn't try that again. And I think part of the problem, and you know about that because you were involved, is that this idea, when we teach in international relations theory, Axelrod, that you build like the shadow of the future, you do this gradual. And I think that was wrong because you didn't have the end. I mean, you don't have in the agreements, it was not mentioned a Palestinian state. You have to read between the lines. So you have to start from there.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to learn from that because, again, the alternative is a catastrophe.
Sure.
So are there any more questions? Just have time for one more question. Yes, please.
Thank you. Maya Bielosh from Belgrade Center for Security Policy. To join you. Okay. Before posing a question that is mostly related to the global movement, I just want to reflect with a few things on your discussion. First of all, what struck me is that you didn't mention the word of peace, because in my opinion, the word of peace is almost erased from the vocabulary of the establishment, the mainstream media, and sometimes experts. We talk about ceasefire, we talk about agreements, and so on. But really genuine peace is somehow neglected. Even those institutions that should be served to safeguard peace and security is no longer fit for it. So how come we ended up in this situation, erasing completely peace and not really upholding to the peace? Because as we speak, people in Palestine, in Gaza particularly, are genocided, and the priority is to stop genocide as well. And the United Nations General Assembly also issued a deadline for ending unlawful occupation, which was supported by the majority in UN. Also recently, global majority supported the right of self-determination of Palestinians as a precondition to actually thinking about their future. What is happening is that...
Can we just hear the question,
yeah,
please,
yeah,
because we don't have any more time.
Whatever is happening in the Middle East doesn't stay at the Middle East and impact us all. And people are reacting to the genocide forming in a form of global movement that is widening. And there is a strong global movement of global citizens standing in solidarity with Palestinians, with Lebanese, but also many other oppressed nations from the global south, demanding peace, demanding global accountability, demanding the new order that will be free from colonial models of power and genocide. For me, is that how do you see the strong reactions toward what is happening? And what is happening in Middle East very much affects us later, because either weapons tested in Palestine, Lebanon will be exported to our country. Police tactics will be important. Spyware will be important to our countries. Models of social exclusion will be implemented, or model suppression to be asked. How do you see the impact of what is happening in the Middle East to other regions and globally? And how do you see global movement that is now more vocal, yet it's met with police brutality and censorship at unprecedented level? How do you see that interaction between what is happening outside of the region?
Okay,
Thank you.
It's a long question, but I will have to ask you to be short, so please.
Yes. Well, the context is long maybe, but I think you put your finger on a lot of really important things. And I guess the answer to the issue of mentioning peace or not is what you then described, which is there's a fight ahead. For us to have peace, justice in our various societies, we're going to have to fight, and fight harder than ever. That's one. Two, I think the global solidarity movement that's emerged over the last year in support of Palestine, of course, reflected frustration that for the last quarter of a century, Palestine had not come into being. And so there's a reflection of that, and I think that had accumulated. There are challenges, one of which is that the Palestinian movement itself is not offering leadership, ethical and political. And that was demonstrated, I think, with what Hamas did, and the manner in which many people responded to what Hamas did, basically turning a blind eye to the killing of civilians in southern Israel by Hamas. I mean, I have a problem with that, and I had it from the first day and was vocal about it. But that was in itself an embodiment of the end of real leadership among Palestinians. It's a Palestinian problem. Therefore, the global solidarity movement, in a more proactive way, needs not to look solely to Palestinians for leadership, for guidance, for the compass, their moral compass. I think that because, as you very rightly pointed out, it's not just that tactics and techniques and technologies of repression are being exported from Israel, Palestine to other parts of the world, whether it's in the UK or France or Germany or elsewhere, legislation all over the place reduces the scope for dissent and for protest. Having a demonstration in Amsterdam became in itself something that was, illegal, unless whatever terms. So there is a trend that's already underway. Israel-Palestine feeds into it, intensifies it, but it's already also there. It's been there for the last decade at least. Policing tactics, militarizing police in the USA, in the United Kingdom. So what I'm trying to say is that the global solidarity movement must also provide a lot of its own leadership. And whether, wherever they're based, they need to be part of, whether it's Black Lives Matter in the United States, fighting anti-Semitism on the streets of Germany or Amsterdam, and fighting for, preserving working class benefits or whatever it might be. It's a huge range, but I just mean that we have to evolve and develop our own leadership. And that's, I'm talking in the context of global solidarity with Palestine, it has to also be sort of auto-led. It has to be part of other movements and to find its own leadership and its own models. Because if people are looking, I don't want Palestine to be exceptionalized. That people who get up and fight for Palestine overlook genocide in Sudan, for instance. I mean, millions of people are displaced in Sudan. At least, I forget, I was listening to the panel earlier today, hundreds of thousands of people have died there in the last 2 or 3 years, and we hear almost nothing about it. Yemen, 350, 375,000 dead since the Saudis went in 2015. We can't be, we can't focus on Palestine in a way that blinds us to the rest of this. And we can't fight it all, but we have to understand the intersectionality. We have to show what solidarity actually means, to remember what solidarity is about. And yeah, again, show leadership. Each and every one of us needs to show leadership. We can't just look to the others and think, Hamas is not the leadership for those Palestinians who, in their desperation and humiliation, thought anyone who kicks our enemy in the teeth is good. They weren't. And not because they're radical or Islamist or whatever it is. All that's also a lot of nonsense. But people who want liberation have to take responsibility for their actions. They're either victims, in which case they're without agency and they accept what comes to them. I don't believe in that. I've never believed in that. But being an agent of your own freedom means taking full ethical, political responsibility for your choices and your acts, your timing, your strategy. And again, Palestinians have to do that. They're in a horrible mess this way, but everyone who supports them needs to take on part of that leadership role.
Okay.
So,
thank you. Be brief, please.
Sorry, took your time.
Just like building on everything, as you said, and the first thing you started with, that's why we don't talk about peace. Because we talk about ceasefire because we think that it's attainable. But peace, you need to solve all of this and more, and you need also to solve the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. So that's why there is no talk of peace.
Very quickly, because I know it's a coffee break. So there were 3 points. One, I completely agree with you that unfortunately the concept of peace has been degraded. You know, at home people talk about normalization. I have been teaching peace for 31 years and I explain, I don't expect between Israelis and Palestinians positive peace. John Lennon, you know, the yellow submarine. Negative peace, meaning the absence of war, will be more than enough. The second point, disagree with you, but we can continue over coffee. I don't think that you have a genocide. I think that there are clear cases of war crimes. In the last month, the IDF is investigating 16 cases regarding northern Gaza, but we can argue about that. I'm sure that what Hamas did on October 7, 2023, there were genocidal elements there. And the third point that relates to other panels, and I think Natalia Tocci and Udo Jude Ilo, and you mentioned that he was referring to what's going on in Sudan. Everything is interrelated. So we have to pay attention, and in the Global South, I guess at the G20, etc., they are complaining about those double standards. But we also have to be aware of stereotypes, because if you take Latin America, you take Africa, you will see not everybody follow Colombia or Turkey, you know, demanding at the ICJ genocidal actions. It's much more complicated than that. But there are double standards there. I'm aware of that. And again, we have to be aware it's not just Russia, Ukraine, Palestine, there are other things. I'm not demeaning, I'm not saying that's not an issue. And if I have the last word, I assume. So I'm really happy about sharing this panel with the two of you, because with the three of us or the four of us, because I think that's, in a sense, we are delivering about the message of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for participating. Thank you all for listening to us. Thank you.
Thank you all for your shared thoughts on how to end the spiral of violence in the Middle East, easing tensions inside and outside Israel, and enabling Palestinian people's self-governance and dignity. Before we proceed with the next panel, we will have a short break, coffee break out front. So please be back in 20 minutes. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome back. Before the next panel on today's agenda, we'll have a commemorative lecture about Budimir Lončar, the last Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Socialist Federative Republic of Yugoslavia, by Professor Tvrtko Jakovina from Department of History at the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences of the University of Zagreb. Mr. Jakovina, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. There are many different ways in which I could start this lecture about a man I've spent 20 years with, working on a history of Yugoslav diplomacy, which was de facto his biography. We met in 2004 when I have approached Budimir Lončar, who just returned or was returning from New York to Zagreb, because I was interested in the details of Richard Nixon's visit to Yugoslavia, Belgrade, Zagreb, and Kumrovec in 1970. And shortly after that, he started to work with me, or I started to work with him, using the opportunity to talk over and over again for the past, as I said, 16 years before I published the book on his life and all the secrets of Yugoslav diplomacy. Budimir Lončar passed away on the 1st of September 2024. He was 101. He wasn't ill. That morning he went for a swim in front of his house on the island of Ugljan, close to Zadar in Dalmatia. He had one of his former ambassadors as a guest for lunch, and in the afternoon he decided to take another swim and unfortunately got a stroke. So although 101, it was a big surprise for all of us who knew him well. His nickname was Mr. Non-Aligned, and he got that nickname in 1970 during a conference, or the third summit of the Non-Aligned in Lusaka, Zambia, when a conference and the whole movement was passing through a small crisis because the hosts of the conference had their own idea how to prepare documents for the Non-Aligned. And Lončar was working with one of the masters of the Congress diplomacy, T.N. Cole of India, who said, well, just find 5 countries and 5 diplomats who are going to follow us. And little by little, we have to start very late, and by the morning of the next day, we will manage to change the proposal of the Zambians and return it back to what we had initially prepared, the Indians and the Yugoslavs. And when that finished, because of Lončar's engagement and mastery, T.N. Cole said, well, it's my proposal to call you from now onwards Mr. Non-Aligned. And Mr. Non-Aligned had repeated this story last year at the ministerial meeting of non-aligned countries in Baku, Azerbaijan, where he was invited to give a speech, though he was 99. And he gave 3 speeches altogether at that conference, being especially interesting to all of the young diplomats who were attending the conference in Baku. Lončar joined Yugoslav diplomacy in 1949, when new, young, reliable diplomats were being looked for in a country that was in a terrible peril after the split between Tito and Stalin, and he was sent in 1950 to New York and spent 6 years in New York working in the Consulate General and for the mission of Yugoslavia to the United Nations. That was the beginning of a big change in Yugoslav diplomacy, the so-called long 50s, starting with the war in Korea and finishing with the first summit of the Non-Aligned, which was held in 1961 in this country. Yugoslavia had a very few diplomatic contacts at that time, before 1940s or the beginning of the 50s. But then in that decade, starting with the war in Korea, it was the beginning of finding of the Yugoslav cosmopolitan identity and the opening of new diplomatic missions around the world, trying to prove that the split between Tito and Stalin was not a sham and fake, and that the Yugoslavs are open and became interesting to all, especially Western partners. So I'll give you just one example or several examples from one year, and that year is 1954, so exactly 60 years ago, when Yugoslavia managed to sign the Balkan Pact, or the military segment of the Balkan Pact with two NATO countries, Turkey and Bulgaria. And in 1954, Yugoslavia, together with Italy, together with Italy, United Kingdom and United States, signed the so-called London Memoranda, by which the border between Yugoslavia and Italy was finally defined and confirmed in 1975, as it was agreed on in 1954. That same year, Tito was a host to the Emperor of Ethiopia and was preparing for his first important non-aligned trip to Burma and India at the end of 1954. So a country that was so ideologized at the beginning, so close to the Soviet Union, after the split was starting with that cosmopolitan identity, and building cosmopolitan identity, but at the same time building the identity of the non-aligned. And country that was, as a phrase goes, or one sentence goes, identity of belonging to the world through not belonging to either the East or the West. Lončar was there. He was there when Koča Popović, as Minister of Foreign Affairs, came to New York in 1954. He followed him. He was asked to prepare notes after the meetings. And since his memory was so perfect, Koča Popović thought that he was hiding some special machine by which he was recording all those conversations, because Koča Popović couldn't see him taking notes. He was memorizing everything. He would concentrate, memorize everything, and then produce the reports by the morning of the next day. And he said, well, once you return to Belgrade, let me know. I need another memory, or I need an external memory. So that's what Lončar did in 1956. And from 1956 until the very end of Koča Popović's tour of duty as a State Secretary for Foreign Relations, Lončar was traveling all the time with Koča Popović, save for one trip to Italy, and he became the closest associate of one of the most capable Yugoslav ministers of foreign affairs. Then he was sent to Indonesia, and Indonesia, he happened to be at the time when a coup against Sukarno, or whatever it was, failed. And being Yugoslav ambassador, he established especially close relations with all of the Indonesian politicians. I have many stories from that period when it wasn't very easy to be in Indonesia. But something that is always very impressive is to see how many exceptionally close contacts a Yugoslav ambassador had with the top politicians, not only in Indonesia, but in the whole region of Southeastern Asia, especially at the time when Indonesia was trying to develop a concept that was against Yugoslav interests in the non-aligned of the new emerging forces, which Yugoslavs didn't like. And that was in tune with the wishes of many of the Western countries. speaking of the pragmatism of Yugoslav foreign policy and especially Yugoslav non-aligned position. Lončar was serving in Bonn at the time when Willy Brandt became federal chancellor. And he was ambassador to the United States from 1979 to 1983, establishing very close relations, lifelong relations with President George Bush. And I can witness that because I personally was helping Lončar to write some of the answers to the letters that were exchanged between him and President George Bush. It is amazing in a way that you have a politician or a diplomat from a country that ceased to exist, who was in his 90s and who was still close to some of the top politicians he met many, many decades before that. Claude Cheysson was serving as French ambassador in Indonesia, and Lončar was his best man at one of his many weddings. And after that, Claude Cheysson was invited to the island of Ugljan to spend holidays with Lončar. The same happened with another guy he was even closer with, and that was Hans-Dietrich Genscher, the German Minister of Foreign Affairs, and at the beginning when Lončar came to Bonn, Minister of Interior, and they were exceptionally close. Henry Kissinger was one of those. With George Bush, it all started at the beginning of the 70s when he was serving as the American permanent representative to the United Nations. Lončar was the one who had warned him that China is eventually going to become a member of the non-aligned. And Bush remembered that and was always thankful for the conversations he had with the Yugoslav highly positioned diplomat at that time. And then eventually, upon his return from the United States, Lončar, at the end of the 80s, as I would say almost a permanent #2 in the State Secretary, was named, it turned out to be the last Secretary for Foreign Affairs of Yugoslavia, memorizing or bringing to the way how he was, how he saw diplomacy at that time, that Yugoslavia was going through an exceptional crisis and that crisis should be internationalized. Something that he was always being criticized for in Croatia, but in other parts of Yugoslavia, was the fact that following the example from the 1950s, when Yugoslavia was threatened by the Soviet bloc countries and Soviet Union, when Yugoslavia internationalized its position, and when Milovan Djilas at that time wanted to talk about the threats and the events and incidents at Yugoslav borders, Budimir Lončar did just the same at the time when Yugoslavia was not being threatened from anyone outside, but from the inside, trying to show to the world and to show to Yugoslavia that country at least should avoid war, or if not, that there are mechanisms by which they can show, that Yugoslavs can show to their people that Yugoslavia still matters for something. At that event was the last non-aligned summit of the non-aligned, the summit of the non-aligned countries, which was held in Belgrade in 1989. One of the goals of the Federal Secretariat for Foreign Affairs was to show to the world and show to the Yugoslavs that there are still countries that count on Yugoslavia, that Yugoslavia, as the presiding country of the non-aligned, will be invited to all forums and be present at all meetings in the United Nations and at different conferences around the world, so that it could internationalize its problem and its crisis. Many of you are close to diplomacy, and many of you are diplomats or former diplomats or wannabe diplomats. Diplomacy hardly ever is something that defines events. It's always more important what's going on inside country and inside in internal relations of each of our countries. So that's how it was with Yugoslavia too. Foreign policy and all the sophistication of our diplomats was not really very important or mattered far less than many of the events that took place in Yugoslavia. Lončar became a representative of the non-aligned, of the United Nations to the non-aligned in Indonesia at the beginning of the 90s, worked in New York, and then returned to Croatia, where he was advising two Croatian presidents, remaining active until the very last day. So he was never actually ill. Yes, there were some operations and pneumonias and stuff, but with modern medicine, he was able to recover. For me, it was a shock, because not for half an hour he was ill, you know. But the way how he left was, I would say, in style or with style. Thank you very much.
We are now conveniently excited to introduce the panel, The Legacy of Global Non-Alignment, How Small Countries and Middle Powers Navigate in a Multipolar World. Our esteemed panelists are Branka Letinovic, Vice Chair of the Forum for International Relations, European Movement in Serbia, Thomas Greminger, Director of the Geneva Center for Security Policy, and Thomas Meyer-Harting, former EEAS Managing Director and former Ambassador of the EU and Austria to the UN in New York. The panel discussion will be moderated by Alexandra Godefroy, producer and reporter for N1 Television. Please join me on the stage.
Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for agreeing to participate in this panel, and thanks to Professor Tvrtko Jakovina for his lecture about a man that was born when the geopolitical ground was shifting, then lived through one world order, saw the unipolar world that was created, and died when again we are in the times when the geopolitical ground is shifting under us, creating something possibly new. Now, in those times gone by, we had the non-alignment movement. Do you think, and this is a question for each one of you, that neutrality is possible in this geopolitical reality? And if yes, then under what and which conditions? Shall we start with you, please?
Sure, with pleasure. Well, I would argue that today's topic is as relevant now as it was during the Cold War. I think this renewed interest in non-alignment, or perhaps I should say multi-alignment and neutrality as a foreign policy choice for small states and middle powers, I think it speaks to the shifts taking place in our international system. It's a reflection of a transformation to a multipolar, multicentric world order. It's a reflection of more and more states wishing not to be caught in between a poorly managed geopolitical competition between the United States, China, and Russia. States not wanting to be obliged to choose a camp. And I think in that sense, it's a very relevant debate. Again, I mean, I'm happy as a representative of a small state myself to share with you a few insights on how a small state can position itself in this new multipolar world. I'm not pretending that neutrality is the only way. As a matter of fact, a small state has basically three different choices. It's bandwagoning, it's hedging, or it's neutrality. Bandwagoning basically implies that you join for good an alliance, like NATO, for instance. Hedging means that you choose your partners selectively in function of a specific topic. And the third alternative is neutrality on a more permanent basis. Now, what does neutrality imply? And I think you have to differentiate fundamentally between legal obligations, the law of neutrality, and neutrality policy. Now, when it comes to the legal obligations, there are very few, very important ones. It's basically about not militarily supporting a party in conflict, and it's about not joining a military alliance. Beyond that, when it comes to neutrality policy, you're extremely flexible. I mean, give you two examples. Switzerland decided to join the economic sanctions after Russia invaded Ukraine. That is very much part of our understanding of neutrality policy. To give you another example, last week, the Swiss Air Force trained with the US Air Force Europe together in Switzerland in order to be better trained, better interoperable, better prepared. So this shows, I think, two things. First of all, neutrality is not a foreign policy objective for us. It's clearly a foreign policy tool. And I think the second point that I would want to make here, neutrality does not mean being neutral in terms of values, in terms of responding to breaches of international law or breaches of international humanitarian law. I think on the contrary, I think small states are have a very strong interest in the rule of law, in a system, in an international system that is predictable, where basically, you have international law, you have rules as guiding principles, as a compass also, in a new multipolar, multicentric world. So neutrality does not mean being neutral in values. Let me perhaps conclude with, three principles that I would advise a neutral to follow if he wants to be a successful neutral state. And it's pursuing an active foreign policy. It is diversifying your partnerships, and it's being predictable. Let me briefly elaborate with one or two sentences each principle. I think as a neutral, you need to be perceived as useful to the international community. This implies pursuing an active foreign policy. In the case of Switzerland, it has been a consistently strong engagement in promoting peace and security, engaging in conflict resolution, in conflict management, but also investing a lot in development cooperation. So, yeah, being perceived to be useful. The second principle, diversify your relations politically, economically, diplomatically, and I also insist on the notion of partnership. You know, and would I be talking to a Swiss audience? I'm aware I'm not talking to a Swiss audience. I would be insisting of formalizing also your relationship with the European Union in a sustainable way. And thirdly, you need to be predictable. Neutrality is not something that you can pursue for 6 months, then change, and again come back. You need to be perceived as reliably neutral by others. And this also comes along with a capacity to defend itself. And I think that is a very important notion, in particular when we perhaps later on in our discussion come to talk about the in-between states in Europe.
Yeah. How you define it, neutrality seems like a very complicated stuff to do. Ms. Latinovic, what would you say? Is it possible? Is it possible for us to be neutral, Serbia?
It's possible or not possible. I think it's one side of the story, but another side of the story is it's necessary to exist as one way in international relations. We have to make some differences between neutrality and non-aligned movement of non-aligned policy, because neutrality is much older. And it's also have a strong legal prerequisite, and we have in mind that the neutrality was defined under the Hague Convention since 1997. The non-alignment came as a result of the Cold War, after the Second World War, and the strong bloc divisions. And non-alignment was one original response of the states of the so-called Third World on the bloc divisions and the atmosphere of confrontations which exist in that time in the world, but particularly in Europe, because the two blocs met in Europe, NATO and Warsaw Pact. Non-aligned movement also has one common basis, common approach, but because it was the group of the states which, as one prerequisite, has resistance. Resistance to the colonial status, under which the majority of the states were in the time when the non-aligned movement was formed, and also fight against the colonialism was one of the main pillar of the movement in that sense. But at the same time, it was constructed on the basis of the Charter of United Nations, but also principles of the Bandung Conference, 55 Brioni Conference, and particularly first Belgrade Conference on the criteria which were that no one of the non-aligned states will be member of one of the blocs. They would not sign the military agreement with the superpower, and do not allow the foreign troops on their territories. It means that this security dimension was very, very, very active and was dominant something within the policy. But it was successful because it was also the interest of the superpower that this block of countries, third world, were together, not to incline to one of another blocks. In spite of this mutual understanding among the big powers, Soviet Union was more aggressive regarding to the non-aligned states through Cuba, and tried to define one club of the natural alliance with the aim to explain that this group of countries are more close to the socialist countries than to the West. But also the West, it means USA and Europe, had ambition to put domination under the movement and to have them in the General Assembly as a voting machinery, which is very important. This put into question the unity in one period of time, unity of the movement, and it was culmination during the summit in Havana, 79, and this division was avoided thanks to the Tito. And he succeeded again that non-aligned movement reform principles of not to cling to one of the blocks and to continue as an independent international subject. But now, in these circumstances, which we have completely another landscape in Europe and in the world also, the status to be neutral on a non-aligned have now the same relevance as it was during the Cold War. And more successful period of the non-aligned were during the Cold War. After the ending of this, the relevances and significance of the non-aligned as political movement. It's without infrastructure, institutionalization, and etc., start to be losing. And we have in mind that the success of the non-aligned in that period was thanks to the personality, strong leadership, particularly of Tito, and Yugoslavia as a motor of the non-aligned. When the dissolution of Yugoslavia, the ending of the blocks in the Europe, non-aligned movement have not found some particular special items from the interest. I think that we have now faced with something new. It's a BRICS, which remind me on some type of the non-alignment. We have in mind that instead of the third world, now is using the terms the global south countries, that majority of these are from this region in any way, but in the future, this definition of the foreign policy is not be successful and not be one option for the Europe, particularly including for Serbia.
Yes. What is neutrality now?
Well, let me also, because we've had this very impressive historical background of non-alignment, Foreign Minister Budimir Lonča, I in fact worked for Austrian Foreign Minister Alois Mock when he worked with Minister Lonča. Let me also give a little bit of history to the Austrian case. I mean, Austria, as is well known, opted for neutrality in 1955 as a political price to end quadripartite occupation of the country, and in particular Soviet occupation in the east of the country. In the so-called Moscow Memorandum, which was not a contractual obligation but a political concession, Austria said, the Austrian government at the time said, that we would follow a neutrality according to the model of Switzerland. And it's, by the way, interesting in the context of today's discussion why we said according to the model of Switzerland, because the Austrian government at the time wanted to make absolutely clear that this was not about ideological neutrality, that we did not want to join the movement of non-aligned countries, but that we wanted to continue as a Western-style democracy, and therefore the Swiss neutrality model. And this was then enshrined in a constitutional law in 55, and on that basis we continued to operate. And what was a sort of political concession in 1955 became a policy that reached a very high level of popularity, in particular during the East-West conflict, when we did see a possibility for cooperation with the neutral and non-aligned countries, and it also helped to make Vienna a seat of international organizations, in particular of the United Nations, after New York, and Geneva of the OSCE and others. And it still remains very much supported by the Austrian public. But we sort of differed from Switzerland from the very beginning, because first of all, we joined the United Nations in 1955, a few months after we'd said that we'd follow the model of Switzerland, which had decided for reasons of neutrality to stay outside of the United Nations until the 1990s. And the biggest difference, of course, is that from 95 onwards, Austria decided to join the European Union. And I understand that we'll speak later on more precisely about the importance of neutrality in Europe. But joining the European Union had a very fundamental impact on our policy and even on our legal status. Because when we joined the European Union, we promised to participate fully and in a spirit of solidarity in common foreign and security policy of the European Union. The European Union accepted that we remain neutral in legal terms, but in fact, in the understanding that we have since then, this is a purely military neutrality. It was never seen as a political neutrality, and it was never seen as ideological neutrality. And we could sort of do, and we still can do, a certain number of things, especially in areas where there's no agreed position of the European Union. We can, of course, play an active role in the field of disarmament, and I think you've worked together with Austrians in this area. We have neutrality has helped us to maintain Vienna, as I already said, as a seat of international organizations, and there have been conflicts where the European Union as a group has not engaged that much, where Austria has played useful international services, like, for instance, East Timor and some other examples. And we also remain a venue of international encounters. But of course, now that, as the European Union itself says, when war has returned to Europe, and in a manner that deeply implicates the European Union as a whole, neutrality as a political concept in this specific context cannot play a role. Of course, Austria, in the conflict between an aggressor and the aggressed party, between Russia and Ukraine, cannot be neutral between these two parties, more specifically because the European Union as a whole, in reality, has taken sides in this conflict. And this, of course, means that we follow more or less fully what the European Union is doing in this field. And in fact, it is also worth noting that when we joined the European Union, we in fact created a legal framework which allows us, where necessary, to give priority to obligations of European foreign and security policy over classical neutrality concepts. And I mean, you said in the case of Switzerland that the Swiss neutrality does not allow one party, you to support one party militarily or with any kind of military support in a conflict. Of course, Austria, for political reasons, has also decided not to deliver arms to Ukraine, but we have decided to allow for transit of arms over Austrian territory to Ukraine, which is sort of an obligation we've accepted under the terms of common foreign and security policy, but an obligation that would be contrary to the classical law of neutrality. So this is certainly something that we continue to grapple with. And I personally think, I mean, this is clearly a subject that is still under discussion and very much under discussion in our country, and in a certain sense not even under discussion in our country, because 80% of the population strongly supports neutrality. But the reality is that our membership in the European Union has changed the overall context quite profoundly, and I'm happy to sort of discuss this aspect, because in a certain sense I also believe it is of interest to a public in this country.
Yes, but if you say like Austria is neutral, Switzerland is neutral, with the beginning of the war in Ukraine, Russia full-scale invasion, Sweden, for instance, abandoned their military neutrality. But you had same, as you say, you don't deliver weapons, but they go over your territory. It all sounds like, as you said, I mean, it's not basically neutrality, is it? And if we have the rise in Europe of the political parties, right-wing parties, that are saying, it's not our business, this war, let's like really be neutral, is this indeed possible without consequences?
I mean, the core of military neutrality is that Austria is not a member of a military alliance. And that, for instance, means, as I already said, that we can participate in initiatives on international disarmament in which the members of a military alliance cannot participate, because obviously if you're bound to the nuclear strategy of NATO, you cannot support the kinds of international agreements that Austria has been promoting. So there are some areas where this still plays a certain role. I was only saying in the specific context of war in Europe, of the war of aggression of Russia against Ukraine, where international borders have been violated and where the international order in Europe is at risk. I mean, obviously, Austria cannot say we are neutral between the aggressor and the aggressed, and that we are not, because we've taken sides politically within the European Union. We have not taken a certain number of military steps because we are not part of a military alliance, but obviously, I mean, if you're a member of the European Union, I mean, I can only say, as you know, and as everybody, I mean, in this country knows, a candidate for membership to the European Union is judged inter alia according to the level of its alignment, his alignment with the positions of the European Union. And obviously where the European Union has taken a position, neither a candidate country nor a member can be non-aligned in the sense of the word. So I think that is an important development.
Yes, of course. Ms. Ladinovic, we are that country that wants to become a member of EU, and despite what our government is saying, claiming neutrality in the matter, at the same time condemning Russian invasion and not placing sanctions, are we indeed neutral? Can we call ourselves, Serbia, neutral country in this particular situation of war in Ukraine, where one country attacked the other?
First of all, the neutrality of Serbia is not the same like Austria and Switzerland, because for the neutrality, it's necessary to have two pillars. It's one that you have an internal legal document which define neutrality. And second, that you have an international guarantee for the neutrality. In the case of Austria, it was a state agreement with the guarantor of the neutrality of Austria. In Switzerland, it was a few centuries before, and anyway. But neutrality is a changeable category. In the past, we have many countries which proclaim neutrality, but for different reasons, they left this status. The recent case is a case of Sweden and Finland. This country had different type of neutrality, but defined as a political security model of the foreign policy and security policy for that. Serbia has no this type of neutrality. It's defined with one political document. It's document of resolution of the National Assembly, which limited this neutrality on military neutrality, and it was a result of some special reasons when this resolution was adopted. But in any way, for military neutrality, we have, during the military conflicts, a number of states can proclaim their neutral status, military neutrality, regarding to the war conflicts. During the First World War, Italy was neutral until 1917, United States also. In the Second World War, we had a group of states which were neutral in the beginning. Some state, but not. But in any way, regarding to the case of Serbia, it's not compatible to make only this side of neutrality, military neutrality, which is not elaborated with what does it mean. It's not only not to be member of some military bloc, but neutrality as a permanent category needs to have definition of some another obligations.
Yeah, but if we apply one of the criteria that at the beginning was defined by Mr. Greminger, predictability of foreign policy, is Serbia's foreign policy predictable? Can anyone rely on what we're going to...
No, because we have no any document which define what is the strategic document or action plan or something like this. It's from situation to situation. It seems that one day we are more to the east, another day we are more to the west, and the third day it will become from the some of non-aligned states, and our president is speaking in the General Assembly like a leader of some non-aligned states, not as a country which is in advanced period, in advanced status of negotiation with the European Union. It means that we have no one stable position, determination for that. We know that our strategic interest is to obtain this membership status in the European Union, but in the meantime we make some, how to say, collateral activities which are not comparable with the proclaimed strategic aim to be the member of European Union. Only one sentence regarding to neutrality. In the past, neutral and non-aligned countries, Europe, make one excellent example of successful cooperation within the CSE. Namely, non-aligned and neutral states make this informal group, NNG, with Yugoslavia, Malta, Cyprus, in that time as non-aligned, and Austria, Switzerland, Finland, and Sweden as neutral states. And this group of states find a common approach. It means they'd like to make some, to start the beginning of process to making the changing the atmosphere of confrontation in the Europe. In that sense, and to make some mediation between East and West, and the results make, which make its military aspects, its including of military aspects in the final document, Helsinki process, and also follow-up of the Helsinki process, which ending with the institutionalization, forming the Organization of Security, etc.
Mr. Geming, you mentioned that the destiny of small and middle states in this kind of situations is to go with one big, to sit on a fence, to be neutral. Austria, Switzerland, you meet the criteria to do it as your states are. But how about the ones that are hedging, that are sitting on a fence? And we see more and more such countries, and they are by population or their GDP, not small countries at all, countries like India, like Brazil. What is possibly their motivation to sit this one out, so to say?
I'll immediately respond to your question, but I was prompted, by your comment on the N+N, the non-aligned and the neutral countries in the Cold War, playing an extremely important role in managing this Cold War, in promoting what was then called the Helsinki process, and kind of building up the CSC and OEC structure. And since we are again in a super polarized situation, it's a bit difficult or dangerous to compare it or even to call it Cold War 2.0. But I mean, there are a lot of features that remind us of the Cold War, and this is why I would argue there is again a space for neutrals, multi-aligned. Again, perhaps we have to reinvent, how we want to call them today. But for those sets of countries that are not ready, to choose any of the sides. Now, why, have you all these fence sitters? Well, the very term fence sitting is very interesting, right? Fence sitting towards what? Perhaps those that we criticize of fence sitting would criticize us for sitting on the fence regarding IHL violations elsewhere, right? Yeah. So I think we need to be a bit careful. There is this entire discussion on double standards, right? That is particularly prominent within the Global South. And I think that illustrates, this concept of fence sitting, or the different perceptions of fence sitting. And I think more countries, in particular in the Global South, they realize that choosing a camp comes at a high price, is not compatible with pursuing their national interests. And I mean, let us just recall the Russian invasion in Ukraine had massive global repercussions on, for instance, food security, energy security. It did destabilize political systems in quite a number of countries. And well, the political West, and of course, was expecting these countries to kind of side with them, but at the same time, these countries felt pretty much left alone. There was not that much. I mean, it has been changing now over the last 3 years. There has been, I think, more listening to the concerns of the Global South. There has been more support offered, but still, I think there is this sense that, you don't really care about our concerns, but you would want us, to be on your side when it comes to your concerns. So I think that's, I think these perceptions should be taken seriously by all of us. Mm-hmm. And I think that leads, to a situation where countries then decide on a case-to-case cases with whom they want to partner with whom they want to ally. And I think this is going to be more part of this new polycentric reality.
Mm-hmm. Can that be a beneficial thing for countries of, for instance, Global South, to be left alone and now to do their own thing and to grow in their own direction without choosing a side in this war of ours, so to say, that is not really ours, yeah.
Well, frankly, I mean, I started out by explaining the very specific situation of a small or medium-sized country that is a member of the European Union. Yeah. And there, of course, we are tied by certain obligations, and even there, we have a certain margin in certain areas where we can do useful things. And by the way, at the time when I had the honor of representing Austria on the United Nations Security Council in 2009 and 2010, we did a number of things on the rule of law, on the defense of human rights, that would perhaps have been more difficult for a member state of the European Union that is not member of a military alliance. I simply said that in such a fundamental conflict as the one we are facing right now, a member state of the European Union cannot sit on the fence with regard to policies of the European Union. I think that was my starting point. When it comes to the world at large, I think it is essential that we have countries, and again, like Thomas Greminger, I wouldn't call it sitting on the fence. I mean, we have discovered that right now we need countries that can play an important role in re-establishing dialogue between Russia and Ukraine. I mean, it's obvious that at the end, some kind of arrangement will have to be found between the sides, and their countries like Turkey, for instance, like countries from the global south, can play and should play an essential role. And in a certain sense, I said this in another discussion today, I mean, what we are seeing here is a challenge to the international order in general, and therefore should also be of concern to countries outside of Europe. And I would strongly encourage countries to take that potential. I think one has to distinguish between the global picture and the specificities of obligations that you have as a member of the European Union.
Okay, but outside of EU, why would these countries care to play such role? I'm not talking Turkey. Turkey is a NATO member, but some India.
As I just said, we discussed this in an earlier discussion today in another part of this very interesting conference. What we are seeing in Europe is a violation of internationally agreed state borders. And I mean, if you reflect on that kind of thing happening on other continents, and the most obvious example is the African continent, where borders on the African continent are in many ways entirely artificial and were accepted as a sort of heritage of the colonial system that nobody wanted to touch, because once you start touching borders, this takes you to a sort of Pandora's box, which will then open. So clearly, in my opinion, there is not only an interest of countries in Europe, but an interest of the global community as such to defend the principle of sanctity of borders. And I mean, if you look at the votes on this subject on the General Assembly, I mean, you see that there's global support for this principle, which goes far beyond the European Union of today, but it would be good for this support to become more operational than it is today.
Yes, of course. Ms. Latinovic, we also saw that BRICS is expanding. And we often say here in Europe, look, Putin is isolated. Look, almost everybody, even the ones that did not put sanctions, are now members of the European political community. He is isolated, but he's not. He's isolated from our part of the world, on quotation marks. He's not isolated from other very, very big countries. They are joining this organization. Of course, not all of the ones joining are saying bravo for attacking Ukraine. On the contrary. How do you explain this expansion happening last year?
First of all, we still don't know what is the BRICS. BRICS is a very interesting project as a project, and it's one response of Putin regarding to the geopolitical domination of United States and the West. And he liked to take some domination also in this sense, and fight this model, BRICS, which includes the majority of the global south, as it's called, but majority of them are the non-aligned states. We still don't know it is the organization, is the initiative, is a process, or something third. What is the common now is that starting to building multipolar world and the dollarization of the economy. But regarding to the last summit, which held in Russia, we didn't see many results in that sense. First of all, it's not including new member. Instead of that, Russia introduced new terms, new status, partners of BRICS. As I seen, Turkey was among the first who has been offering to follow the BRICS in the status of partner, but nobody knows what does it mean anyway, and is still in the process of developing as a project, as a priority on that. But we have to mind that in the world, according to the data of United Nations, last year it was 40 wars in the world. Majority of them were in the Africa continent. Africa continent is inclining to the BRICS, and now is a very difficult situation regarding to other things. But multipolarity is interesting, but it's also danger, because in the multipolarity world is different to make a balance. Balance is a key elements for the stability and peace and security in the world. And in that sense, the bloc division, in spite of many bad things, had one good. It's a balance between two superpower regarding to the blocs, and that they had a mutual respect. It means that they not intervene if from one sphere of interest in another of any way. Multipolarity is attractive, but I don't know how it will be realized, because multipolarity in the time when the non-aligned were on the high level was realized through the United Nations, through the General Assembly. General Assembly was a platform where different group of states realized their interests, and they can arise some issue, which resulted to the many resolution in that time, and initiating the process of negotiations of the big project on the human rights, on the protection of climate or any other developing disarmament, and anyway. For the BRICS, it's interesting, but we have also in mind that there are two strong interests and through some rivalry between Russia and China. We have India and China with not so friendly relations in any way. And for that reason, I think that it's necessary to strengthening multilaterality. First of all, to start very seriously with the reform of the United Nations, because
we'll come to possibly to the reform, because I'm seeing that you would like to react. You were taking notes. Can you share them with us?
I'll say something on the BRICS, but first I want to build on a point that Thomas just made, because I think it's extremely important to make this point very clearly. And I think we have to be very clear that violating borders by military force, respect for international law, for IHL, I think will also need to be constituent features of a multipolar, polycentric world order. And multipolarity cannot be an excuse, for changing borders by military force. And unfortunately, we hear narratives that at least implicitly point in that direction. I think that the point that I tried to make before, I think we just need to be consistent in applying these principles, and not only, ask to apply them to one continent, but also apply to others. I mean, when you ask solidarity respecting Ukraine, of course, but then you should also apply the same principles to the Middle East or to African contexts. The BRICS, I think that's an excellent illustration, expression of this transforming world order. still being very chaotic, unstructured, not having many positive order-shaping forces. I mean, I think the common denominator is to be an alternative to a Western-dominated G7. But beyond that, there is a lot of heterogeneity in the BRICS. You have clearly an anti-Western interest by Russia and China. This is obvious. But you also have others like India and Brazil that clearly would not share this anti-Western interest. I think they're truly multi-aligned, right? And I think their interest is much more to create alternatives also in terms of an economic world order that is an alternative to the Bretton Woods institutions that are so hard to be reformed. And again, I think this needs to be taken seriously. But for the time being, the BRICS is clearly a club driven by very different interests that has hardly a common value base.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Is there any questions from the audience at this point? No. Well, we'll continue ourselves. Do you believe that projects like BRICS, indeed consisting of countries with very different interests, some are having interests that are colliding, that not necessarily this project, BRICS, but that type of project, combining different countries with different interests and yet finding a common ground on certain issues, that might be the solution for, let's say, new world order?
I mean, I think I wouldn't speak so much of BRICS as a group, but there are clearly within BRICS countries where we would very much hope that they play a stronger role and have a stronger voice on the issues that are of concern to us now. I mean, obviously, within BRICS, you have Russia, which is a party to the conflict, and therefore, I mean, if we're discussing a role in dealing with the conflict right now, obviously we have to think in particular of countries like Brazil, we have to think of countries like South Africa, and there I do think it would be important that they play a more active role. I mean, BRICS has many motivations. BRICS has economic interests and other interests as well. But here, I mean, if we're speaking, I mean, of the context alignment, non-alignment, resolving conflicts, there are countries there in the global south which have to play a very important role. And I think that people are arguing, you said at one point that you wanted to get to the subject of the reform of the United Nations, and people are arguing that the Security Council, as it is composed since 1945, represents the world of 1945 and not the world of 2024. But if you say that Africa, that Latin America, that Asia should be more stronger represented in the Security Council, then the corollary of this argument, of course, is that these countries and these regions also have to play a more leading role in the defense of international peace and security. It underlines the legitimacy of this request. And I do have to say, in these conflicts that we're facing right now, it would be important for the world at large to have these regions play a more active role, and that in a certain sense would justify their legitimate demand to have a stronger presence on the Security Council of the United Nations.
But what you hear very often in the General Assembly of United Nations by the small countries from these vast continents, for instance Africa, is that whatever they're saying, nobody is listening, and they mind that. And then they are also remembering their colonial grievances and horrible things done. And then they're saying, we are against the West because West did this to us. This is why we cannot dig ourselves out of this.
Well, I can only say, if I look at the resolutions on the subject we've been discussing here the whole day, I mean, you have more than 140 out of 193 members of the United Nations who have condemned what has happened in this context. But it is true that if you go through the list, some of the most populous countries in the world, I mean, to use your term, give the impression sometimes that they're still sitting on the fence, if I may say so. And there, I mean, I have to say, precisely as these countries, these most populous populous countries are claiming the right to have a permanent seat on the United Nations Security Council. I think it's a legitimate demand. I mean, it's India these days is the most populous country in the world already. But obviously, I mean, in that sense, it is also extremely important that India then plays that sort of role that we all hope it plays and will play.
Yeah. Please.
Yeah, I think the pressure is rising clearly, and if you look at the Pact for the Future that has just been approved by the UN, there is a certain opening. I mean, we all know it. Reforming the UN Security Council is extremely complex, and but I think there is a growing acknowledgement that this needs to be done. And I think what we've been seeing over the last 5-8 years is this explosion of minilateral structures is a response, implicit and explicit, to the resistance to reform by inclusive multilateral bodies like the UN, but we also see it in regional organizations. Now, I'm not blaming the bodies themselves. It's member states that define these bodies' policies, and in particular when it comes to UN Security Council reform. Well, I mean, the first obstacle is the P5 themselves. They are hardly ready to lose their privileges. And then, you know, once you have overcome that obstacle, then the next question becomes who represents continents that are for the time being not represented, you know, for instance, Africa. So it's complicated, but I think the pressure is rising, and I think the same is true for also Bretton Woods institutions. And if we don't manage to kind of reform these inclusive multilateral bodies, we will see even more clubs popping up, you know, that then somehow are interest-driven, by very particular interests, and have hardly common value bases. And I think that's not my vision of the future of multilateralism.
Okay. Ms. Latinovic, you wanted to add something?
I was working all my professional period in a multilateral organization, and I'm very much devoted to it. This because multilateral organizations reflect the willingness and capabilities of all the states which are in the process, and multilateralism also opened the way for the small country to be active on the international scene. But you have to have the project, and you have to have attractivity for this, and also to respond to the needs, which is the actual. For example, United Nations, it means conference in Geneva on disarmament, which is blocked more than 2 decades, cannot be in position to make some proposal for the international project on disarmament, like anti-personnel mine or cluster munition. But these conventions were adopted thanks to the core group, in which were Austria, Switzerland, Ireland, and some other small countries, including the countries out of Europe. It means you have to have the project, to have good idea, and to know to elaborate. But regarding to the reform of the United Nations, it's on the agenda for many years, for decades. And it's concentrated on the reform of the Security Council, but only on one aspect, how to make more representative regarding to the other continents. It means to the Europe and the newly power states, middle power states in that sense. But it's blocked. It's blocked by the states which have a right of veto. And their agreement that the Security Council need to be more bigger, with the including of the region from Europe, Africa, Asia, Latin America, but without the right of the veto. It means the newly permanent members of Security Council will not be equal like the 5 which now have. But what is the problem with the veto? Veto start to be abused. And to paralyze,
as we are clearly seeing,
yes, to paralyze
since
the
2022.
decision, more important decision regarding to the question which are related to international peace and security. And we are witnesses of these abuses regarding to the many international conflicts, like it was in it's not international, but with the international reflection in the Syria. Now we see what has happened in regarding to the Ukraine, to Gaza, and anyway. But the consensus is not only the abuses in the Security Council. We have the same cases in the Organization of Security and Cooperation. Recently, I have read it, one statement of actual chairmanship is Foreign Ministry of Malta. He visited Sarajevo and said that everything is in question under in OCSC because there are no consensus blocked by Russia regarding to the budget, which is the old story. Every year we have this story, and also for the nomination of the new new person on the key the structure institutions within OCSC, Secretary General, Director of Order, at few one. Consensus is a democratic value. It's a result of the democratization of international relations, and in the case of OCSC, the big superpower in that case, the 4 of the members of Security Council are in the CSC or OCSC process. In that time, Soviet Union, it meant Russia, USA, France, and United Kingdom have this right of veto in Security Council, but they did not use them in the OCSC. It means that consensus is a method of the adoption of the decision, but it also abuses like a right of veto in Security Council, and we have the results that the international organizations are not productive, not effective, they are paralyzed in any way, but it's everything to the sense as a main and aspect is the lack of political will. If you have no political will, which you now have interest to solve so many problems in that, we use some instruments like right of veto or anyway, and to paralyze the process as a whole.
You want to say that UN was constructed for a better world that we have?
Better world,
basically.
we need to have, first of all, and another profile of the politicians. I'm afraid that with the actual trends, with the populist movement, with the authoritarian system of power, which is more present, it's in the higher in the world, not only in the Europe anyway, that we are not be so, it will be very difficult to reach the agreement regarding to the renewal, the role and the effectiveness, first of all, of the United Nations. Now, a new international organization could substitute the United Nations and system as a whole.
Yeah.
Well, as a former Secretary General of the OSCE, I have to add something. I mean, it's true. There is, unfortunately, a lack of a political will. There is a lack of political commitment to provide this organization with a budget and with the leadership. There is currently no Secretary General. Also, other top leadership figures are missing because there is no consensus to appoint them. It's unfortunately more complicated. Of course, Russia's invasion has further polarized the organization, but there is also a massive lack of interest in Western capitals for the proper functioning of this organization. And I think even though, right now this organization seems to be particularly useful for those countries that host field missions, like for instance Serbia, for others it's politically not as relevant. But I would argue we may need the organization again tomorrow, for instance, to monitor a ceasefire, or after tomorrow to again discuss on an inclusive platform how to restore European security. So, my call would be, let's preserve this multilateral body. It could again turn to be very, very useful. But this, would really imply that there is a renewed interest by ministers of foreign affairs, by capitals. This is for the time being lacking, and without that you will not resolve these institutional issues.
Thank you very much for participating in this panel. Well, soon enough, I hope we'll see what kind of a world it will be. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have explored how small countries and middle powers manage to assert their interests and build diplomatic strategies in a landscape dominated by larger global powers. Please remain seated, because now we will proceed to our next panel discussion. Thank you all.
With the adoption of the European Green Deal in 2020, the EU set a goal of achieving climate neutrality by 2050. Serbia's prospective lithium production is perfectly aligned with the EU's need for critical minerals from alternative and nearby sources. On one side, we have economic benefits of lithium mining, including job creation, investment attraction, and regional development, while, on the other, the risk of neglecting the standards of the rule of law and respect for human rights, and the risks of environmental impact of lithium extraction and processing. Can Serbia align its mining operation with the EU environmental standards? These are some of the questions for our next speakers. Jelica Minić, member of the Executive Board of the European Movement in Serbia. Julian Popov, former Minister of the Environment of Bulgaria and Senior Fellow of the European Climate Foundation. This panel is moderated by Michael Martens, Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung correspondent for Southeast Europe.
So the clock is not running yet. Can we start anyhow? Or okay, we start. So good evening. This is now really the hardcore of the participants who are still here for the last panel. The good thing, it is the last panel, so we are not under time pressure and have a lot of opportunity to discuss the issue in the next 3.5 hours, or maybe a little faster. The role of Serbia in the European Green Deal. I've heard that the participants have already been introduced. I just want to add something. Jelica, Minic and I know each other for about 20 years, I think, because for many, many years we were participating in a conference organized by the Friedrich Ebert Foundation every year next to Munich in the Protestant Academy of Tutzing in Germany, where a group of people came together to discuss off the record Balkan issues in the Western Balkans. Unfortunately, the format doesn't exist anymore. I do not remember whether we ever discussed energy in this format, but it's a good opportunity to do that tonight because Jelica is an expert on those kinds of issues. And we have Julian Popov, but he has already been introduced. And he was, if I'm not mistaken, candidate of Bulgaria for European Commissioner, if I'm not wrong, but with the wrong chromosome, so to speak. So let us start, Jelica, with your opinion. And I spent already 4 days in Belgrade here to learn more about the debate about the lithium issue, which of course is at the core of the debate here for Serbia, and to learn what the different actors and sides are saying. And I would like to begin with a very simple summarizing question in which I basically summarize the talks and interviews I had in the last days. Do you think Serbia should strive for becoming a country in which lithium is mined, as the government wants it, or should it, on the contrary, strive to become a country where the mining of lithium will be banned, will be made illegal by law, as the opposition or parts of the opposition demands it? Or is there maybe a third solution, a third way out of the dilemma and out of the conflict?
Well, I would be very clear. I don't think that we should strive to keep the lithium project in Serbia, especially in the form of project which is conceived by Rio Tinto. There are many aspects of this project. What are the economic effects? What are the environmental effects? What are the social effects? What are the political effects? And finally, what are the geopolitical effects? And I'm not an engineer, I'm not a geologist, but I can discuss all of these aspects of lithium exploitation in Serbia. I can give some ideas on these issues. I'm very grateful to my colleagues, economists, who made a very good analysis using data on the website of Rio Tinto Serbia. Rio Tinto prepared a study to explain economic benefits of this project in Serbia. So regarding economic effects, they are negligible.
They are what?
Negligible. Okay. Sorry, micro. The economic effects are negligible. The environmental effects are disastrous. The social effects are detrimental. The political effects are harming. And finally, geopolitical effects are mixed. So if we make a kind of matrix and analyze the issue, why economic effects are negligible? Comparing to other lithium projects or mining projects abroad that Rio Tinto is practicing, investments of Serbia in this project would be rather high because Serbia has to develop the whole infrastructure that would serve to this mine of lithium.
You mean streets?
Railway, road, electricity connections, gas pipeline.
And in other countries, because you compared to other countries, in other countries this was done by Rio Tinto? They were building roads?
Everything was done by Rio Tinto. Not only that, each country where Rio Tinto works has a share. Is a kind of shareholder in the project. We are not. In Serbia, we are not. So comparing to others, it's a very unfavorable situation. The mining rent is very low. It's not clear, are we going to become a part of the value chain, or it's only lithium extracted? Because there are some deals with the Slovak company, Inobat, which is not, how to say, they do not have experience in producing huge quantities of batteries. Neither Rio Tinto has experience with the technology of exploiting lithium in such unfavorable, how to say, it's a groundwork. They have to dig. They are going to approach waters under the surface. Serbia is very rich. This is the area where very high resources in clean water are existing underground. They could provide the whole Vojvodina and Belgrade with drinking water. So these are huge reserves, and I believe that water is much more precious resource than lithium on the long term, because the situation with clean water in the world is very bad. In Europe, only 35% of groundwaters are clean. So the quantity of water is decreasing. Then we have trade where Serbia won't have any impact on trade with lithium because Rio Tinto is the owner.
Well, sorry, can I just interject here? I mean, the government says, I'm not saying this is
Yes.
true, but that's what they say, is we will insist that Serbia is part of the value chain, and if it's not, we will not allow the project. I'm not saying you should believe that, but this is the official line, that there should be a better factory, that there should be other factories that are involved in the production, and they say if this is not assured, then it's not going to happen.
Well, Inobat could be used as an argument that we are going to have processing, but we don't know how much, what are we going to be a recycling company, because Chinese are now, they made agreement with Slovakia to develop huge battery factory in Slovakia with Chinese know-how. So are they going to duplicate the capacities in Serbia, or we are going to make just recycling? We don't know. So if it will be only Inobat, then it's a question. Because pure revenues from mining of lithium is very low. It's about 500 million euros for 40 years. It's nothing. And the profit, net profit of Rio Tinto will be more than 11 billions from this project. So transfer of technology for mining, it will be, it's an innovative project, new project in new circumstances. It's different than from exploiting lithium from some lakes, some waters like in Germany. No, it's a different project which is more harmful even. And then finally, prices of lithium carbonate are falling down. For 2 years, they fell 80%. there is growing number of new locations very rich with lithium. Now in Arkansas, the reserves of lithium that were discovered could cover a global demand. This is what I found in different papers. And then there are alternatives to lithium, sodium-ion batteries, hydrogen fuel cells, then magnesium batteries, graphene batteries. And we don't know in 40 years how fast these batteries are going to substitute lithium, because lithium is the worst option considering especially environment.
Well, as you say, we don't know, so why don't we speak about things that we do know or that we at least might anticipate. We talk now a lot about technical issues, about ecology, about, you mentioned the geopolitical aspect, and this is something I'd like to ask you a question about, or the political domestically in Serbia and the wider political aspect. The image of the European Union and Germany, I would say, in this country, because of the project, is as an all-time low. I have never seen it in such a way. I mean, German-Serbian relationships and European-Serbian relationships have never been easy, or have very often not been easy, but this is really a new low. And Germany is now heavily investing in a public relations campaign. In a couple of days, a group of Serbian journalists from Insider, from Birn, from Radar, and opposition politicians from Serbia will be traveling to Germany for an entire week. They're invited by the foreign ministry. They finance everything. And they have I saw the program. It's really an amazing program. The journey is called Germany as an Example of Environmentally and Socially Sustainable Mining. They will meet, and the foreign ministry people, they will meet the parliamentary state secretary Franziska Brandner, who's head of the Green Party right now, who's very much supporting the project. They will meet, that's maybe a name that's not a household name here, but he is important, Eckhard von Kleden. He's head of the Department of Politics and External Relations of Mercedes. That's more or less the foreign minister of Mercedes. And there has also even been the idea of Olaf Scholz and Alexander Vucic traveling together to Zinwald. This is the place in Germany where they extract lithium, but given the events in Germany, I have my doubts whether this is all happening. Why I'm saying all this, my impression is this does not change much the image, I mean, for the European Union and for Germany, this lithium mining and supporting this project is a public relations disaster here. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, that's a good answer, but a little short. Could you explain? Could you explain why?
Well,
microphone, please.
Yes, sorry. I can understand European Union. I can understand Germany. I can understand their interests. It's legitimate, but I can't understand Serbian interest in this project. No interest. Serbia, everything, as I said, it has a bad qualification except geopolitical. Only geopolitical could have some positive effects, because if this project would be operational, active, successful in terms of implementation, pure implementation, not economic effects, it could send a message that Serbia is finally in the Western camp. It would give some leverage to Serbia to negotiate with the European Union in the accession process, and that's all. Everything else is bad.
Well, the accession process is something we can maybe touch later, because I don't think there is such a process, but we can discuss this and then see whether lithium mining has an influence on a non-existing
And you
process.
asked about political effects.
Yes?
This project strengthens autocratic regime in Serbia.
This project would be performed and has been up to now developed without respect of the rule of law. This project is completely centralized in each respect, doesn't respect at all local communities in this area. And finally, this project is confronting different interest groups in Serbia. So I can't, I try to give some positive political or social effects, but I couldn't find them.
Okay, thank you for this first round. Now let's move on to Julian Popov. I found a quote by you, it must be rather recent, that I would like to ask you about. You said, and I quote, "In these difficult geopolitical times, the European Union needs a strong commission to fight for a fair and competitive Europe, opposing external interference and Russian hybrid war, supporting Ukraine until its final victory, and defending European values, freedoms, and quality of life." End of the quote. I hope it's really from you. That's, you sometimes have to be distrustful in the internet. But that's, I think, what you said. And I think this brings us on a more general level to the question we have just been discussing. How does, in your opinion, the fight for access to raw materials like lithium, but only as an example, fit into the equation here for a fair and competitive Europe which keeps the quality of life for its citizens?
Oh, that's a very complicated question. Well, the raw materials was identified as a critical issue, critical raw materials specifically, and strategic raw materials. They were identified by European Commission, by European governments at a later stage. So it wasn't, I don't know, 20 years ago, for instance. And when the identification of this problem came, it was identification in a state of panic. So suddenly we're losing something. And there are things that take time, a long time, and mining is one of them. You can't develop mining just overnight. And you're absolutely right when you say that the whole thing with lithium in Serbia is a public relations disaster. It's absolute disaster, and it's not the only disaster in such cases, because there are issues, regulations that could be decided behind closed doors or without public consultations, or even when you have public consultation on something, on important issues, very often public is not engaged. But mining is a textbook example of not being that. You have to have a very, very solid information, inclusion, especially when it comes to damage to the environment or to concerns about environment, even if it's not damaged. And we see that every time in any democratic or semi-democratic country, or any country, even in a place like China, you can have, when there is a very extreme harm on environment, there is a public reaction. I mean, China transformed its energy sector very much because of reaction against air pollution. So because of fear of public reaction, and public reaction started to boil. So it doesn't matter in what regime you are, what level of democratic practices you have in the country, this is a very, very sensitive issue. And you're absolutely right about the public relations disaster. At the same time, we have to recognize that the critical raw materials are very important for the independence, for the autonomy, strategic autonomy of the European Union. But the question is much wider, because as we heard, lithium, there are new technologies that are coming. There are many critical materials that we have to look at. And also, it's very important in cases like this to look at the whole value chain, the whole supply chain, and how we play on European level this whole game. I don't think our option is to mine everything and produce everything and become kind of a closed continent. We have to manage the global supply chain in such a way that we have a security of supply, and if something happened, like it happened with Russia, for instance, we have alternatives that we can trigger immediately. So I don't, that's something that is now becoming a kind of more articulated issue on European level, but it hasn't synced in sufficiently. And because the panel was announced as the role of the Green Deal, just one sentence to say that, I mean, the Green Deal is a very, very important industrial and economic and policy of the European Union, and the critical raw materials is kind of a very important but very small part of it.
Can I ask you, Bulgaria is member of the European Union since 2007, so for more than 15 years. One of the problems here in Serbia is that there is no trust by a large part of the society in the government, in whatever it promises. For good reasons, we all know what happened in Novi Sad a while ago. How is this in Bulgaria? I mean, has the fact that you are a member of the European Union changed the way that citizens can participate and do participate in those large projects, or is this not really happening?
Yes, of course. I mean, the European Union is a kind of a regulatory land. I mean, it's about regulations, and regulations that we love. We always talk against regulations, but in fact, we love regulations. And because of these regulations, because of pressure from the European Union, because of conditions on not sufficient conditions of all the funding that Bulgaria, as a member of the European Union, receives from the European Union, many processes have to be much more open, and this openness is very often forced. Then the other thing is, and that's very important, that the main trading partners of Bulgaria are, let's say, good countries. Germany, the European Union. So and many of the investors, so main investors in mining in Bulgaria, are German companies, and they behave very well. And I mean, there are quite a lot of tensions around what they do. But when you have a company that is doing everything according to the book, then you have much fewer problems.
So is there a lot of participation? I mean, in Bulgaria, one of the biggest issues as far as energy policy is concerned, correct me if I'm wrong, is the nuclear power plant not Belene, in Kozloduy. And the question of should it be enlarged, should there be an extra block? Is there a public debate about these kinds of issues? Do people say yes, no, or we have alternatives, or?
No, there isn't a debate, and unfortunately for me, because my views are slightly different from what even I was in government, which voted a number of decisions to promote expansion of nuclear. There is a big question mark about nuclear, but that's not discussed. I'm one of the very few people who discuss the economy of nuclear, because I'm a supporter of nuclear, but the economy of nuclear is extremely uncertain, because just in 10 years, the energy markets, the energy technologies, the energy landscapes globally, and especially in Europe, have turned upside down completely. We have a completely new economy and technological landscape. So if an engineer with 30 or 40 years experience hasn't unlearned what he knows and learn what he doesn't know, and I say he because usually these are men who are fighting very hard about that, this very experienced engineers become very irrelevant for the debate because there are new realities that are coming. And if you start building nuclear now, you take a significant risk that you will build a massive capacity that will land in a market that you have absolutely no idea what it will be. So that, in my view, is the main risk. But that's not seriously discussed in Bulgaria because Bulgaria is a nuclear country and it's a wide public support for nuclear, and that's the result.
But of course, this unpredictability that you were talking about is true for any investment in energy then, be it lithium, be it nuclear, be it whatever.
Any investment in energy, well, we can make relatively educated guesses about what is more certain and what is less certain. I mean, we have a target, net zero 2050. Anybody who disregards this target suffers massively. So if somebody decides to invest in coal or in gas at the moment, will fail, purely will bankrupt, or will build, if it's a government, will build stranded assets because gas will follow exactly the same fate as coal in, let's say, 10 years, maybe even shorter time. So there is, that's not an activist statement. It's sort of it's data. I can show you data. And there is, very often I hear when we talk about gas, that gas is a transitional fuel. I mean, gas is not a transitional fuel, and that's data. It's not my wish as some kind of a climate-involved person that, oh, we don't want gas because it's a fossil fuel. It's data. When you see the data for any country that has made transition to renewable energy away from coal, you see that it is not replaced by gas. There are very few examples, very rapid transition, or Fukushima case, or the gas revolution in America, which changes a little bit that trend. But otherwise, the trend is coal is replaced by renewables and energy efficiency. That's the reality. So we have this certainty, and part of this certainty comes from new technologies. Part of this certainty comes from a very clear target that Europe, and not only Europe, I mean the whole world sets targets for net zero. But Europe has target for net zero 2050. US, South Korea, Japan have target for 2050. China has a target for 2060. So this is the direction of travel. Anybody who doesn't put this in the business plan will have a problem.
I'd like to add one question, because you mentioned yourself, you were a member of the Bulgarian government, so you know both sides. You are and were an academician, so I suppose you are publishing essays in scientific quarterlies, and you sit on panels like this one. But then you know the other side, the politics where you have to take decisions, defend those decisions in public. Did you experience in your time, rather short time, I understand, as a minister, this phenomenon when it comes to energy transition that I think in English is called NIMBY, the acronym for not in my backyard? People saying, yes, we want, I mean, in Germany it's very common. They basically, in theory, everyone agrees to green transition, but when it's coming, when we talk about putting up wind turbines, they say, okay, but not in our village, do it somewhere else. Is this a phenomenon that you have encountered as a minister?
Absolutely, and there are a number of cases. One thing, I'm sure it will happen here, because you're at the beginning of a sudden massive expansion of solar. I mean, in 3 years, you will see everything covered. And many environmentalists, environmental protection people, who are supposed to support renewable energy, suddenly said, oh, you're destroying agricultural land. You're destroying the landscape. And they start turning against solar. And this is a general case. Very interesting case, another case, which is the kind of territory of madness. There was a plan for quite a large wind park in northeast of Bulgaria. And northeast of Bulgaria is kind of a cursed land. I mean, all nationalists, all sort of crazy people of fantasies, they come for some reason from Varna and around that. And there was a project, very advanced, and suddenly the whole community started massively opposing that. They imported some English, and specifically some English lady, I think, who said that she's a farmer and she had cows, and these cows suffered from cancer because they built wind power plants. And the project was killed. I mean, when you face this kind of a local madness, like in some kind of, I don't know, Marcus world or something else, then it's very difficult to deal with. And this is a lesson that even if you promote something very, very sensible and very good and obviously positive, you have to build your public communication, and not just communication, engagement very well. Another problem is that we have a report in the ministry from 2012, I think, and also public perception that we shouldn't build wind power on agricultural land. It's exactly the opposite. You should build wind power on agricultural land.
Why?
Because it has a very small footprint. It's more or less like this room. It's 0.001% of the agricultural land if you want to satisfy all the energy needs of the country. And if you do something that the Germans did, they did cooperatives with local farmers, you secure to the farmers steady fixed income. And farming is a bit unpredictable business. So you might have very bad harvest. If you build wind power, not solar, even with solar, solar is a bit more specific, especially agri-solar. But if you build wind power on agricultural land, you don't lose anything, but you can secure steady income, basic income for the farmers. And that's a good thing, I think.
Which means, if I understand you correct, the lesson, because you said some of the projects failed, the lesson is A, early engagement with the local community, and B, financial participation of the local community.
Yes, it's not only about communication. It's about, there was a famous Harvard article some years ago about shared value. So it became very famous. You have to create shared value. You have to not just engage, you have to involve, and you have to share. So if a company comes in the country and says, I want to build something big, something polluting, but it's not polluting, we'll do it the way it should be. You have to share the value that you create with local communities, but not by building a sports center, which is another kind of dodgy story very often, but somehow share the revenues, share in a fair way. I mean, share the revenues, share education, share research, infrastructure, and so on, so that citizens buy in the whole project. And this is communication. It's transparency, but it's also actual involvement.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Let's maybe move back to Serbia. I would like to ask another political question. Now, after having spent here a couple of days and after talking to different actors, my impression is that even Aleksandar Vučić will not be able to pull this off because there's just such a broad and very heterogeneous coalition of people who were against it, from the left, from the right, nationalists, pro-Europeans, whatever, that I don't see, even if you control most of the media, even if you do have other ways to influence public opinion, I just don't see how this is going to go. What's your gut feeling? I mean, can this actually happen, or are we talking about a pipe dream that's not going to become reality anyhow?
Well, we know that...
Please, microphone.
We know that there are many of his voters who are against...
That's what I mean, yeah.
Yes?
It's a very broad coalition.
Yes.
And what happened in Novi Sad for sure hasn't helped the process of trusting the state.
Yes, and there is also, how to say, a game that people who are against lithium, they are accused that they are paid by Russians, that they are Russian agents. This is the story for embassies of the EU, of United States, etc. Even we who are against lithium are challenged, the word quote Florian Bieber, who said this lithium project in Serbia is terrible mistake of tragic, he used the word tragic mistake of the European Union, because the European Union is sending the message that in fact it doesn't care about people, but it cares for lithium, for minerals, and it's a message for the whole region of the Western Balkans. And another message that came from Austria, it was published in some, I don't know the name, Standard, is there Standard?
Yeah.
Yes. They published an article that the European Union developed its colony in the near neighborhood, its own colony, little colony. And there are more and more negative reactions in the European Union itself regarding this Rio Tinto project. And as I became interested for this project in 21, I collected a huge dossier. Well, this is not difficult. You have internet. You can find whatever you want. And I couldn't find some positive assessment of Rio Tinto activities of this kind regarding all these criteria. Only positive information about Rio Tinto is that they are making huge profits, that they are a very big company, although there is one bigger in the world in this area. So it's very hard to believe that this project could bring some real benefit to our society. And it is not against the EU. I really want Serbia to see Serbia in the EU. But it doesn't mean that we have to accept everything, every request that is coming from the EU. I would take some examples. For example, Polish negotiations on the agriculture with the European Union. I think it was a very difficult stuff for the European Union, but they were defending their interest. We have to learn to defend our own interest without ruining our relations with the European Union or anybody else.
May I ask, I touched this in my very first question, but I would like to try to make it even more clear. Are you of the opinion that the lithium mining is not possible with this company, Rio Tinto, and this government, the Vučić government? Or are you saying it is generally not possible and should never be done in Serbia, no matter what company, no matter what government in Belgrade?
It would be good to see some alternative project with many, many components of the project designed in a different way, and to have more reliable partner, or to have complete ownership, to have a state company developing this project, but having in mind the character of our authorities, it wouldn't help. So, and the conclusion is no, under given conditions, absolutely not. But theoretically, it would be nice to see different offers, but in this country, it's, I think it's, I missed we don't have a competition in whatever public procurement we are making for any project. It's usually one who offers and state accepts. The projects that have been done by the state. Otherwise, individual companies, they have to, private companies, they have to tender for any procurement that they are having. But when our state is making a public procurement tenders, they, it's not transparent, it's not clear, there is only one who is making offer, etc., etc. So under given conditions, no.
Okay, I expected that. I just wanted to clarify that. And before we open to the audience, because, I mean, there are not so many people left, but I have the impression that there might still be a lot of questions, because this is such a disputed topic in Serbia. Allow me to ask one last question from my side to Julian Popov. Because in preparation for this moderation and this panel, I went through some of your articles, and I found one which is 10 years old, which you published on the website of BIRN. And in the beginning, I thought initially, no, I cannot come with a 10-year-old article and ask you what you think about it. But then I thought, no, actually, this is what I would like to do, because it might expose or show what has happened in all these 10 years in this decade and what has not happened. The article was titled, "Bringing Southeast Europe's Energy Markets Together," published in October 2014, so even more than 10 years ago. No, right, 10 years ago, and 1 month. And you say there that Serbia and Albania should play the leading role in assisting the transformation and integration of the region's energy market. You are saying that regional integration of energy systems offers huge opportunities. One of the important ingredients of a resilient energy system, you write, is an integrated regional energy infrastructure. And then you name projects that could be beneficial, like a new transmission line between Albania and Kosovo, which was expected to come into operation in 2016. I don't know, is it or not? You talk about further development of hydro capacities in Albania. But mentioning this, we have again the thing of public participations, because there was this case of the, I think, Vjosa River, where people were absolutely against this, maybe with good reasons. And you also mentioned an underwater power cable between Albania and Italy, and multi-energy trading arrangements. If you, I mean, I don't expect you to know by heart what you wrote 10 years ago, but I think generally you would know. How did the region make progress in these 10 years, and which progress, and where there is still room for improvement?
I mean, that I think was a moment when there was some kind of, not very serious, but some tensions between Serbia and Albania. My suggestion was, well, let's focus on the work and let's focus on technical things, and we might overcome the other stuff. But integration of energy system is absolutely essential, and for the energy transition, because and that includes power grids, that includes power markets, electricity markets. There is a little progress. Okay, the cable between Montenegro and Italy is now online. I would advocate, and I was advocating for a couple more, which could create an Adriatic market area, because Italy has very high intermittent renewable capacity, so it needs connection to exchange electricity all the time. Because when you have renewable electricity, you can't close the country, you have to open it. You have to open it in order to trade all the time. And you don't become exporter, you become exporter-importer at the same time. So because of that, you need much more, a higher capacity of electricity grids inside the countries, but also cross-border. And not only Western Balkans, but with the European Union. I would go even further, participation in projects that connect South Europe with North Africa. There are several projects that are on the table, or another interesting project, I was discussing it in Baku the other day about a cable across the Black Sea, which connects Caspian Sea with Bulgaria and Romania, which means with the Western Balkans market. So we have to think in this scale, and of course the other thing is very important to speed up the integration of the markets, the so-called coupling of the markets. I don't know why this is so slow, but it must happen. That will make energy trading much more transparent.
You say you don't know why it's so slow.
I do.
Do you take guesses?
I do. But it's an administrative, it's not an easy process to start with. Administrative difficulties, but also trading and company interests with companies that prefer to trade outside the system, which is not exactly illegal, but it doesn't help the overall system. And because the Western Balkans have significant hydro capacity, we don't hear that in German relations, because Germany doesn't have that much hydro, and that's why it's not part of the whole Energiewende discussion. But hydro capacity, both generation and storage, are absolutely essential for the expansion of renewables, because they can balance the renewables, and we can see that very well in Bulgaria, where now we have very often days with over 50% of the energy generation, electricity generation from solar. And then when the solar picks up in the day, we preserve water in our dams. And then when we have little blocks of shortages, then we generate water, hydroelectricity. So the fact that Western Balkans and the Balkans in general, Bulgaria, Romania including, have significant hydro capacity and potential.
But you are aware, of course, of the local resistance of the against hydro projects, which
yes,
I think one failed in Bosnia, another one failed in Albania.
I'm very much aware, yes. But there are a number of things that could be done in hydro without or with very little opposition, converting existing hydropower plants into storage power plants, increasing efficiency with just changing the turbines and modernizing and so on. So there is quite a lot that could be done.
Yeah.
And the management of the different sources, that's very important also.
And sorry, before I open the floor to the audience, I remembered while listening to you one more question which I like to ask you. We enter now in Serbia a phase, in this lithium project, a phase of studies. I understand that Rio Tinto is working on 3 studies, which are supposed to be on impact on the environment, sustainability, this and that. And then there will several NGOs work on different studies. And I do not think you need to be a prophet to already say now that a Rio Tinto study will say you can do it, it's not dangerous, but no one from the other side will believe them, just as, of course, I think you don't need to prophet to say that NGO study, most of them will be against, saying this is a disaster and it's the end of mankind, and all Serbs will be, there will be only Serbs left under one plum tree, as you once put it in an interview with Danas. So we know how the studies will be, and we know that no side will trust the other one. This is, again, for me, if there's zero trust on both sides, there can be no debate anyhow.
There is a group of scientists from the university that published their study in an international review. I forgot the name of the review.
And even the SANU positioned themselves against it.
Yes, so it's not civil society, it's serious scientists.
Yeah, yeah.
And this article that was published in an international scientific review, Rio Tinto demanded demanded from this review to annulate this article to, I don't know how they thought to do that, but they insisted that it shouldn't be, this article was published, and they wanted this article to disappear. So Academy of Sciences, yes. Then my colleague economists, a group of them with one very distinguished businessman, they are professors at university. They made an analysis based on the data offered by Rio Tinto. And this analysis is disastrous.
Are there, according to your knowledge, any scientists who argue for the project? I haven't seen it. I just wonder.
Yes, there are individuals. Yes, there are individuals. But there are, may I say a comment on what Mr. Popov
Of course.
said?
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's a different
Go ahead,
field.
but let's give the audience also the chance to ask questions. But yeah, comment on
very
it.
short one.
Anything below the level of physical violence is accepted here.
Yes, it is also the question of political will. To make this, how to say, regional electricity grid functioning. The national electricity companies are not against that. And also they have a common standing regarding join our electrical, not companies, but the branch producing electricity, that they join European energy market. That they joined the ETS, the emission trading system, that could give incentives to make the energy production more renewable. Because except Albania or all our electricity production, most of it is based on coal. And produce,
No, it's not. I mean, it's different in different countries.
And producing huge quantities of carbon, so this CBAM, carbon border adjustment mechanism will very soon become a huge burden on our economies. So our electricity companies, with support of the civil society, are very much oriented to solve these issues. They are lobbying, they are campaigning. So hopefully we are going to get Bulgarian support.
I do have additional questions, but I will refrain from asking them because we have like 7.5 or 8 minutes left for questions from your side, and I do see a couple of them. Okay, let's start, because I know your name. Angel Petrov has a question.
I've talked too much on this conference, so really two very quick things to follow up on what I heard. First, just to clarify, to Jelica Minic, do you think, based on everything that we said, because we mentioned trust, lack of trust in Vucic's government, in the Serbian state overall, do you think the dominant reason for the mass rejection of the Rio Tinto project is the Vucic regime, or is lithium per se? Is this more, are we seeing more of an anti-Vucic protest and an extension of everything that we've seen over the past years on every occasion where public discontent was absolutely legitimate? Or we are seeing something ecological? Which do you think is a driving force beneath? I'm asking because you know that, and Michael mentioned it too, maybe one day, I'm paraphrasing, but maybe one day another government, there will be around. Rio Tinto can wait, right? Rio Tinto will return and it will ask for its stake. It will talk with the government. Let's imagine there is a democratic government with the rule of law very strong, EU integrated, etc. Do you think that Serbia's reaction will be the same or not? And secondly, I mean, judging motivations of a government is maybe a difficult task, but do you think, because we mentioned the enlargement but didn't get there, do you think that the Serbian government believes this project can move Serbia from the merit-based approach, where it's not doing very well, to this new geopolitical track where Ukraine and Moldova and Georgia are of enlargement that everybody's talking about, and maybe fast-track this moribund process that has been mentioned?
Do you want me immediately to, okay?
Yeah,
okay. Well, I could say that both reasons are relevant in this producing this fear regarding exploitation of lithium. Let us have a hypothetical new government. They should take care about something that Mrs. von der Leyen said for the European Union, that competitiveness, security, food security, that these are priorities of the European Union. Exploitation of lithium in a very rich arable land area in Serbia will harm food security in Serbia and water security in Serbia. It's a huge damage. So the new government would have to make new metrics and to put all these elements and to make decision. Probably they would opt for some other way of exploiting lithium with a national company having diversified shareholders, not Rio Tinto. Rio Tinto could be one shareholder. To choose one really experienced company, there are not many of them in the world for such, how to say, geological conditions as are in Jadar Valley. So there are many buts, maybe.
Of course, it would now be interesting. Originally, I understand that the Serbian Minister for Mining and Energy was invited to sit on the panel. Would be interesting to ask her what she says, but she declined, or I would rather say, taking the realities into account, she was told to decline. So we are here, let's say, in our own bubble. Yeah, I saw two more questions. I see even three. Okay, I think three questions we can still do, if you are short and concise. The lady here in the second row.
Thank you. I have a question for Mrs. Jelica Minic. What mechanisms remain available to civil society in Serbia's current political climate, alongside with ongoing repression against young activists, but not only them, to resist misinformation and the strategic distortion of public perception? The necessity of dialogue on this issue is often emphasized, but how can such dialogue be initiated when so many conflicting interests are in the game and a culture of dialogue is non-existent?
Thank you for being very concise. Then the gentleman in the background, and then we have one more here. Let's collect the question, I think, and then you can.
Oh. Thank you. Mirko Popovic, Renewables and Environmental Regulatory Institute. I think one question should be delivered to Mr. Popov. So, I will be short. If we have a situation that European Union institutions, particularly European Commission, and countries like Germany are showing certain readiness to neglect the state of rule of law related to Jadar project and to underestimate the effects on democracy and rule of law, how this approach may impact energy transition of Serbia and the region, because we have also breaching of rule of law in energy transition process. From my part of view, I consider breaching of energy treaty as a breaching of rule of law. So could this relations, this sensitive political trade-off could impact the energy transition and decarbonization in a broader sense? Thank you.
Thank you very much. You were one of my sources for my questions, as you know, of course. And one last question here. If you can be as concise as the two others, that's great. Then we still have time to answer and will not. Yeah, over there.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mildred Kapoor. I'm from No Immunity from Accountability Organization.
There are lots of things said here. Unfortunately, I have to be concise. Several disinformation. For instance, mineral rent in Serbia is one of the highest in Europe, not one of the lowest. Mining rent is one of the lowest, especially for NIS Gazprom Neft, which illegally still pays 3% of mining rent. And nobody talks about it in civil society. So again, to repeat, it's one of the highest in Europe. It's not the only thing that Serbia would benefit from this mining. I understand any project in Serbia is problematic, taking into consideration what happened, for instance, in Novi Sad, right? These tragedies. And so, especially with huge mines like Rio Tinto, that may be a problem. But comparing to other mining projects in Serbia, according to the published data so far, it's one of the least dangerous projects. And we have two polarized sectors right now, media sectors in Serbia, which do not discuss with each other these issues. Anyone who dares to question this information regarding lithium extraction in Serbia is banned on the so-called opposition media. On the other hand, government refuses to debate in a meaningful conversation with others. So artificially creating divisions, which is a common typical Russian-style propaganda factor. And therefore keeping two sectors polarized, not able to reach anything, any agreement in future. And I can say more about, there'll be increase in demand for lithium, that's relevant predictions. There is no alternative lithium battery. There are alternatives, but there is a diversification of different batteries. So lithium will have its place in near and mid-term future in the world. And I mean, I can continue going on, but unfortunately, time is limited.
Thank you very much. Interesting element. I was wondering if you are for the project, would you get airtime at N1 or Nova Rese or whatever? But okay, we can discuss this at different time. Well, how do you want to chop up the questions between the two of you? I mean, some were clearly lithium and Serbia related. Maybe if you would like to start.
Yes. It would be our third public debate with Mr. Kapor, Mr. Kapor. Sorry? No, it will debate inevitably. Each time it was, so it will be the third time. We are repeating the story. In 40 years, what will happen in 40 years? This is the issue you raised. Changes are so quick. I don't believe that not only Serbia, why Germany didn't start with the production, why Czech Republic, they have twice the reserves of Serbia. The amount of reserves is twice those that we have. Why they didn't start to exploit lithium, and they are exploiting lithium from water, not digging the mines. Second, electrical vehicles. There is no bright future for electrical vehicles, according to what I read quite a lot, because the polluting effect in producing electrical vehicles is more or less the savings to pollute when they are exploited. And the industry of electrical vehicles is not going well, especially in Europe. The price is 4 times higher than electrical vehicles in China. Second, Swedish, huge producer of batteries, these days was close to bankruptcy, and they are going to fire 1,600 workers in Sweden. So these are the signs. I cannot construct of these signs a reliable story, but if you are getting different signs coming from different sides, they are making the picture at least. So I wouldn't rely in lithium production in Serbia. I hope this project won't be realized. Second problem, is the dialogue possible? There is a dialogue of civil society and authorities. It's a national convention on the European Union. covering all 35 chapters, negotiating chapters. And we have, in these national conventions, we have a regular dialogue with different branches of our government, even parliament is involved. So the dialogue is possible. But the dialogue on lithium, obviously, is not possible. The opposition or pro-lithium forces are so confronted. And in a way, this is a good, how to say, this is exactly how our society functions. Somehow in the lithium case, we have all problems of our society. Lack of transparency, any relatively important investment is treated by the law, or specially designed law, as investment of high importance where agreements are secret.
Thank you very much. Julian Popov, you were a minister, you know what it means to have power, and you have power now because you can give the closing statement of the closing panel of today's conference day.
Well, thank you for handling with this power, but I mean, first on democracy and transition and the dialogue with Germany, there are two forces here. On one hand, yes, suppressing democratic processes could slow down the transition, the energy transition in many complicated ways, but that could be the negative side. At the same time, we have to recognize that the energy transition now is a land of absolutely fierce competition. And this is one thing that we didn't mention, is the Draghi report, which recognizes a European problem of competitiveness. And this competitiveness is very much focused on the new technologies, on batteries, on electric cars. I mean, 20% of all new cars in the world this year sold will be electric. So that's kind of done deal, and the competition is absolutely fierce. And competition is driving now the transition, not so much policies. And just to finish with one kind of positive wish, this whole debate around lithium, I hope that it will trigger a wider debate on environmental issues, because, I mean, we have many, you have many, I mean, Serbia's land is probably the most polluted with pesticides in Europe. I mean, this is everywhere.
Belgrade doesn't have I mean, the water in Belgrade goes directly into the Danube.
Yes,
untreated.
there is no water treatment plant. Belgrade doesn't have water treatment plant. I will not say anything as a Bulgarian that everything comes to Bulgaria, but it's so if such a debate is the air quality, I mean, these are things that it would be good if they become a wider thing, and also they be wrapped up in the issue of climate change, because we are experiencing very seriously the consequences of warming climate.
Blagodarim, hvala mnogo, thank you very much. Let's call it a day. Thank you very much for having been here as the last Mohicans on the last panel. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So, thank you for the last panel. We have tackled some of the most pressing security and geopolitical issues of our time, from the future of Europe in Ukraine to the evolving dynamics in the Middle East and beyond. On behalf of Belgrade Security Conference, I would like to express our gratitude to all panelists for their expertise and to our moderators for guiding these important conversations.
We are excited to welcome you back tomorrow for the third and the final day of the conference. Registration will open at 9 a.m. and our first panel of the day will begin promptly at 10 a.m. We'll dive into more critical discussions with a focus on the future of global security, cooperation, and the challenges we face in shaping a stable and resilient world. thank you once again. We are looking forward to seeing you again tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Bye.